Well, hello and good morning. My name is Zaharov-Reutt. I am the director of ASCCA for sponsorships and public relations, and this is the 23rd Australian Annual Technology Conference for Seniors. So thank you very much for taking the time to join us today. We're going to have a really great day today, packed with excellent speakers, excellent segments, and thank you very much to all of those who have agreed to take part in a wonderful conference today. Now, first of all, I'd like to celebrate Nan Bosler and ASCCA, with Nan's most recent incredible legacy being ASCCA, 24 years old next year, as Australia's peak body for seniors and technology. And we'll hear from Nan later today. But ASCCA is working with clubs across Australia to foster an understanding of technology for seniors. And it has never been easier to use technology to your advantage. Never has it been cheaper or more widely available, nor have we ever been more connected. It's also never been easier to control technology by voice. Ultra-modern voice interfaces, voice control, voice transcription, and more are mature in 2021. And absolutely join touchscreens, keyboards, mice as first-class citizens for input and control, and have the benefit of being controlled in all of those other mature and sophisticated ways. And today, the breadth and depth of technology has never been deeper or wider or more connected through Wi-Fi, 3G, 4G, and of course now 5G. So ASCCA, its member clubs, and all of their members are needed more than ever in today's world, in today's disrupted world, to build understanding and community and to create seniors able to use technologies as effortlessly as is possible. With COVID accelerating people's moves into video conferencing, online ordering, QR codes, remote work, and remote learning more than ever before, along with an ongoing boom in apps, streaming, wireless home security cameras, connected appliances, smart homes, and so much more. Now, ASCCA going digital through necessity strengthens us all. And with us, all of us going digital, we can be more connected, more engaged, and share more knowledge. And also, ASCCA has never been more needed. So thank you very much for attending the 23rd Annual Technology Conference for Seniors. The entire conference will be available within the week on the ascca.org.au site, as well as ASCCA's YouTube page and Facebook page. Please share these videos and share the learnings with your club members, your family, and your friends, because it's what you need to know to stay safe and to thrive online. So here's to a great conference, and thanks to everyone behind the scenes, the organizing committee, the board, the speakers, the sponsors, my co-MC and ASCCA Vice President Samantha Isaacs, and you, the conference attendees, and those watching via YouTube after the event. Now, I'll just very quickly hand over to Samantha Isaacs to briefly say hello, and then we'll just come back with a couple more timekeeping and housekeeping things. So, Samantha, if you could just hop online and say hello, that'll be great to see you.
Thank you, and good morning, Alex. Also, a special good morning to our WA contingent up at crack of dawn over there, or as Jenny reliably informs me, the sun has been up for an hour. This is the bit of the morning or any normal conference back in the day of face-to-face conferences where we would talk about the housekeeping rules. So of course, it's a bit different. There's no fire exits. So I'm sure you know where the front door and back door is in your own house, but we're really appreciative of you joining us from your lounge rooms. So instead, I thought I'd maybe give some OHS tips. Make sure you keep stretching, keep the body moving. Don't just sit there and watch. The benefit of doing it again from your lounge room is you're able to move around. And if you're lucky enough to be on a tablet or a laptop, maybe move your seating around a couple of times during the day. Make sure you keep your tea and coffee up. We don't want any fainting or perspiring whilst you're watching the very interesting speakers. We've got a fantastic lineup. I don't know about you, but I learned a lot last year, and I'm really looking forward to what we're going to learn this year, and just some of the conversations. In terms of actual housekeeping for an online format, just keeping an eye on, there's two buttons at the bottom of your Zoom chat window. One is the Q&A button. This is for if you want to ask a question to the panelists. So anyone who's on the panels, if you'd like to ask a question, please put it in there and I'll moderate those questions and ask them at the end of the panelists speaking spot. If you want to chat about the conference with your other attendees, there's a chat button. I'll keep an eye on both, but if you've got a question that's specifically for the panelists, please do put it in the Q&A one. Any questions, let us know. And I think the final part is breaks. Again, one of the benefits of online conferences, you get to choose. There's none of this one tea break in the morning and one tea break in the evening. Have as many as you'd like. I don't know about you, but I'll surely be having a couple of teas and coffees today and definitely some morning tea and lunch. But thank you very much, Alex, and looking forward to hearing all of the other speakers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you again. And during the lunch break today, I mean, hopefully you're watching on a tablet or on a laptop. You can move your computer around. We've got three great speakers today. One from Nokia. HMD Global is the home of Nokia devices, and they are our sponsor for 5 amazing Nokia prizes. There are 3 Nokia X20 smartphones worth $599 each. There's 1 Nokia T20 Android tablet worth $379, and there is also the 007 Bond bundle, which is a Nokia XR20, an almost indestructible phone with some BH805. That's the code name for the noise cancelling headphones, and that bundle is worth $1,028. So somebody will win that today. We'll have those prizes being drawn randomly today for paid ticket holders. There are also 10 copies of Acronis Cyber Protect Home Office. These are copies of software that protect your computer from ransomware, viruses, and malware. They also protect your Zoom and Teams calls when you're on a PC from being hacked into, and they back up your entire computer to 1 terabyte of cloud space, and have a 5 years of license, so you can install them on your PCs, your Macs, and you can also back up your smartphones and tablets too. And we've got an incredible 10 copies of that to be won today, worth $269 each. You don't have to pay $269 next time you want to renew, because Acronis has regular sales, and also that's the 5 years license version. If you're only using it on 1 or 2 computers, then it's much cheaper. But I know that they regularly have 50% off sales. So for those who are using it, take advantage of those. And we also want to thank sponsors such as the eSafety Commissioner, who will be giving us a great presentation today. We also have the Accessible Telecoms Project from ACAN. This is a fabulous project. We're going to learn more about this this afternoon. But if you are a senior or you're somebody with disabilities and you need to know which is the right tablet or smartphone or the right apps to be able to use to help you, then we have a really great presentation there. And that's a free service which has been updated. So we're going to hear from the CSIRO, we're going to hear from Google, we're going to hear from myself, we're going to hear from Charlie Brown, who will be talking about trends in technology, travel, and telecommunications. Everyone wants to start traveling again, and you can take a lot of gadgets with you, and what does it mean to roam overseas? We're going to hear from Charlie about that. He'll also be talking about his GME devices and also the latest smartphones, some of which I'll show you later on, including phones like this amazing Samsung Flip. You can just see how incredibly that folds there, but we'll go through some of these things in a bit more detail later on. So I'm going to now, it's a couple of minutes early, but I'm going to hand over to Jennifer Willcox. She's the president of ASCCA, and she's going to welcome you all to the conference. So please pass it over to Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Alex. Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all here today at ASCCA's 23rd Australian Technology Conference for Seniors, and our second conference online. As Alex has explained, we have got an incredible lineup today, and I won't go through it a second time. It's really, really good to see all the attendees on the list. Some of them are our long-time supporters, as well as a few newbies. So rest assured, we've got something for everyone as usual. Samantha said that the sun's been up for an hour. Well, that was Natika in Kununurra, because the sun isn't up here in Walpole yet. It was dark when I got up this morning, so it has to be a good conference for us to get up in the dark. So we are truly Australia-wide today, with participants from the length and breadth of our great land. Those of us in WA, as I said, had a very early start, but I'm sure it'll be worth it. This past year for ASCCA has been like no other. I'll tell you more about that later, but for now we are looking forward with only positive thoughts, and the worst of it being behind us all. This conference and the manner in which the ASCCA team has pulled together demonstrates to me we will be even more successful in this digital space as we continue to strive to support our affiliated clubs, their members, and in fact seniors everywhere in technology. I'd now like to kickstart the proceedings off and introduce you to Sandra Harben, a Noongar lady from the southwest of Western Australia who will deliver the welcome to country. Enjoy the conference, everyone, and I'll see you later on. Thank you.
Kaya, hello, my name is Sandra Harben. I'm a Whadjuk traditional owner. I would like for all of us to acknowledge that Aboriginal cultures are the oldest and continuous living cultures in the world, of which the Noongar Nation is the largest cultural bloc in Australia. I would like to acknowledge my Noongar elders, past, present and emerging, and also acknowledge all Aboriginal elders throughout Australia. Kaya and Wanju to Whadjuk Noongar Buja. Ngan Kuritis Jurapan to be Wanganin Good Nunakurt. Kura Kura, Ngan Murt Kokolin on the Buja, Waganin, Yining, Karajan, and Nick. What I said was hello and welcome to Whadjuk Noongar lands. A long time ago, my Noongar families, my ancestors, they travelled on the land, they sat on the land, and they shared knowledge and they listened to one another, just as we are going to today. Just as Nunakut, all of you, will be sitting and listening to one another and sharing knowledge, just as the Noongar people did throughout the southwest of Western Australia. I would also like to share a little bit about our Buja, and that is, we have very significant and sacred places. Some of the places here in Whadjuk Buja are the Belia, the Swan River, Jenonging Bow, Kings Park, the place to see afar. We also have the Darling Scarp, and in our language we call it the Karamunda. So we have these beautiful, beautiful Noongar names that are significant to us here on our lands. Ngan will now ask for the Kwabara Wirn to Yar Kul. So I've asked for the good spirits to come, because a welcome to country is about asking the good spirits to come and be with us, and to make sure that while you're sitting on country, wherever you are, that you will be safe. And Ngan will tell the Wara Wirn to Wurkur. So I've asked for the negative energies to leave. So Kaya and Wanju to Whadjuk, Noongar Buja, Ngan Wangin, and Jinonging Nunakut Puruwan. So thank you and welcome to Whadjuk Noongar lands. And I'm sure that I will speak with you and see you sometime in the future. Puruwan.
Well, thank you very much, Sandra, and thank you very much, Jennifer. And it is now time to welcome our special VIP opening guest to open the ASCCA conference, and that is Kamahl. Welcome, Kamahl, to the
Thank you, Alex.
Technology Conference of Seniors.
Thank you.
It's so great to have you here with us. Thank you for joining us.
The pleasure is entirely mine.
Now,
especially as I approach my next stage of my career, my life. I'll be 87 on Saturday.
Well, happy birthday for November the 13th.
And also, it is also the birthday
day
of the lady who won the US Open Tennis, Emma. And so I hope I can reach her and wish her a happy birthday as well, Alex.
Sure, absolutely. Now, you've got a couple of wonderful spoken word performances for us today, but before we move there, Can you please share your memory of your first computer and what you were using it for at the time?
Well, you're really taxing me. I don't have any visual memory of it, except, you know, that there was this computer. But my earlier, I mean, they were always with what do you call it? With Apple. And my son, he's an expert at this, Raja, and he helped me through. And so, if you're really taxing my memory, I can't help you very much. Let's rush to the present. Nothing like the present.
So, what do you like about modern technology, and what do you think should be improved?
I mean, it's all about communication, you know. I mean, when we as human beings started, you know, we didn't even have a language, you know, let alone communicate. So it was through sign language and whatever. We had music, but this is a miracle, you know. I don't know whether you believe in divine help with our progress as human beings, but I don't know whether God ever thought of that we could communicate this way. But it's just amazing that we can, in a fraction of a second, communicate with somebody on the other side of the world when it took nearly 6 months to correspond with each other. So what we have is miraculous, and let's learn as much as we can, especially, you know, like as an old blog. Oh, by the way, less than 10 hours ago or 11 hours ago, I nearly got scammed. And there was a telephone call. I should have known better. It was all 000. There was no numbers on the telephone. And they said they knew they found something wrong with my computer and they wanted to help. I unwittingly, there's no fool like an old fool, I let them in. And just before I had already, I don't know whether I gave them my password, they had the number for my credit card, and there was a knock on the door, and a friend of mine walked in, and she wrote on a piece of paper, scam, and we hung up. Even then, it was a little bit late. Fortunately, it took me nearly 2 hours to get through to Westpac, and they stopped the transaction. So please, any of you get these foreign calls to say you got something wrong with your computer, hang up, unless you know that person. And I came perilously close to losing about 3,000 or 4,000.
Well, great advice. I mean, we're in the middle of National Scams Awareness Week, and NBN and ASCCA have been working to educate older Australians, all Australians, about this. So thank goodness you were, you caught on.
Yeah, I mean, lucky. In fact, her name is Sharon, and just as well she came at the nick of time, and otherwise, yeah. So anyway, I'm going to Westpac to rectify this, to hide my embarrassment. I mean, as I said, there's no fool like it. This has happened to me twice before. You would think you would learn, but I'm a real old fool.
Now, do you use social media like Facebook and Twitter?
That's the understatement. I'm on Twitter too long. In fact, ask my wife, because I've been on Twitter and a little bit on Facebook. She was so concerned. She thought the FBI or somebody might get after me because I wasn't altogether very favorable about my responses to Trump. And I thought that I don't want to get political here, but how that man is still not in prison, I don't know.
Well, you're not alone.
And even more incredibly, he wants to be president again. And in my frank opinion, the reason America's COVID figures is bigger than India's, and India is 4 times or 5 times the population of America. Yet the COVID figures, America is top of the world. The only one reason for it, and nobody talks about the elephant in the room, is that guy called Trump. I mean, I know maybe I might get arrested for all of this, but I don't give a damn. I'll be 87.
Absolutely.
Call
Well,
it
look,
denial.
you're famous.
Sorry about all this. We should be
That's
talking
okay.
about your technology.
That's okay. Look, Kamahl, I know you met Prince Harry at the Invictus Games. Can you please tell
Yeah.
us about that experience before we go on to the Invictus poem?
You want me to share the poem with you?
Well, I was going to say we are blessed today, as Kamahl has said, to give us two beautiful spoken word performances, starting with a stirring Invictus poem by William.
No, before we get too stirred up, I think we communicate through words, right? I came across something, if you don't mind me sharing this with you. Throughout the universe, there is order in the movement of the planets, in nature, and in the functioning of the human mind. A mind and its natural state of order is in harmony with the universe. And such a mind is timeless. Your life is an expression of your mind. You're a creator of your own universe. For as a human being, you're free to will whatever state of being you desire through the use of your thoughts and words. There is great power there. It can be a blessing or a curse. It is entirely up to you. For the quality of your life is brought about by the quality of your thinking. Think about that. Thoughts produce actions. Look at what you're thinking. See the pettiness and the envy and the greed and the fear and all the other attitudes that cause you pain and discomfort. Realize that the one thing you have absolute control over is your attitude. See the effect it has on those around you. For each life is linked to all life, and your words carry with them chain reaction like a stone that is thrown into a pond. If your thinking is in order, your words will flow directly from the heart, creating ripples of love. If you truly want to change your world, my friend, you must change your thinking. Reason, yes, reason is your greatest tool. It creates an atmosphere of understanding, which leads to caring, which is love. Choose your words with care. Go forth with love.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
I just made that up. No. That comes from a musical called Time. Dave Clark, do you remember Dave Clark 5? Yeah, it was a rock and roll group. He wrote this. I mean, it's a musical with Sir Laurence Olivier, I think 1986. And I edited that piece. The one that Sir Laurence Olivier does is about twice as long. And I took out all the fat around it and I just gave you the
meat on the bone.
Pardon?
The meat on the bone.
Yeah, the meat on the bone, yeah. And so there you are. So, the irony of it is, I grew up in the outskirts of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Mm-hmm. I never, ever, ever dreamt that I would ever have the privilege, the honor to sing for any members of the royal family. And I sang for Prince Charles about 2 months or 3 months before he married Diana. And then that was in 81 and 82, I sang for his mother, Her Majesty the Queen. And then goes on. Look, anyway, this is not a CV, but anyway, it's just that I'm more than humbled by the opportunity this country, Australia, has given me, because, and then of course there were three people, there was a registrar of the University of Adelaide, Harry Wesley Smith, and a guy I met serendipitously in December of 1958, his name is Rupert Murdoch. Without those two people, I wouldn't be here. I would be driving a tour bus in Malaysia, singing Nat King Cole songs.
Well, Kamahl, we've only got 5 minutes left.
Oh,
so
I beg your pardon.
I know you wanted to give us the Invictus poem, so please go ahead.
Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Well, that's also a wonderful performance. Now, Kamahl, we have 4 minutes left, so I know you wanted to also recite to us the very stirring poem, What is Australia to Me? So when you're ready.
You want me to do that? And this is the poem.
Yeah, it was really nice test there when we were doing the test run.
It is something I wrote in 1988 as a tribute, as a 21-year-old Australian, as to what this country means to me. What is Australia to me? It's the house I live in, my neighbors down the street, the proud and smiling faces of the people that I meet, the children at the playground, and Christmas in the sun, the g'day and the handshake. That's Australia to me. The town I live in, the friends that I have found, the people who just came here from nations all around, those who built this country, the air of feeling free, and the right to speak your own mind. That's Australia to me. Words of Banjo Patterson, McCullough and Henry Lawson, the style of Donald Bradman, D. Costello and Dame Joan, their Smithy and Ben Lexon, achievers without peers, and the dreaming of a people who've been here a million years. This land I live in, the goodness everywhere, a place of wealth and beauty with enough for all to share. Yes, I love this sunburned country, so vital, young and free, with a promise for tomorrow. That's Australia to me. But it's the people. Yes, especially the people. That is Australia to me.
Well, again, thank you very much. That was really nice.
So you want me to shut up?
We only have a couple of minutes to go. So what's the best piece of advice you've ever received in life to help you get where you are today?
Well, look up the word Invictus, which in Latin means never surrender. Do the best you can and think positive. Always smile. Smile even though your heart is breaking, and smile and communicate. And so Kamahl, with those words, I declare the 23rd Australian Technology Conference for Seniors officially open.
Thank you very much. And just before you go, Kamahl, thank you very much for that. We're so grateful to have you open the conference. But quickly tell us, when is your next concert? Concerts have been shut down across Australia for the last.
Is the 21st of November at the Lizards in Newcastle. And
will you be having more in 2022?
21st of November.
Yes, but I mean, are you planning more for next year?
Anybody make me an offer and I'll do it, even if I have to do it from a wheelchair, or horizontally or vertically, whichever case may be.
Well, thank you very much again. We welcome you to stay with us and learn as much as you can, and good luck with the
and share those poems separately or collectively, individually. But those words are priceless. There are some of where it came from.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kamahl. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah. It was a great privilege. Yeah.
For us too. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to speak on ASCCA's special day. AUSOM began in 1980 and for many years was the largest, most active Apple user group in Australia. But like many groups worldwide, it's been in gradual decline. Last year, President Ivan Radovanik talked about AUSOM's early years and how we managed last year through COVID and survived. So now today, I'm going to tell you about this year and how AUSOM is thriving. AUSOM holds 32 meetings every month. That's it. And plus the management meetings. The main meeting runs all day, and our half-hour satellite group meetings are held every month on a Wednesday morning and a Thursday evening. And we've been using Zoom for all our meetings for 20 months now. Now, Zoom has changed the game. We're using it to move forward, and it's especially useful for reaching members who could never attend live meetings because of distance or ill health. Last year, we held weekly Zoom training sessions, but by June this year, our members had turned the sessions into a general Q&A. So we changed the sessions into Ask AUSOM Anything. So now every Wednesday afternoon, a few awesome gurus front up to answer questions on just about anything, and we use Zoom breakout rooms for one-on-ones or for small groups who want to learn about a specific topic. Members have coped really well with Zoom meetings, but many still want face-to-face meetings. This year, we wanted to trial hybrids. Oops. And every time we planned one, COVID restrictions stopped us. So hybrids are where some members attend a live meeting and they can interact via a screen with other members who are attending a meeting from home via Zoom. The interactive screens can be big like this one, or they can be as small as a computer screen or even an iPhone. Committees currently planning meetings for next year, and monthly online Zoom meetings will continue whatever we do. We're planning to hold our first hybrid meeting next March. We also have some alternative ideas for live meetings, and of course, with lockdowns behind us, we'll be using technology for QR codes and vaccination certificates. Our all-day main meeting has always presented a problem. As you can see, the green shows 8 special interest groups meeting in the morning and 8 or 9 in the afternoon, plus there's the main presentation and the committee's news at noon. That's 19 meetings throughout the day, and of course it's impossible to attend more than one meeting at a time. So in September, we started AUSOM Catch-Up. We asked our group leaders to record their Zoom meetings, and then these recordings are uploaded onto a private Vimeo platform on our website. And now members can watch the meetings they missed whenever they choose. We use WordPress for our website. The web team have given us the site a major revamp over the last couple of years, and there's plenty of content up there these days. We're really fortunate to have members who understand the technology and work well with it. AUSOM News is our monthly 48-page magazine, and the articles are written by our members, and it's played a major part in helping AUSOM thrive. Through the magazine, we connect with other Apple user groups. One group is in Naples, the Naples Mac user group based in Florida in USA. An NMUG member, Sheeta Hunter, is also an AUSOM member. In August this year, Sheeta attended an AUSOM meeting to give a Pages masterclass. Oh, we were blown away by the quality of her work, and her presentation can be viewed on AUSOM Catch-Up. I've been using Apple's Keynote software since it began in 2005 and have become something of a self-taught graphic artist. Apart from using Keynote as a presentation tool, I use it to illustrate the articles I write for AUSOM News, and I also use Keynote to create animations which are shown at meetings. AUSOM encourages creativity, and many AUSOM members use various forms of technology to develop very satisfying hobbies. And in turn, we use our creativity to help AUSOM. These cover pictures I'm just showing, I created for our 40th birthday. This one shows 40 years of Mac OS operating systems on one page. Hey, go on. Sorry. That's it. I'll take you back to 2010. A couple of AUSOM members drove to Shepperton in Victoria to hold an AUSOM meeting for a day for members who couldn't get to Melbourne meetings. It was such a success that in 2012, I wanted to develop the idea as a roadshow. It was planned for some leaders to take AUSOM to a few Victorian country towns and hold meetings for members who lived there. It sounded really good on paper. However, finance and insurance caused problems and the live roadshow idea was shelved. AUSOM members are a diverse group and our community is widespread. We try to support as many members and interests as possible. Currently, we're having discussions with U3A to see how we can connect and help each other. In August, I was illustrating an advert for a training workshop, and as I worked, the roadshow idea came back to me. And it occurred to me that now Zoom meetings are working so well and there's so much useful content on the AUSOM website, well, now is a perfect time to promote the AUSOM Roadshow again. So at the moment, visitors can attend all AUSOM meetings that they choose for free for 3 months. Plus, they receive the PDF version of the AUSOM News for 3 months. So now we want to take AUSOM Roadshow interstate and worldwide. For a long time, I didn't want to be involved with advertising, but recently I've been attending a few webinars that teach not-for-profit groups and fundraisers how to promote their message. There's plenty of online education and support if you look for it. For the Victorian Seniors Festival this year, I uploaded adverts for all AUSOM's October meetings, and we had 33 visitors, many more than in previous years. And in the past 12 months, we've gained 30 new members. So that's what AUSOM's been doing this year, learning and developing and thriving. And now finally, I'll take you back to last year. AUSOM's 40th anniversary was due in April, but COVID meant live meetings were cancelled. And by December, we realized our only opportunity to celebrate would be to hold an online Zoom party, and it went really well. I'll leave you today with a short video, a great memory of the day. Now, this is a team effort, and I'm particularly proud of it. AUSOM is an ever-evolving computer user group that is standing the test of time.
There are rumours around AUSOM, and the word is spreading fast that a party in 21 will be too late. The virus stopped our party in the recent past. This month's our final chance to celebrate.
Thank you.
Well, that was fantastic.
Thank
you very much.
Presentation. Thank you very much. Terrific.
Thank you. Okay, well, it's now 9:30 and it's time for 2 ASCCA club members to share the success on how they've survived and continue to thrive post-COVID, during COVID and post-COVID. And our first speaker is Isabel Collins, the president of AUSOM, which is the Apple User Society of Melbourne. So over to you, Isabel. Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. We have a couple of questions that have come in, and also just a quick reminder to everyone that there is a Q&A button at the bottom. If you would like to ask any questions of Isabel, please do pop them in there. But just one question I had before we kick off is, what does AUSOM stand for and who can join?
Well, AUSOM stands for Apple User Society of Melbourne, and anybody can join.
Excellent. And in terms of, you mentioned that you had quite a lot of meetings in the next year. How will meetings change? Do you see them staying the same kind of format, or
no? Well, we're definitely going to go with hybrids, but we'll only be able to afford to have them 3 or 4 times a year. But the other thing is, what we can do is also hold social meetings. So they will be shorter meetings, like around a lunchtime or an evening dinner, and a main presentation with it. So it'll be a short meeting, but everybody will be able to enjoy each other's company. AUSOM members love each other's company. We're good friends.
Excellent. Always good to chat about the different things that Apple can bring to your life. Another question that I had for you is, I've enjoyed some of your Saturday morning monthly sessions. What would be one of your favourite sessions that you like to join?
Well, the last 2 or 3 months, I've been doing a Keynote Magic pop-up group, and showing people how to create a little animation, which we're going to show at the Christmas meeting, and we're going to have a festive party on that meeting, so anybody can join. If people want to join and come to our party, we'd have the whole of Australia there if we could.
Via Zoom.
Oh, via Zoom, of course.
Yes.
And
that's a good point. It's, you know, it can anyone, whilst your name stands for of Melbourne, it can be anyone from around the country.
That's right. And people with PCs and tablets can join as well. They may not be able to do some of the things that the Mac people show, but they can watch and they can join in. It's just a matter of connecting, that's all.
And I was going to say, it's also for people with iPhones and iPads, because they're Apple products which are covered by AUSOM.
And so if people contact visitors at AUSOM, visitor, no S, at ausom.net.au, they'll get to a registration page and they can contact us.
Excellent.
Yeah. And I'm a member in Canberra.
Sorry,
Sam, keep going.
We had one question from the audience, which was, they're an Apple tutor in Sydney, and we're wondering if one of their students has a problem they cannot solve, can AUSOM help?
Absolutely, absolutely. All you have to do is ring our office number and talk to Ivan. He's very good at talking to people about all sorts of problems, and anybody can be helped. So you just have to front up and be helped, that's all. You don't have to be a member. We're happy to have you as a visitor for 3 months. After 3 months, if you really like us, you can join us. That'd be lovely. But in the meantime, in that 3-month period, if you need some help, phone us up or attend our meetings.
It's a try before you buy.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Alex.
Yes, well, I was just going to say, I'm in Canberra and I'm a member of AUSOM. And, you know, I'd love to attend a physical meeting. I know that with the hybrid meetings, all you need is your phone plugged into power, loaded up with Zoom. As long as somebody in the meeting has a Zoom account, that if you don't pay for Zoom, then you get 40 minutes. If somebody on the call is paying for Zoom, who's part of the people organising the meeting, then you can have meetings up to 24 hours. And I know that with the Sydney PC user group, we managed to do one hybrid meeting back in April of this year before COVID restrictions shut it all down. But that worked. And you know, we didn't need any fancy equipment. I mean, it was nice if the person speaking was amplified through a microphone and an amplifier, or using some sort of a lapel microphone wirelessly that you can now get, because that makes it easier for the people Zoom to here. But
Yeah.
having a hybrid meeting is something that a lot of organizations, a lot of conferences are going to be doing all throughout 2022.
Yes.
And it's something that clubs have to do as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We have another question for you, Isabel.
Yes.
Danny asks, how do I join the 3-month free visitors access?
All you have to do is contact visitor@awsom.net.au. It'll get you to a registration page on our website. And that registration page says guest or visitors. Just click on there. You get to a registration page. You put in your email and name and probably phone number, I think. And you get 3 months. And now just remember that we don't run in January. So the 3 months, if you started now in November, you get November, December, and February.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And Judy has Judy Elias from Manly Computer Pals has just supported the ability of AUSOM to be able to answer questions. They said that they've asked a couple of users Facebook to ask questions, and AUSOM has helped a couple of times with questions and answers.
Oh, that's lovely. I'm very pleased about that. That's great. Fantastic.
Thank you, Isabel.
Thanks, Samantha. Thanks, Alex. Terrific.
Thank you, Isabel.
Bye.
That was excellent.
Good.
We now also have Ron Ferguson joining us.
Recording, okay.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, my name's Ron Ferguson, as you say, and president of the Sydney PC and Technology User Group. So we just start out, are you interested in maintaining your computer and mobile phone technology skills and learning more? So Sydney PC and Technology User Group helps its members to discover and enjoy the benefits of computer technology, also internet access and mobile phone communications in a friendly environment, all thanks to Alex. So, thank you. We've transitioned to Zoom and Jitsu for our various meetings, and after a successful hybrid meeting in April 21, before the pandemic struck again, we'll be back to hybrid meetings in 2022 to cater for as many of our members as possible as well. Our main meeting is on the 4th Tuesday of each month. Technology industry specialists attend and demonstrate their latest hardware, or courtesy of Alex. They also demonstrate their software communication technologies and also provide free advice to members of all ages. Where possible, we also have great prizes generously that are donated by these companies. Thank you. These sessions are convened by the group's life member and technology journalist, Alex Zaharov-Reutt. We normally have a presenter from a major technology company presenting their latest innovations, their latest hardware, apps, gadgets, and other devices. Thank you. I'm not sure if I can't read that last line, actually.
It's okay. It just says we also do Q&A, general business, and more. Meetings normally go for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
We have a break when we have hybrid meetings, physical meetings, and with some tea and coffee. But anyway, the next slide.
Okay, and we also have general interest groups, a number of those that meet during the day, normally at 10 a.m. on the second Friday and the third Tuesday of each month. All these interest groups meetings and the main meetings are free to attend all year for members. Thank you. In addition, we have special interest groups, the SIGs, which are on programming, web design, digital technology. We also have another one which didn't come up, is communications as well. So please check our website for all the details. Advice of each meeting is provided in advance to members via email, newsletter containing the latest information on technology problems and advances. Thank you. Our meetings are held on level 1 of the Sydney Mechanical School of Arts, 280 Pitt Street, Sydney, which is close to Town Hall Station, Transport Hub. Members' fees each year are $45. for individuals and $40 for seniors with concessions. Thank you. So would you like to join us anytime? Thank you. Looking forward to it.
And thank you very much. And we also will allow people to attend 3 meetings like AUSOM free of charge. It's a great system. But we ask if you want to attend more to please become a member. We have a lot of great fun. And Ron has been the president for the last couple of years. And we have like the Melbourne Apple User Society, we have a great group that are all friends. And we welcome anybody to come, right, Ron?
Yes, very much so, yes. Unfortunately, disruptive with the last year with the COVID issues, but yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Sam, are there any questions for Ron?
Well, I have a question. There was something that you mentioned in your speech there, which was around that you have a couple of different corporates that come and present over the year. Is there any particular that stand out in your mind, and what kind of topics do they cover?
Nothing particularly stood out in mind, but they're all very interesting and provide good information for the enhancement of technology and what's happening in the way technology is changing and moving on. So it's just good, just adds you good general knowledge, basically. Alex might like to add something to that. I don't know.
Well, I was going to say, for the past 18 months, we have had some companies come and present to us whilst we've been doing virtual meetings.
Yes.
But I've mainly taken on the role of doing the main meetings myself. And I've been a bit slack in inviting some of these companies. But if you go to the sydneypc.com site, you can see a decade or more's worth of the various main meeting wrap-ups. And we normally have a write-up of the various companies. We've had all of the companies you could think of, the NBNs and Huawei and Microsoft and Samsung and Google and Apple years ago, and all sorts of companies have come along. And I always ask them if there's some sort of prize they can donate when we have a little raffle. All the funds go to the running of the group. Nobody gets paid, as is the case with ASCCA's directors. We're volunteers. So how long has the group been going for now, Ron?
I think it originally started off way back. I haven't got the actual date, but I think it was back in the 70s, early 70s, or that in that period there. Actually started as the group way back then. And yes.
Well, I mean, the PCs didn't come around till 1979, so I'm just guessing it. I thought we were sort of younger than AUSOM, but not far behind. Not far behind. But either way, it's been 3+ decades with AUSOM's 4 decades. So it's definitely a long time. And user groups like the PC user group used to have 5,000 members back in the early days when before the internet. And there were all sorts of people. Now, like as with most user groups around the world, it's a much smaller figure. But the whole idea of community and people getting together, and whether it's on Zoom or in person, is very attractive again. And we'd love to. I drive up from Sydney to give the meetings when I'm there, and which is if we're doing a hybrid meeting, I'm there.
Fantastic, Alex.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ron, one more question, or Ron or Alex. Is there what groups do you find to be most popular interest groups?
You said
you've got your special interest groups.
The special interest groups, yes. Yeah. For me, I'm just like a generalist. I'm not a specialist in IT in any way. So there's a Tuesday and a Friday group each month that I like to attend, and just enhances me of just general IT knowledge. But as I say, we have those other special SIG groups, which are communications, web design, and there was photography and all that as well. So, but I've not personally been involved in those, unfortunately. But I'm much of a generalist, not a specialist.
But I can say that
most of our clubs, the photography ones are a big interest as well.
Yes.
We've got a question, Alex. How many members are in the Sydney PC user group today? Recently.
Question. I'm
I
sorry.
think it's about 50 or 60. The number is
of that order.
a lot
yes,
smaller than the 5,000 we had
yes.
before.
Mm.
But we normally get, about 20 people, up to 20 people who come to our Zoom main meetings.
Yes.
And, we don't have a small room. We don't have a huge room at this Sydney Mechanics School of Arts.
Yeah.
But the meetings are always well attended. The questions are always intelligent because
Fantastic.
And yeah.
Alex, sorry, no further questions at this end, but Ron, thank you very much for sharing what you're doing at the PC user group and how the last couple of years have changed what you've been able to do. But it's great to hear that, and I'm sure everyone will have a visit of the PC user group website as well. We'll just pop that into the chat.
That'll be good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Over to you.
No worries. We now have Greg Alchin on the line. Greg is a true accessibility expert who will share the latest accessibility features to make your tech even more useful and easy to use. So thank you very much, Greg. And let's go over to you. You're on mute, so you probably have to unmute yourself, and then there's the usual thing about Zoom. Yep. You're on mute. You're on mute.
My apologies, mate. Yeah, I was just
thank you.
Just having some internet connections problems up here at the moment because of the storm. So it's a matter of going, all right, let's jump onto mobile.
Well, great to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks, Alex.
So,
look, shoot away, mate. I think the biggest thing is, like, across all the platforms, is their ongoing growth for assistive technology and inbuilt features. More so on the Apple and the Microsoft ecosystems compared to Google. Google's getting there, but it's still, I would call it a work in progress.
Mm-hmm. Certainly Apple has an excellent, very mature set of accessibility technologies. You can even control your entire phone, iPad, or Mac with your voice. I know that we'll have Alexander Lynch from Google today who will share some of the accessibility features on Android 12. But unlike on iPhones, most of the Android devices can't immediately upgrade to Android 12. A lot of the Pixels can. Some of the Samsungs, the Motorola's, and Nokias might take several months. But Android is catching up too, which is great to see.
Yeah. And look, I think one of the best features is what you've actually got in your ear, mate.
Yeah.
If you want to just turn around, see those folks, those little AirPods. Now, what's really, really cool about those AirPods is think about those as one of the best supported hearing devices in the world. The reason that I say that is that there's a couple of different features. One, they've got what's called live listen. So if you go into the settings on your phone, you can turn on live listen to come up on the back of your phone there. And one of the features there is we could be at a noisy restaurant. That's that kind of that pre-COVID piece. One of the nice things there is what we can do is I could put my phone on the other side of the table and use the microphones in that to pick up what's happening in the room. Yeah, beautiful. There it is. And so it becomes an assisted hearing device. The other thing is one of the accessibility settings that you can do on your device is go in and turn on live listen with your AirPods. Now, the really cool thing about this is that it means that if you're wearing your AirPods all the time, it will use the microphones that is in the AirPods. So when you're facing somebody, it'll actually improve the level of the conversation around you. So not hearing aids, but supported hearing. Now, this is...
Can I just say, with the conversation boost, I've used this. And I've got friends who have been testing the various hearing aids that cost up to $10,000. And when I showed them the conversation boost, which only went online 2 or 3 weeks ago, they were blown away. And they did notice that normally these have 5 hours of battery life. They're only getting 2 to 3 hours with the accessibility conversation boost feature on. But all you got to do is buy two pairs of AirPods and just, have one set in, and then when it goes flat, you just pop the other ones out. It's a lot cheaper than $10,000.
Bloody oath it is, mate. And that's the thing. It's a mainstream device that's readily available that you can just use. And that's the thing. What it does do is it means that it puts off getting hearing aids for a lot of people for about 7 years. Yeah. That's on the research. And you go, look, hey, as you say, I can buy the top of the line AirPod Pros, have really great stuff, and look at the great features that you've got. And you've got noise cancellation in there as well. So that's one of my absolute go-to tools for everybody nowadays, because it's far, far cheaper, as that you said, than a set of hearing aids.
And of course, you also get the benefits of being able to ask Siri to play music, to answer calls, to tell you the weather, to ask a million different questions, to take a note, to take a calendar appointment, to set up a FaceTime call. I mean, there's so many things you can do just by having that in your ear. And most of those things you can do without AirPods as well. You just ask your phone or your tablet. Yeah. And you can do that on Google phones as well.
Yeah. And I think that you've picked up on one of the big changes that's happening over the last few years. It's how we interact with technology. And so nowadays, one of the biggest growth areas is by voice. And so whether you're looking at a HomePod Mini, or you're looking at the Alexas, or you're looking at a whole range of different devices at home, the real issue is, what does that device enable you to do? So whether it's just your phone, whether it's your AirPods, but for me, like on the HomePod Mini, the thing that I like, for instance, about it is that it acts as my hub for all the other smart connected devices within my house. And so what it means is that if I've got what's called my HomeKit or smart connected lights, or my doorbell, or anything else, I can then control it via my HomePod Mini. And it acts as a hub. So that little speaker, which has got an amazing sound quality, then can be the hub that controls everything within the house. The thing, of course, and this is what's really important, one of the big changes is you need to go to something called Matter. Now, what Matter is this standard that's happened because we had, here were devices made by Android, here were devices like connected devices at home made by all these different companies, and were they competing? And now what's happened is that all the major players have gone, you know what, let's agree on the one standard. Then it means that we've got that interoperability between all of those features. That's the big game changer for people, because it means, okay, whether it's my doorbell, whether it's my lights, whether it's my weather meters, whether it's my aircon, whatever I'm going to control in my house, I want to be able to just go to Bunnings and pick up the gear and control it. But the other thing that's absolutely crucial for us, this is where I've got to say I have a preference to Apple over any other piece, is their focus on privacy and security. And for them, it's a core value of the organisation, and that they make that a key selling point, which is separate to some other platforms. It also, as an example, if you're using Apple Maps versus Google Maps, now we both love using our mapping technology. It's really great. Now, for me with low vision, what's really cool, if in my contacts, I've got everybody's name within my family and all the places that I want to visit are in my contacts, I, of course, can say, hey, Siri, where am I? And then I can also ask them to take me to, if I go to my brothers, say to my brothers, it'll go, won't say, hey, numbnuts, but I'll say, well, which brother do you want? And it will then give me those directions. Now, what it's doing is, we know when we use those maps is, you'll see the little bars showing the density of traffic. Apple will go about every minute to 2 minutes, it will send an anonymized 25-character string to say there is a phone here, there's a phone here. And that's all it's doing, is setting up an anonymized character. Where, Alex, if you're on an Android phone, one of the things that it's doing is going, Alex's phone is here, Alex's phone is here, and we can track that data. That data is important to Google, because knowing where you're been is then what they're selling that information back to the people who are advertising with them. And that's the difference. It's where the advertising model sits, and that's how the company's making its money. As long as you're aware of that, then that's something then you can feel comfortable with. If you're not comfortable with that, and you want greater levels of privacy and security, I would certainly be looking at the Apple ecosystem from a mobile technology perspective. Hardware-wise, though, they're both really good devices. It's just the ease of using the features that are on there. So, I'd be looking at, when I go to Apple accessibility, one of the things that I'm seeing there is the consistency across the ecosystem for me too. So if I'm blind or vision impaired, and my left eye is a prosthesis, and I am legally blind in the right, what I also want is the fact that I can now start to use the consistency of those features across the different platforms. So, for instance, live text, which has been on Android for a little while, but has now come really, really big on iOS 15 and on Mac OS, means that any image that I now take, I can then just select the text within that and have that text read to me. It's really handy when I'm going, oh God, and the doc says, oh, so what medication are you, like I went and saw the eye specialist just recently. He said, what's the medication you're on? And I went, easy done, mate. I had taken the photos, but then I could just select the text, put it in a text message to him, and went, there it is. There was no mistyping, there was no misunderstanding or mispronunciation of it. It was all there for me, which is really, really great. I think the other thing is looking at where the technology is going. If I'm looking at, say, assistive touch on the watch, that's really cool. It means that I can use a clench control to activate chat. I can start to do a whole range of different things. And those assistive touch features, though, are on the phone, the iPad, the watch, and the touch. And that's the beauty of it. I want to be able to learn something once and apply it across the different devices that I'm using. So that brings me, talking of the watch, what it does do is it brings me into how I use the watch. And I think that's one of the big growth areas for us, because I'm looking at the heart monitor in there and the ECG. I'm looking at blood oxygen levels. I'm looking at a whole range of other features that are in there, because then it means I've got a watch on my device here, I've got music on my device, but I've got health monitoring. The cool thing, though, is it's then sharing that data into the health app on my phone. That's really important, because there are privacy and security rules around that. So one of the things is that I've independently collected that data. I can then choose who I want to share it with, and that's absolutely crucial. Now, am I supposed to be watching my weight? Am I supposed to be watching a whole range of things? Yes. Should I be recording data down? Yeah. Do I remember to do it? No. Do I have difficulties because of my low vision recording it? Yeah. So what do? I use my watch. I use my phone. So like if I hop onto my Bluetooth scales, one of the things that does, it automatically, because I can't see the damn things down the bottom there, it automatically registers my weight. It brings it up onto my iPhone for me, or my watch. But then what it will also do is record that in my health file. I don't have to measure that any other way. All I've done is remember to just walk on the scales. And that's what we want. We want the technology to work for us, so we don't have to think about that. We just go, yeah, hop on the scales. It just becomes a regular behaviour, a seamless behaviour that we don't even worry about. But we're collecting the data, but most importantly is that we have the privacy and security around that. And that's really crucial. Talking of privacy and security, one of the things that's happened with Mac OS 15 and particularly on, Mac OS Monterey, which is the latest one, and iOS 15, is it has a really nice feature. Like I've just signed up for a new website. It says, do you want me to create essentially like a fake or a forwarding MAC address, which it does, and it will then automatically reroute that email to my proper iCloud address. That means that if there is a security breach on those companies, my real ID hasn't been shared with anybody. It's a fake ID, but Apple does that inbuilt capability of managing the rerouting of that information. The same as, of course, privacy and security is also looking at how if you're in a total Apple ecosystem, I'm using the capability within my system there to remember my passwords and to create secure passwords, because everyone goes, what's the problem? It's remembering passwords. It creates, everything has a different password. I don't have to remember. All I've got to do is remember my Apple ID, and then I can authenticate depending upon the device with my phone, with my face and on my iPad, or with Touch ID if I'm using it on my keyboard, or on an older device using Touch ID. That's the thing. It's that mixture of that biosecurity, but that coming up with those ways so that privacy and security are something that just happens by default, more and more so, is absolutely crucial to us. Whether it's our personal information in general, whether it's banking, whether it's health, whether it's whatever, that's crucial. And that's why I like working with that system. That said, at the same time, what's some of my favorite apps to use? Well, it's the Microsoft apps. I love using Microsoft Office because there's more and more, like, I'm still working. One of the things that I'm using there is the inbuilt accessibility features that they continue to offer within all of their systems. So if you're using Microsoft Office, any of those tools there, and you go under the review tab, you'll now see check accessibility. It's something Microsoft has done since about 2007, but they had that feature well hidden. They've now brought it out loud and proud. So if we get everybody checking the accessibility of the documents that they're creating, it means that if I have vision impairments, or I have a cognitive impairment, or any other issues there, if somebody has made it accessible, it'll work with the accessibility features on my device. And that's really crucial as well. It also has inbuilt dictation. It has inbuilt capacity to have it read back to me. You can also use Microsoft's immersive reader, and so it allows you to change what those Word documents will look like without actually changing it in reality. It just separates the two. So some absolutely great features there. But I think the real issue nowadays is more and more so we're using our mobile devices. And it's where Office still works very nicely on my iPad. It works very nicely on the iPhone. And that's the thing, it's seamless across all of those environments, because Microsoft see themselves as a services company now. They do some really great stuff with Windows, and Windows 11 has just come out. There is more I would say, consistent revision of the accessibility requirements. They've made it easier to find things. There's nothing earth-shatteringly new that I've seen with Windows 11. Most of it is we've refined it, and that's great, because one of the things that we want is looking at how we continue to refine those accessibility features. I think the big growth, though, for us, particularly in a post-COVID time, is looking at how we set up focus on our devices. So on my iPhone, one of the features that I can do is turn on focus, because I want to minimize disruptions, particularly like if I'm in this conversation here now. I want to be able to turn those off so I can then just focus on that. The same as turning on immersive reader within my device, so that it'll just focus on what I'm trying to read at that time. And yeah, it's how we use those technologies to do what we want it to do. That's the key thing. So, Alex, have you got any key questions at the moment from people?
Well, we'll pass to Sam in just a second. I just want to say that with the iPhone 13, you've got this incredible new macro camera that I'll demonstrate a bit later on. Also, Google has their new Pixel 6 and 6 Pro, which they have been very strong on saying that this is their most private and secure phone ever. So competition is good. It gets Google to...
competition is certainly good, mate. And that's...
Yeah, it's wonderful.
It's
very impressive phone. Go on.
Yeah. We benefit from that competition, and it's interesting. Like the privacy rules and the controls in the App Store on the Google ecosystem are now coming more and more towards Apple's way, where they went, "Oh, we want anybody to be able to create an app." Apple's going, "No, we've got standards on this," because they're seeing the importance of privacy and security and about making sure that we quality assure what goes into that store, because it comes down to, do we trust it? And trust is absolutely priceless.
Absolutely. Well, let's pass over to Sam with some questions from the audience.
Awesome.
Excellent, Greg. I have to say I had to use some of your tips live just then. My dog's... The beauty of online conferences is my dog just started barking, so I've used some of the suppressed background noise tips in Zoom. So we have a couple of questions that have come in. Ken asked, you have just given a list of fantastic tips. They're great. But as it always is in a conference setting, it's hard to take them on and figure out how can I use them practically. Do you have a blog or somewhere that...
Yeah, no, look, the best thing on this one, particularly on the Apple stuff, is just go to apple.com /AU/accessibility. Or everything that I have spoken about is freely available on their site. The same as when I go to Microsoft and I look up Microsoft accessibility. Everything is at microsoft.com /accessibility. You'll see everything there. And that's where I prefer to send people to, because there's always constant innovations. And you go, they're out there updating their information all the time. I point people in that direction.
Excellent. And Atika has been sharing that in our chat as well. She just shared that link, the Apple accessibility one, and we'll find the similar one for Microsoft and add that into the chat. And I think we can also commit to, for the conference attendees, we'll make sure that we keep all of these links on our website in the post review.
I just want to say, if you type google.com.au/accessibility, you'll find everything there for Google phones, Chromebooks, etc.
Excellent, thank you. We have a question from Karen, who said, any way to help someone who's hearing impaired and already has hearing aids hear guest speakers at a meeting? Is there a transcription service?
Yeah, look, there's a range of inbuilt transcription pieces. So, for instance, if I'm in Microsoft Teams, which is used a lot through government and organisations, at the top of the when you've got Teams open, you'll see 3 dots. Now, within Teams, for instance, you can then turn on live captions. And you can also turn on transcription, so it'll transcribe and give you a text copy of that. Zoom has a similar feature.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Sorry, Siri. It was a third-party product, but it's now out there as well. But it's learned, and also the other thing that you can do, particularly if the person is lip reading, is if you click on that person, and usually, say if I'm on my on my computer and I right click, I can pin that person so that they will take dominance on the screen.
Right.
Also, there's the Otter.ai program.
Yeah.
And I'm also using the recorder app in an Android phone, and it should be transcribing what I'm saying word for word. And so there are apps that can do this quite easily.
Yeah.
And they are designed to pick up, multiple speakers, especially that Otter.ai.
Yeah, Otters is another one that is really, really good. There's also a new one put out by the National Hearing Library called NAL Scribe, N-A-L Scribe. And it's free and it works an absolute hoot. So that's from the National Hearing Lab group here, so well worthwhile. It also picks up multiple languages as well.
And also we're going to be hearing from Accessible Telecoms later today, the project from ACAN that talks about apps, phones, tablets, devices, and there are some apps in there for hearing things. The iPhone itself and Google phones can pick up when a baby's crying, when an alarm is going off, when the doorbell's going, smoke alarm, etc. Look, Greg, I've
got another question for you,
Mm-hmm.
Greg. Sorry, we just had someone ask, what earbuds does one need, and approximately how much do they cost?
Look, I prefer the AirPod Pros. You're looking at about $3.99 for those. They've got a nice, comfortable feel. They've got 3 different tip sizes, so you can get them to fit your ears, and that you can go a little bit cheaper, but my value is going with the AirPod Pros.
Well, I wanted to say you can get those for $3.48 from Officeworks. Kogan has them for $2.99. Shop online. There's often sales. There'll be Black Friday sales at the end of this month.
That's a really
good
days. Point, Alex. That yes. With Click Frenzy and Black Friday and all the other sales, hunt around for all the deals.
We'll answer. We'll send you a link to what some of the AirPods are called, but we will also just prompt Greg. I know you've got information on your website. But also, if you keep an eye out in the our ASCCA newsletter, one of our directors, Scott Hollier, also does a lot of work in the accessibility space, and always make sure to put an accessibility tip in there as well.
Yeah,
Sorry, Greg, go.
I was going to say Scotty's brilliant, but the best way to think about accessibility is think about its personalisation features. And so diversity is the norm, it's not the exception. So I'm looking, with the 3 of us, 2 of us had glasses on. Now, I don't know if Alex has just hidden his glasses and he hasn't got his on, but one of the other features too, it's how we personalise those devices. So like, for instance, when I go into my iPhone and I click on settings and go to accessibility, all of those features should be seen as personalisation features. My favourite, I've got to say, the other one I love is dynamic text. Why? Hey, here's an important point on this one for you, just quickly before we go.
Thanks, Greg.
What's happened to our eyes as we've got older? Now, you go, oh, yeah, can't see as well the light. You go, well, what's happened is your lenses have got thicker in your eyes, as separate to lenses in your glasses, but also the size of your pupils have decreased. So at the age of 60, you're actually letting in about 1/3 of the light you did at the age 20. That's why some of you have gone, look, I don't drive as much at night. I like brighter lights. I like large text. I like stronger contrast. That's just part of life. That's where playing with dynamic text and learning to personalise your default text sizes on your devices is absolutely crucial.
Thank you so much.
I like to say that those accessibility features give humans superpowers, especially when life takes some of those capabilities away. Technology can give it back. So yes, Greg, Alchin, thank you very much for a fabulous presentation.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Have a magic day.
So our next speaker is an ASCCA conference favorite, Alexander Lynch from Google, who will explain AI, the ethics of AI, governance AI, and more, including how AI understands us better than ever and some useful accessibility features in Android 12. So welcome and thank you very much, Alex.
Today I wanted to talk to you about AI, and AI not only as a technology, but as something that we need to look at in terms of how we manage this for the betterment of humanity, for ourselves. Because AI has been around for a long time, and before I start my, as I get this presentation together, before I start my talk in earnest, I'd obviously like to recognize the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. I speak to you from the land on which they have been the traditional custodians. I want to recognize their elders past, present and emerging, as well as elders from across Australia, from the lands wherever you are joining here today. It's great to be able to speak over Zoom, and part of what I want to talk about today is the way that our technology, the investments that we've made over the past few years have actually helped us be resilient during the era of COVID.
So Alex, I just saw in the Q&A that someone was saying, can you define AI? So maybe that's a good place to start, just before your presentation. And you're on mute again, Alex.
I think it seems that whenever I pull up my presentation, it switches to mute for whatever reason. So my presentation
we can bring the presentation up. So I'll just get to ask Alon to do that. And when it's time for the next slide. But whilst we're waiting for Alon to bring that presentation up, can you just define AI very, very briefly?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is a reason that people are confused about the definition of AI, and that is because people use AI as a marketing term in a lot of cases. You know, you might see situations where what would be considered traditionally an Excel spreadsheet or similar is defined as AI because it is a system of automation. But what we are really talking about when we talk about AI, and Google is the biggest publisher of AI research in the world, more than twice as big as the next institution down, which is Stanford, and MIT is shortly behind there, followed by a number of other research institutions. But in practical sense, Google is the largest researcher of AI in the world. And what we mean when we talk about AI is that it's essentially statistical pattern recognition. So we're talking about artificial intelligence. Yes, that is what the acronym stands for. What we're talking about is statistical pattern recognition. So some people have referred to it as statistics on steroids. And you can think of this in terms of our own intelligence, our own ability to assess things in our environment or recognize patterns. And you consider this in terms of human intuition, or the situations where you have a eureka moment because your brain makes these connections in the background that you're not really aware of how you got there, but you are able to assess things about your environment. And obviously we evolved as a species in a different environment than the one we live in today. And so a lot of the way that our brains have been trained doesn't account for the way that the world now works. And we have an increasingly complex digital world. AI is a tool essentially to help us assess these huge data sets we have and draw inferences or learnings out of those using mathematics or very sophisticated mathematics and a lot of computing power. This is increasingly important because our economies are being digitized. We are producing information in many more ways, and that allows us to learn a lot more about what is going on in our societies. And oftentimes you'll see us being concerned about factors like bias in artificial intelligence, because we are essentially collecting information about the world and using that to produce tools. And we know that human beings have bias. We know that our behaviors have bias, and the decisions that we make are filled with bias as well. So if we are biased in our decisions, and then we use information about those decisions to build these tools, then those tools will be filled with the biases that were in those original decisions. It's just something we need to be very careful about. You know, we are biased as humans, and that bias is then reflected in our data. But AI is not a new concept. What is new is the degree to which our society now enables its use and our infrastructure enables its use. But AI is in our everyday lives. Now, Alex, do you want me to just say when to change slides? Or is the way that I can do it?
Yes, please. Yeah, yes, please. Just say change slides and we'll push the button.
Sweet. Do you want to switch to the next one now? Now, one of the reasons this is important is because it's increasingly in the products that you use every day. So Google Maps is one example. That sort of routes and reroutes billions of people across the world in real time every day. as you're traveling around the city, it might tell you to go down a different road or give you different options because it understands the traffic dynamics of the area and wants to route people, all of those people collectively, in the most efficient way so everyone gets to their destination in a more snappy fashion, so to speak. That is one example of it, but it also does things like protect your email accounts from spam and phishing attempts and other things that might seek to target you in a hostile way. Same with your email, your text messages on Android phones. The messaging apps that we have now filter out known spammers, known people who are trying to, as the previous presenter talked about, target people with phishing attempts. Once we understand what those look like in terms of their patterns, the AI can then exempt those out. We also talked about previously the idea of misinformation online or people trying to manipulate people online. We're creating AI tools to take down things like hate streets, take down things like violent content, abhorrent content, and make sure that those tools are getting better every day. Obviously, at this stage in our development, they are not perfect. And it's important in a lot of cases to still have a human in the loop, a human to review edge cases, because part of how this technology works is providing feedback on examples, which the system then learns from. When it gets it wrong, you tell it it's wrong and it tries to adjust itself in order to get it right next time. You want to go on to the next slide, please? Other examples include things that will support language in a particular way. You can see an example of machine vision in that image there, in which we have a machine translation system, which is the backbone of Google Translate. It allows you to translate menus in restaurants when you visit them overseas in an era where we can travel again. It allows you to look at foreign websites to do research, for example, or increasingly to translate in real time between languages. So you'll talk into your phone in one language and it will spit out the phrase in the language that you want to speak in. I'll talk about a little bit later about how those tools are now being used in the sense of accessibility for people with difficulty speaking or understanding language. But you can see that all of those tools are underpinned by huge neural networks, which assess human language and try to find how the interrelations between those languages. And that increasingly leads to scientific discoveries like interlingua, or the common elements between human languages that we hadn't identified before, which allows you to do things, the system to do things then like translate between a language it knows and a language that it hasn't never seen before. For example, if you teach the system to translate between English and Spanish, it can then pretty well start translating between English and Portuguese because of the similarities in the languages. But the point I want to make here is that this stuff is in everyday life. You use it in almost every consumer technology product every day at scale in some way, which gives you an idea of the prevalence in our society. Next slide, please. And what does this mean for us from a technological standpoint in the background? You can see this chart here shows that over time, the computational resources required to train new networks and these increasingly sophisticated networks to solve these larger scale problems is increasing at a logarithmic rate. I feel like through COVID, we now have a better understanding of what logarithmic really means, but in this case, it is a huge increase in computing power over time required to train these big models and then implement them in the real world. And what this means is that we need to be aware of things like environmental and sustainability problems that are driven as a result of that. Resources for our company to actually implement these models and making sure that we are assessing at the very early stages of development. Is this required and what does it mean? I see the note about my desk and the camera moving. Next slide, please. This is a picture of something called a tensor processing unit. In order to implement that huge increase in computing power, we have to completely redesign what hardware looks like in the back end. Obviously, where we have huge computational resources, but those continually, and in the same way that a home computer does, those similarly need to be updated over time in order to support this huge back end that may not be obvious to people who are picking up their phones and using it, but you see those tools and resources that we've been talking about in the accessibility session, and a lot of what sustains that is this huge increase in computational resources. This is a TPU third generation chip, and you can see those pipes there that allow these things run so hot because they're so powerful that you need to pump water directly across the surface of the chip in order to maintain the cooling. Next slide, please. And this is what they look like in a data center. This is essentially the Ferrari of computational resources. It is a TPU cluster. This thing puts out 100 petaflops of processing power every second, and a petaflop, essentially 100 petaflops is 100 quadrillion floating point operations or mathematical problems solved. Quadrillion, for context, we're getting into the zone of really silly Google numbers here, but it's a one with 15 zeros afterwards. And to give you some context in terms of the power of this sort of a machine versus a supercomputer locally, the most powerful supercomputer in Australia at this point in time, I believe, has less than 5 petaflops worth of resources. And you can see the size on the next slide of the data centers that we stack these things up in. So when you think about these resources and the scale of this transformation in the back end of the internet that we're seeing, this is a multiple football field sized facility with running on 100% clean energy, which soaks up nevertheless huge amounts of energy and water, as you saw previously in that chip example, to power this transformation in the way that our societies and our economies work. You again need cable infrastructure to sustain all this as well, which you'll see on the next slide. The cost on this is one of the ships they actually used to lay them, which I thought would be interesting. Again, each one of these cables laid is a multi-billion-dollar exercise. We have laid as a company a couple between Australia and the rest of the world, and we are not the only ones. So if you switch to the next slide, you'll see a map that has the cable infrastructure that supports all of this. This is trillions of dollars worth of infrastructure investment, much of which has taken place over the previous couple of decades. And so we often hear this narrative in our societies that, yes, we all have smartphones now. Yes, we are good at consumer uptake of technology, but really not much has changed. We have the old information sharing. You have the social networks. We've got video content increasingly. More and more businesses are moving online and making things available to people. But a lot of people feel like not much has changed because it's all interfaced through that screen on your phone. And the reality is there has been this huge investment in what the sort of road and rails of the digital world, which has lifted billions and billions of people out of technological poverty, essentially, by providing them with the ability to access the internet. And we, ASCCA is a great organization because it is helping people around Australia to engage more effectively with these new tools and solutions as society is changing. Globally, this is happening to all sorts of groups who haven't traditionally engaged with technology. And it's increasingly necessary for how we engage with society. So this idea of digital inclusion, or making sure that people who might not previously have had to engage with technology as part of their day-to-day lives are given the tools, the training to do so that they have products designed for their needs, is increasingly important. And it's underpinned by a lot of this investment. And it's also what allowed us, when we went into the COVID crisis and we all had to start working from home, remote commuting, ordering things online in a way that we hadn't before, a lot of people forced and businesses forced to adapt. The infrastructure was there to support all of that, which meant the economic impact on our lives and societies, although profound, has not been nearly as bad as it would have been in an era where this investment in the background had not taken place. Next slide, please. So you might be wondering why I set the stage with this background in terms of the scale of what's going on. I think that's fundamentally important now because we are looking at the impact of this. The roads and rail networks now exist to deploy products globally in a way that is hugely impactful to millions, if not billions of people at a time, depending on the size of your company. And Google isn't alone in producing these sorts of systems, though our research is very advanced. So we need to start thinking in a different way about products generally. This isn't solely the domain of technology, but the factors that I've described make it very important in the context of technology. But we have to look at how we develop products in a different way, given the now scale and power of the technology. Next slide, please. Now, people have been thinking about technology ethics for a long time. I've sort of included the picture of, you may recognize, some of you are from Hobbes's Leviathan work on the nature of government way back in the centuries past, because it gives this idea of AI as, in the same way that government is, as a way of taking all of these specific bits of information that may not be influential on their own, but taken together can have a transformational outcome. People are writing about this all around the world, ethics in the context of AI, how we think about technology from a philosophical standpoint in terms of what we do and do not want to develop, since we now have infinite choice in these things. And we've moved on past the stage in life where we can talk about the old Mark Zuckerberg saying move fast and break things. That is not appropriate to the modern world in the way that we have that now infrastructure. Now we have the reach. We need to be thinking about things in a different way. And the quote that comes to mind as a massive nerd that I am, as you might expect working at Google, is that with great power comes great responsibility, the old classic Spider-Man quote. And that's how we have to look at our technology deployments now, that because of the scale and reach, we need to be thinking right from the start of product development about how this technology is going to affect the world, and not only think about it in an abstract sense, but put in real structures to help us make those decisions and to make sure that bad products don't slip through the cracks and end up harming people. Next slide, please. We think a lot about how we want the world to work and how we want technology to work for people. It's not enough that we produce new products and they're helpful, but we need to think about how they shape societies. And there's this idea in philosophy about human flourishing. How do we make sure that AI is there to assist people, not to replace them, to make sure that our machines operate in ways that humanize us, make it easier for us to do the tasks that are hard for us rather than taking away tasks that we might otherwise enjoy doing, and to think about things that we should not replace using AI, even if we have the capability to do so. So things like our ability to make ethical decisions in the first place. Some things we don't want machines to automate because we want to retain that skill set as humans. And, in the same way that we all have numbers stored on our phones now, so a lot of people don't even remember their numbers. I think the only numbers I remember are basically my wife's number and my parents' number. Whereas in the past, people remembered their friends' numbers and far more. That skill has, in a sense, been lost because we automated it. And we need to think about things where we can't afford to lose the skill as well. Next slide, please. And following one. So this is the set of principles that we came to when it came to producing AI, and we'll set up a set of governance structures around these, but to go through them, we want the systems to be socially beneficial, to avoid creating or reinforcing unfair bias. If there has been a system that has disenfranchised a minority group or a gender, then we need to make sure that the data that we use to build our systems doesn't reflect that bias. They need to be safe. Fundamentally, they need to be accountable to people. We need to understand how they work and be able to make decisions about that. We need to incorporate privacy as a core part of the design, and we need to uphold the high standards of scientific excellence. And importantly, we actually need to make it available for users that accord with those principles. And we are very proactive about making our software open source, about publishing our research openly, about creating tools for other people to build systems, so that we want the community to advance, we want science to advance, but fundamentally that's an ethical decision as well. Next slide, please. Equally important is thinking about things you do not want to do. We don't want to create AI systems that are going to cause harm. We want to proceed where we know the benefits outweigh the risks and have those safety constraints I talked about. We will not contribute to weapons development. We will not use technologies that gather or create technologies that gather or use information surveillance violating norms. We will not produce technology that violates accepted principles of international law and human rights. Now, these are the principles that Google came to. Other companies have come to different solutions. They all look very similar, obviously, because there's a lot of consistency about the norms in our society. But people approaching things in different ways. The government here, for example, the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources is working with a number of Australian companies on their own pilot program of AI ethics principles. And that was developed with the CSIRO over a long period of time. I was involved in that development process, but it's fundamental, and for your thinking, to think that the government is not missing the ball on this. People understand that this is something that we need to take seriously. It's a consistently held view across government, civil society, and the private sector. So, as I said, it's one thing to think about the principles and put them down on paper and say we're living up to these, but another thing to actually put in place the frameworks and internal governance that supports this. Because, some words aren't worth the paper they're written on. You need to actually look at practical implementations. So we, for example, provide ethics training to our engineers who are producing things. They look at all the different ethical frameworks. Ethics is from the times of ancient Greece and possibly earlier been a part of human tradition, and that's been built up over a long period of time. And we draw upon that when we talk about ethics, traditional ethics in the frame of technology, and try to teach our engineers to think about the technology they developed using those ethical frameworks. We obviously put compliance structures into place, legal checks and balances. We have a team called Trust and Safety that looks at how our technology will affect users. I, as a person who works on public policy matters, will run my policy lens over it. Is this something that governments as representatives of people would want? And we have escalation pathways to make sure if there is a very difficult decision, if there is an edge case that more junior people don't have the strategic view to make a decision on, then that gets escalated to a bunch of technologists at a very senior level who can look at those key questions at a high level and make decisions. As a company, we are expanding into cloud computing or providing computing to third parties, and that means we also have to look at those third-party uses of this technology that we provide in the same lens. So that includes providing tools for other companies to test their own data sets for bias. When we produce a data sheet or a data set that an AI system is built on, or that we use a case to build an AI system, we need to make sure that we understand the demographic makeup of that data set, to examine it to see whether the data set itself might be producing biases. And we need tools to be able to monitor systems that are in the real world to see if over time they change in a way that trends towards the negative. This includes both the structure, the compliance structure, it includes human training, and it includes engineering solutions, because we can actually build systems to look at our systems to tell us whether they might be performing in a way that we don't agree with. But obviously this is, as an emerging area of technology, this is also an emerging area of work, which is why I wanted to discuss it with you today, because I think it's really interesting. Next slide, please. So I talked a lot about how this is implemented, what it is, how we are examining it from an ethical perspective, but why are we doing this? Why are we building, trillions of dollars worth of infrastructure to support digitization worldwide? Why are we developing new chipsets to specifically focus on the AI implementations? Why are we putting these structures into place and spending so much time thinking about ethics? And in this case, it's a large resource expenditure. But the reason we're doing this is because the promise of the technology is so fundamental, and it's actually one of the reasons that I joined Google, because I thought that AI was going to be the technology that changed our society fundamentally during my lifetime, so I wanted to be a part of it. You can see an example here of a mammogram. One of the areas that has been proven to be particularly good for AI in terms of neural machine image recognition is we can even now create systems that are better than doctors at identifying cancers in tissue samples, for example. Next slide, please. We are increasingly including accessibility features that allow you to either translate speech to text, text to speech, increasingly looking at in finer and finer detail about people who have difficulty speaking, and creating systems that can accurately translate someone who has speaking difficulties, their words, either into text or into speech from the device. We have a project ongoing at the moment, which we may be announcing in the near future, that looks at an individual level, can you create a system where someone can spend some time speaking to it and it will learn how to understand them and to reflect that language in text or in spoken machine language out of the phone, so that they can communicate more effectively. Now, these systems are only possible as a result of that technology. Next slide, please. And machine vision and the AI systems behind that will allow us to do things like implement the new accessibility features that we're putting into new Android phones. Obviously, we have very sophisticated text-to-speech, speech-to-text, and magnification, number of other things that have been, I'm sure, talked about previously in terms of accessibility at the conference, but we are increasingly looking at how people with difficulties with movement can control their devices. And we're looking at gesture recognition, so you can change settings on your phone. So, you can see on this page, opening your mouth, smiling, raising your eyebrows, looking left or right can actually enable button presses or features on your phone, and you can program those in. Next slide, please. And it also allows us to deal with some of the macro problems in our society. You know, COP26 is currently ongoing, but part of the problem is that we are increasingly expending more energy than our environment can take. So we need to find ways not only to sort of decarbonize, but to mitigate our energy usage as a way of assisting us in getting there. And one example from Google directly is that we implemented an AI system to control our data center energy use, which, when we switched it on, actually improved our energy efficiency by 40%, which is, you know, when you look at the energy consumption of these large centers, is significant. It's significant in terms of the environmental footprint, and allows us to get to a situation where we can use primarily, or only at the moment, green energy. It also allows us to run more efficiently or save costs, because electricity is a cost input. So these things are very important both from an organizational point of view and from a broader sustainability point of view. And AI can help solve some of these fundamental issues. The world is changing. We're getting more and more powerful tools. And these tools are changing the world for the better. What we need to think about and what we need to demand of our companies, our societies, is that, you know, we have a view on this. AI is not something that just happens. It's something that is built by people. And we need the systems in place to make sure those people are making ethical decisions, and that the technology that gets delivered into our lives is, A, you know, obviously it's easy to use, but B, it is beneficial to our lives and our societies, and helps people in ways that they couldn't be helped in the past. Next slide, please. Well, I know I've gone a little bit over time, sorry. I hope that has been useful, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Alex. It's always lovely to have you back at the ASCCA conference, second year online. One quick question that we have for you, well, I have a couple of questions for you, but one, you were talking a lot about the ethics and the philosophical aspect of artificial intelligence. I think that there's some people who might not have any interest in that, but there might be people in our audience that are really interested in that. Where would they go to join these conversations?
I can certainly send some resources around. Obviously that slide had a couple of books for reading, but there is I can send through to you guys some information. But you know, I'm sure many people in the audience have done reading on philosophy before, and sort of deontological ethics and communitarian ethics, and the various frameworks you can look at the world through to assess whether, you know, in the context of the community, is this decision ethical, but in the context of universal human rights for an individual, which is a separate context you might look at something in, is this decision ethical? So yeah, I find it fascinating. I hope some of your audience does the same, and I'll send through some material for sharing.
Yeah, it's always one of those, I find personally, one of those rabbit holes that you go down, you start asking these questions, that just opens more and more and more doors. So yeah, definitely some people will be interested in that. Another question I thought, just on a maybe even a lighter note, and when you were talking about digital inclusion, and which for the audience out there is, you know, ensuring that all people have access to digital and know how to use it. How do you think, Alex, that the AI will help close that gap in terms of digital inclusion rather than increase it?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that is what fundamentally comes down to those tools that we're talking about now. As a result of having developed these big macro language models and computers that are very good, I mean, they're not perfect, but they're increasingly really, really good at understanding speech and images, and identifying what's in those images and what the context and meaning of what someone's trying to say is, in the absence of just individual word knowledge. Those sorts of things are helpful because it means that people increasingly in their environment, we talk about that concept called sort of ubiquitous computing or environmental computing, where in the future, it's a likely case, and this is over a longer term scenario, our computers won't be things that we sit in front of and type into. There'll be things that are assistive and present in our environment, and we can, in the same way that we can talk to, you know, the likes of Siri or the Google Assistant currently, we can talk to our home and have it provide us with information or flash something up on a screen using our voice. But the context is how our systems can help people, particularly people who have difficulties like MS or other things that dramatically affect their ability to interact with the world, to nevertheless improve that ability to the extent that those whatever disabilities or or difficulties they have interacting with other people or with computers or technology in the same way that an able-bodied person would, are flattened as much as possible, so that they're perfectly capable of doing something that anyone else can do in a way that they can't currently, and that's the goal that we're aiming towards.
Fantastic. Alex, thank you very, very much for your time today. And I hope that there was a lot of questions raised from your session and things that people can go off and Google, as it were, to find out more.
I will have done my job if that's the case. So thank you.
Excellent. Thanks. Handing over to you, Alex.
Thank you very much. Well, it's now, thank you. Yes, thank you, Alex Lynch. Now it's now time for the amazing Charlie Brown, hosts of Life and Technology, a radio show that's on 2GB, 3AW, 6PR, 4BC, and other stations around Australia. He's the creator of the Cyber Shack TV show. He's the ultra popular presenter of the Trends in Technology presentation over many years at ASCCA. And with today's presentation about travel, tech and telecoms, news on the GME Android devices, and top new phone tech. So over to you, Charlie.
Thank you, Alex, and great to be back with the ASCCA. You guys can hopefully all hear me now. I'm going to just share my screen as well, because today I'm coming to you from my little office bunker here. That's my guitar, obviously, in the background, which has been a bit of a passion project for me over the last couple of years and during lockdown. But I thought I would talk to you today about travel. Look, I started at the end, about travel, because at the end of the day, as restrictions are starting to be released, we're all going to start traveling a lot more. And for many of you, there's so many little bits of tech and features that you can take advantage of when you're traveling, many of which you'll already have access to now. So I thought we'd go into that today. At the very end, I'm going to tell you about my KidSafe smart device, Jimmy, that we started at the beginning of lockdown. We did a little launch in Sydney with the assistance of the ASCCA. So we really appreciate their support with that. I'll talk to you more about that at the end of the presentation. But when we travel, we want to be connected. We want to be connected for staying in touch with what's going on at home, but also we want to stay connected for making our travel plans easier. And I thought there's one little thing you can do straight off the back. You can look at a couple of little travel essentials. When we look at our phones, for example, many of our phones, or more of them, are IP67 or IP68 enabled. That doesn't mean you can take it scuba diving, for example. IP68 means that you can turn your phone off, immerse it in fresh water down to about 1.5 meters for about 30 minutes, remove it from the water, dry it off, power it on, and it will keep working. That's what that standard means. It doesn't mean that you can go scuba diving, you can read the paper at the bottom of the swimming pool, for example, or anything like that. Regardless of whether your device is enabled with this feature or not, a great little piece of tech to get yourself is a $10 waterproof case. And I've got one of these, and my phone is IP68 enabled, and I put it in this case, whether I'm going to the beach or to a dusty environment like Central Australia. I take this with me because for $10, it's going to protect my device, and I can use it. I can use the touch screen. I can make hands-free calls. I can put my earbuds in. And it's a really great little piece of tech to have and to use. Now, there's a little trick you got to do when you first get it. You got to see whether it works. So to put some paper towel in the middle of it, close it up, immerse it in water. If the paper towel comes out dry after a couple of minutes, guess what? Your pouch is working. You can even get them to wrap around your waist, for example, for added convenience. So have a look at one of those. I think that's a great bit of tech. The other thing I like to take with me is a travel dock. And for anyone who's got a USB-C enabled smartphone or tablet, these are fantastic because for $250, they do really, really cool things, such as you can connect your phone to Ethernet, for example. You'll see that there's a little Ethernet port on this A-Logic dock. And what that means is if you go to a hotel and they've got an Ethernet cable there, you can connect your phone to Ethernet and you can surf the internet that way, and you're not on the Wi-Fi network and opening yourself up to potential nasties and those kinds of things. It's a bit more secure, maybe a bit faster as well. You can connect your phone to the HDMI port in the hotel room or in the hostel, and all of a sudden you can watch content from your phone straight onto that monitor. It might be some videos that you've captured that day, photos you've captured that day of your adventures, and you can connect to them. And if you have got Ethernet and a TV, you can be uploading your photos to the cloud while you're actually looking at them on the TV, right? So for $250, these things are fantastic. And there's many brands around. A-Logic is a Australian company based in Melbourne. They're doing some really cool stuff. This one's a sort of got a few more features in it, for example, but you can get other brands as well, like Targus. This one's $169. And buy before you go overseas, or before you go on your holiday, and make sure that you test it out before you go as well, because you just want to make sure it's working before you head off, rather than unboxing it at the arrival counter and then working out it doesn't quite work the way you want it to. So these things are great. I always take one of these with me. The other thing to take and to consider is a unlocked pocket Wi-Fi. A friend of mine has been using one of these for 10 years when he goes overseas, and because it's battery operated, he throws it in his backpack or his day pack, whatever he's got, and it will last all day. He might be traveling on his own or with his wife or with his kids. Everyone's connecting to this one thing at the same time. Everyone's got access to the apps that they want to use while they're traveling, be it bus timetables or maps or those kinds of things. You can use it for booking tickets and booking tours on the fly as they are traveling around. And for $250, these things, because they're unlocked, they will work in virtually all countries to some point. All right, I've checked the cellular bands that this one has, and there's another brand I'll show you in a sec from TP-Link, and essentially they are designed to connect to the faster 4G bands in those countries. Now, if you look at different countries around the world, the UK has got a low band, low frequency band than Australia that they use, and the US has its own low frequency band that's a bit different to Australia, but this one picks up it was designed to pick up the cellular bands that 4G data is traditionally transmitted on. So it will work in all those different countries, 4G and 3G. And I think this one's even got some 2G bands in it as well. Not that you want to use that for data. But the flexibility is there, and you can wander around and you've got this personal Wi-Fi hotspot, and you can take advantage of that. You can get the SIM card upon arrival in the country you're in. And all of a sudden you're not, you've got access to the internet. People you're traveling with can do it as well, but you're also not using the hotspot on your phone, which runs your battery down as you're going, right? So there's a bit of convenience in there as well. And if you're using it with the maximum amount of concurrently connected devices, which on this one is 32, and the battery is running down, you can get take yourself one of these power units, and then you can plug that in and be recharging as you're going as well while it's sitting in your backpack. Very convenient. So this is one from D-Link. TP-Link has got one, similar price, similar speed, similar size battery, which gives you an all-day battery experience. So consider having one of those with you when you travel. They're really, really convenient. And a bit later in the presentation, I'll explain one feature called Voice over Wi-Fi, which these things really make that feature much more convenient. Okay, I'll talk to you about that in a sec. We're still seeing lots of free and public Wi-Fi in different countries. These ones like UK and Denmark, and I know they're all fairly centered around either Western or Eastern Europe. They have been ranked as some of the better countries for free Wi-Fi. Look at your libraries, look at your cafes. Great to use, and there's some things you need to do to keep yourself safe while you're using them for your data that you use for the apps that you're using, but still very convenient. Some are free with conditions, like you've got to log in, but look, I still use them a lot, and I would recommend that you maybe even get yourself a Wi-Fi finder app like Avast or Wifinity or any of those guys. Test it out in your area before you go on your trip to see how well they work for you in finding Wi-Fi in your area. If they work pretty well, then take that one with you while you go overseas, and it'll help you to provide a map to the different locations and where you can get your Wi-Fi at no charge and get the convenience of your smartphone or your tablet while you travel in those different countries. The VPN. Now, I know you talked about security already, but VPNs, I can't more strongly suggest to you that you use one when you travel. They are fantastic for a range of different reasons. One, security. Obviously, you can do your internet banking. I said last time I was on this presentation that a friend of my uncle's did his internet banking on an open Wi-Fi at a hostel in Italy and paid a bill. A month later, he logged in again and 200 grand had been taken out of his account. They had every day moved money into a PayPal account from his bank account. He didn't notice. He got it back from the bank, but it took a year. And for the first couple of months, he was borrowing money to pay bills, for example. So you don't want that, obviously. So get yourself a VPN. Aside from the security, they're really, really good if you've got Foxtel app or Stan, that kind of thing, because they can help to cloak your location from where you really are and position you back in Australia to use some of those services that you're subscribing to and paying for even while you're traveling, but you can't use them outside the domestic market of Australia. So get a VPN. Yes, they will slow down your speed just a bit, depending on the VPN you're using, but really, really worthwhile to use while you're overseas. And look, there's only, most of them are about $3 or $4 a month to use and subscribe to. I want to talk about voice over Wi-Fi because I use this extensively. Now, you right now, where you're sitting, you can test whether your phone has access to voice over Wi-Fi, and that this simply removing the jargon, it means that your call terminates from your phone over your Wi-Fi to your service provider rather than going from your phone to the cellular tower and onto your service provider, right? So it's just a difference in the way that the call is transmitted. And voice over Wi-Fi, to see whether your phone now and your current provider now allow it, what you do is you grab your phone and you turn it on to airplane mode or flight mode, let that sink in, and then go turn your Wi-Fi on. And as soon as you do that and your Wi-Fi is on, after about 10 seconds or so, you should get a little logo up next to your Wi-Fi symbol, the symbol that shows your Wi-Fi is connected, that says voice via Wi-Fi. And that means that you're connected to voice over Wi-Fi. To test it, make a phone call. And if you can, then you've got voice over Wi-Fi. Now, if that doesn't, you don't get that result when you do that, it doesn't mean that you don't have it. You might need to go into your settings, just jump into your settings, network and internet if you're on Android, and then go into mobile network, and then in that area is where your voice over Wi-Fi is able to be activated if it hasn't already. Now, Optus, Telstra, Vodafone, Boost, they all offer voice over Wi-Fi at no extra charge. Not only can it make your phone call quality better in your own home if you've got good Wi-Fi, and most of us, that's something we can control. We can't control cellular strength into our homes, for example, but we can control the quality of Wi-Fi in our home. It'll make your Wi-Fi quality, your call quality better in your home. With Vodafone and others, you can send SMSs as well, so you get that convenience too. But the benefit when you travel is that you can turn your phone to flight mode as you're leaving, and then have your voice over Wi-Fi enabled. And then when you land, every time you connect to Wi-Fi or the internet in general, like the Ethernet method I showed you before, you can get your voicemail messages, send SMSs, you can make phone calls as if you were back in Australia. And the call quality is sensational. Obviously, it depends on the quality of the internet speed that you're on, but it's fantastic. But there's no roaming cost with doing that. And if you've got one of those pocket Wi-Fi units, like I showed you before, and you've purchased a data SIM for that, you can wander around making voice over Wi-Fi calls while you're traveling, booking things on the phone domestically in the market you're in, or calling back to Australia. Now, if you're going to do the calling locally where you are, overseas, remember, you've got to have an international calling pack as part of your subscription. Most of them do, like the Telstra, Optus, Vodafones, and Boost. They've got a whole list of countries where they're included at some extra fee or as part of your subscription. So if you do that, you're just going to have this extra convenience without the roaming costs. You use your phone overseas, and it's a really, really cool little feature. Now, the other one that many of you have used or will be using is a thing called international calling packs. For example, one of them that you could use is $5 roaming with Vodafone. The other one is Telstra and Optus. They've got international calling packs. Some of the prepaid offers as well have them. When you're actually using them, there's two different ways that they can work. And you don't really notice this until you get overseas, right? So if you're using $5 roaming with Vodafone and you're in the United States and you're making a phone call domestically, say you're in Los Angeles, ring another number in Los Angeles, that call is terminated from your phone to the network and straight to the person or the phone in Los Angeles that you're calling. It sounds just like you're making a phone call back here in Australia to somebody in Australia, but you're overseas, right? Good call quality, really convenient. Now, when I've called people overseas who are overseas with me and they've been on Telstra, I have rung them, and it's very clear that the Telstra service goes back to Australia, then from Australia back to where they are overseas, which in my case, many times has been, they're a kilometre down the road. And you get this god-awful delay talking to them. The service is not nearly as good from a quality perspective. You don't know that until you actually get overseas, mind you. But so just be aware that international calling packs that these providers are offering you, they're not all the same. And I'm not just talking about price. I'm talking about the quality of the service as well. Okay, so there's some things that you can talk about. I think that the biggest investment is about $250 for a pocket Wi-Fi. There's cheaper ones, and there's a few other things that you can get. I've stayed away from sort of $1,200 tablets that you need to buy before you travel today, because I just wanted you to think about the things that you potentially got access to now and a few extra little things you could purchase. I just booked a holiday for the family in June to Fiji, and the bit of travel tech I'm taking is a underwater metal detector, because last time I was at this resort, I dropped my GoPro and I haven't found it. I'm going to go back and try and find it. So I'm getting quite a customized, personalized piece of tech for my next travel experience. But there's some things for you to think about in regards to your travel experience. Now, I also wanted to jump into these smartphones that we're making and selling for kids, and also there's lots of seniors who are buying them, actually, for various reasons. But we launched first with this one. This is sort of like an Android iPod. It's called the Jimmy Play. Then we launched our smartphone, the Jimmy Connect, and very recently, last week, we launched the Jimmy Connect 2. And we launched it because we just felt that kids should have access to smart devices that were a bit safer. No cameras, so they couldn't share imagery or video about themselves, and some easy to use parental controls built in. So we launched that at the beginning of COVID. Not good timing, but we've done pretty well. In July this year, we launched in the USA, and now 80% of our sales are from international markets, which is great. We never expected this thing to be any bigger than just Australia. The Connect 2 smartphone, which we just launched, basically I've been listening to customers for the last year and a bit, and we've done things such as we've put in more RAM, more storage. We've got features like voice over Wi-Fi, because a lot of the kids who are using these phones, they wanted to use the phone at home, and some of them lived in quite isolated locations like regional Australia. They had great Wi-Fi because of Sky Muster NBN, but the cellular reception was rubbish. So we put voice over Wi-Fi on this one so they can make their phone calls as well. Android 11 is a great little operating system, and it means that we can add more features, software features to the phone over time, which we're going to be doing. But one of the things that the seniors have used the Connect phone previous version and will like with this one as well is we have a free call manager. So if you're getting calls from scammers and they're trying to scam you into handing over money, for example, many people who are sort of tied into this will have all of this information and not be sort of suckered into it. But by putting a really good call manager in, you can, for example, say, okay, I don't want to receive any phone calls unless it's from someone on my contact list, or I don't want to receive any phone calls from anyone if it's during dinner time between 6 and 8, or I only want to receive phone calls from these set numbers, and you can create a whitelist, you can create a blacklist. You can also pin lock it as well. So if you do give it to the kids or grandkids, they can't go and change the settings and let their mates call them. So that's our brand new smartphone Connect 2 and some of the features on it. Next year, we're going to expand out the markets we're selling to. UK, EU will come online as well. More stuff in the United States, Singapore, those kinds of places. So it's getting really exciting to have a small Aussie consumer tech startup that we're now sending overseas to more and more customers. And they're really liking it. In fact, they're liking it so much that we will sell out in the US at the end of next week with this one. Our Jimmy Play, and unfortunately we're going to sell out in Australia as well. It's demand driven, right? We have more stock coming, but unfortunately it's on a boat like this, and like many companies, once you put your product onto a boat and the boat leaves, you can't get it back until the boat actually lands where it needs to go. And we put our Jimmy devices on a boat heading to the United States in August. And that's how long it's taking to get there. And it won't be there until sometime, hopefully in the second half of this month. So I've said before on my radio show, if you see something you want for Christmas, buy it, because everyone else is in the same situation as us. So that's a little update on our startup, Jimmy, and some travel tips for you. I hope that's been helpful for you. If you want more information about the latest in the world of tech, make sure you tune into our radio show in Sydney. It's on 2GB, but Melbourne as well, 3AW, 4BC Brisbane, Perth 6PR, between 8 and 9 on a Saturday morning. And our Cyber Shack TV show will be back in December as well.
Thank you so much, Charlie. I think you've already given people a lot of Christmas present ideas right there, right through all of those different bits of hardware. One question that we've got from our audience, it was around Gme.
Yep.
Where can they buy it? Is there stock available in Australia? I know you said you're stuck on a boat somewhere in the Pacific, I imagine. I've been there with her with stock before, so I know how you feel.
It's not fun, is it? It's it's sort of the every second day you're calling the freight forwarder and they're saying, well, we're trying to unload in Oakland, but they won't let us do this and we're going to have to wait for this. This one is the one that's going to run out. This is the one, it will run out in Australia as well, probably in about a week's time. We've got plenty of the smartphone Connect 2. But the situation is quite dire out there in supply chain land. Like we've got plenty of stock. Like there is no issue with units. It's just that they're stuck on a boat. And I'm a tech guy. I'm excited to be a tech creator as well. I'm not a logistics expert, and to be honest, I don't think even if I was a logistics expert, it would have helped, because everyone else is saying the same thing as I am. So look, if in terms of where to buy them, the best place is just to go to our website, gme.com. They are available and they will be made available on the Amazons, Catch, eBay, those kinds of things. But if you come to gme.com, what it means is, and we've found this really helpful, we have a direct relationship with the customer then, right? If you have questions about how to set it up or tweak it, or, stop the kids from doing a certain task on the device that they're doing, well, we can help you with that because we've got a direct dialogue. If you and that's one of the reasons why we've spoken to retailers, and we have had our smartphone, original one, Jimmy Connect, in Australia Post, for example, but we are not just, our goal is not just to create and sell a smart device. We're actually building a global distribution network, e-tail network, so that we can have a direct relationship to the parents and the grandparents. They can ask questions, they can get really good support. And if you look at our reviews, everyone loves the support that we give. And that's working really well for us.
Fantastic. So a bit of a follow-on question there. You mentioned that seniors are finding that some of the GME features are really great for them, give them the confidence and trust. Can you tell us just a little bit more about some of the features seniors particularly like?
I think, well, I don't think, I mean, they tell me, I mean, they like the fact that, they like the fact that I give them hints and tips on how to use it for them, right? That it's not just, here it is, over to you, go watch a YouTube video, right? And there's been plenty of seniors who have really taken to using the Google Assistant, which is built onto the smartphone, and using voice to dial numbers and to dial contacts, and to look up or ask certain questions, those kinds of things, and have that available in quite a simple device. Some like that there's no camera because they want that security. They don't want to feel that they have concerns about, can it be hacked or that kind of thing. Others would prefer a camera because of checking in to different locations.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing with the check-in is that's sort of gonna pass us at some point, depending on the state, as we go through December and January, because check-ins, and in New South Wales, as an example, they've already said, it's been the check-ins were, the QR code check-in is for contact tracing, and once sort of COVID's in the community, that becomes less of a thing. So that's going to be less of an issue moving forward. The ability just to have something simple, not bursting with features, with the ability to have some extra things that they want. And the other thing they like is this ability to take control of who's calling them, right?
We'd all like that some days.
Well, these scammers, they're using robots now to call us, right?
Yeah.
And if that goes to voicemail, which the call manager does, if you configure it that way, it's not hard to do that, and we give tips on how to do it. They don't leave a message saying, give us a call back, we're the tax office, we're going to arrest you. They just call you again. Yeah. And so what we're finding in that instance is the seniors just aren't getting those kinds of calls anymore because they just don't leave those messages. So yeah, that's the other feature they like.
Yeah. So, and there was another, sorry, Alex, got two more questions that came in as well. Another one on the GME, popular topic. It says, can you make normal phone calls on GME or just voice over Wi-Fi?
No, both. So we built both protocols, which are really important. We built voice over Wi-Fi and voice over LTE, which is essentially 4G, right? So if your phone doesn't make phone calls over 4G, when 3G is shut down, you won't be able to make phone calls anymore unless there's some kind of a software update, right? So we've made sure that over 4G, over Wi-Fi, and it also means that regardless of which one you can choose which one you want as a priority, but regardless of which one it goes over, the call quality is much better.
Fantastic. And a very quick last question, as we've got to get the wind up. How do you know which VPN to trust? You did mention VPNs, and I think a couple of questions people have.
So there's Nord, there's Surfshark, there's Norton, there's Trend Micro. Those big guys, you've really just got, I think you've just got to look at some reviews online on the different app stores, for example, and talk to people who have got them, because they're all good to a point, but the better ones have faster throughput speeds. And Alex can talk to you more about that. He's had plenty of experience with it as well, right? But you've got to choose one. And remember, you can choose one, not like it, delete it, unsubscribe from it, and choose another one. Most of them have got like a week or 2 week free period of usage before you actually start paying. But those big brands, they're getting pretty good these days. The security's good, and the data speed throughput, which is also very important, is very good as well on them.
Well, thank you, Charlie, for joining us once again. I don't know, this is probably your 5th or 6th conference that you've joined ASCCA for.
Yeah, I love supporting you guys. I love supporting you. You guys do a great job. And if you came to the conference after hearing Alex coming on the show on Saturday morning to talk about the conference, I really, really love what you guys do. And I'm so pleased to support you every year. And look, you guys do a great job. You do a really, really good job to help people. So keep doing it. Keep supporting the event and the association as well, and I'll keep supporting you guys as we go forward from here.
Thanks very much, Charlie. And for the audience, just remember Charlie and Alex will talk and often talk about these in their radio shows every weekend. Thanks.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Now it's time. Now, look, we're having a lunch break, but really the conference just keeps going on. If you're on your phone, your tablet, please go into the kitchen, make yourself something, as Sam said before, stay hydrated. But we're going to move straight along into 3 great presentations. The first is with Johan Palsson. He is the head of marketing at HMD Global, which is the home of Nokia smartphones and tablets. And one of Nokia's latest smartphones is the XR20, virtually indestructible, also very senior friendly because you can drop it and it's not going to break. It's designed for those rough and tumble sort of situations of everyday life. And Johan's got some great videos to share with us. And Nokia's also generously donating 5 different smartphones, 4 smartphones, 1 pair of Bluetooth noise-cancelling headsets, and a Nokia T20 tablet. We're going to give one away at the end of this presentation. So I'm going to stop stealing Johan's thunder and pass over to you. Thank you, Johan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me all right. For a bit of context, I've recently moved home and I'm waiting for my NBN connection. So I'm coming to you via a little hotspot on one of my Nokia devices, actually. Hopefully,
it's working perfectly.
Oh, great. Good to hear. Thanks for having me here today. I'm going to share my screen. And is my screen up?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I'm Johan. I work at HMD Global, the home of Nokia phones. And I'm sure there's a lot of people on the call who remember and know the Nokia brand. We entered back into the market after a short hiatus, I guess, about 4 years ago globally. And HMD is a Finnish company, startup, headquartered in Finland, obviously, in Helsinki, in Espoo. And we have the exclusive rights to manufacture and sell the Nokia smartphone, feature phone handsets and tablets globally. And yes, as Alex mentioned, I look after marketing. Now, some exciting news. I'm not sure how many of you are Bond fans, but I had the pleasure of watching the preview or the Australian premiere last night. And it is an amazing, final Daniel Craig movie, the 25th James Bond movie. And I can confirm that Bond uses a Nokia smartphone. So premieres tomorrow. Hopefully you guys can get out and see it. I highly recommend it. It's a great movie and a great end to Daniel Craig's career as Bond. And I won't spoil it, but an opening into a very exciting new franchise. I'm just going to play a little video here. So as you mentioned, the XR20 is the official gadget of Bond.
Hey Google, text T. Targets tracked to exchange point, 36 hours in pursuit, and we're still going strong. Show me my images of London. Sending images now. Distance to MI6.
Agent?
Negative, that'll take too long. I'll send them now.
Is the connection secure?
It's a Nokia phone.
Got them.
I need you to check the inscriptions on these.
Copy that, Agent.
Target on the move. Permission to engage.
Negative, Nomi. Unauthorized.
Killjoy. Saved by the bell. Em, can I call you back? Just need to drop in on some old friends.
So that was Lashana Lynch, the new 00 agent that makes an appearance in the movie, and she is using the Nokia device. I don't know if you picked up on a couple of themes there. I guess being, this week being National Scam Week, the pillars of the Nokia phones is all around security and uptime and being safe and secure. Good enough for a 00 agent. I guess if you think back, our philosophy, I guess, to phones is really to make things sort of last longer and hang on to your phone for longer. We've been sort of working on the 3 core pillars that sets us apart, I guess, over the last 4 years. And earlier this year, we launched the sort of 3 corner pillars of what we believe that we stand for and what we do. One of them is the Love It pillar, which is really talking to a lot of the features of the classic Nokia phones that we're bringing back. We basically run with our very signature 2 to 3 day battery life across all our smartphones. We've got very pure, easy to use Android, no bloatware, which means it runs the Google software exactly as Google intended it to be. With no additional bloatware on there, which allows us to do a number of things really. That's to keep the phone refreshed and secure and up to date every month. So we push out the security updates as soon as they're available from Google to your phone. So your phones always have the latest security patch. And we also offer 2 years of OS updates. So you buy in at Android 11, we'll keep you updated for the next 2 Androids that come out. And of course, we have some really exciting camera collaborations with Zeiss as well, Zeiss Optics for our smartphones. The other pillar is trusted, and I touched on this briefly. That's the 3 years of monthly security updates. The Counterpoint research globally has also, given us the rating of being absolutely the fastest to push these out across the smartphone portfolio across Android users. So we're very proud of that. We also have a very strong commitment to all of your data, which is all protected by the European data storage in Finland under the GDPR, the stringent, most sort of strictest privacy laws in the world. So all your data is actually stored on activation data of the phone is stored on Google Cloud servers in Finland, not somewhere else. Not too many other manufacturers can actually claim and tell you exactly where they store that data, but we're very proud to have that open policy around it. And then the last one is really around Keep It, and that's really around our whole philosophy of being able to hang on to your phone longer and make a better impact on the environment. We recently launched a 3-year warranty across all of our G and X series phones, which we're very proud of, which means you can hang on to it for longer, there's less waste, and with that guarantee of software update, we keep the phone refreshed every month and every year into the future. We're the only ones that do this in the market, and it's definitely a differentiator for us, but it also builds on that whole environmental sustainability, because if we make phones that last longer and phones that are going to last you much longer and you can hang on to it for longer, then that's better for the environment, right? So this is really a core philosophy of ours that we're taking into all of our smartphone portfolios over the past 4 years and into the future. And the XR20 is our latest, I guess, imagination of that. It's a tough phone, a smartphone that's built to last and to really take on life's tough tumbles and drops and water ingress and all that sort of things. I'm going to play the video because I think it demonstrates it really well of what a phone these days sort of gets put through its paces. And another short little video just to show how tough it is when you actually put your boot to it as well. Here we go. There's the XR20, a phone designed for the long run, really sort of made from, with the philosophy around Nokia's last longer kind of approach. Very, very strong military standard glass that really is pretty much unbreakable, we think. We guarantee it that much that actually for the first 12 months, if you do happen to want to swap your screen out, we will actually replace it free of charge. That all comes as part of the promise. I haven't been able to break mine yet. I've dropped it a few times. It's really something different. And if it, if you drop it and it gets dirty, you can just wash it under the sink like you saw. It's Gorilla Glass Victors, which is the strongest one. So your kids, yourself, anyone who kind of deals with it, it is literally unbreakable. And it's obviously a 5G phone as well. And $879. So a little bit on the expensive side, I suppose, but it is a phone that will actually take you into the next 3 years. The X20 is also one of our other flagship devices that runs, very much slice optics lenses, very much designed for capturing those special moments on a 64 megapixel slice optics camera. Comes with a 3-year warranty and also a 1-month screen replacement as well. And of course, you get all of the updates monthly for security, as well as the 2-year OS updates as well. These are all available, 2-day battery, all available through the open retailers here in Australia or directly from Nokia.com as well. A great little phone, huge success in Australia. We launched this back in April, and it's really taken the market, into a very good place. We've also recently launched the tablet. So this is something that Nokia hasn't done for a while, but we unveiled the T20 tablet about a month ago. And I've just got a short video here to play as well on that. Also comes with a 3-year warranty. It's got a nice big display on it, a 10.4-inch display. At the moment, we've only got the Wi-Fi version available in Australia, but we will be bringing in LTE as well. Everything that you really need in a nice, neat tablet for only $379. So this is great. It comes with Family Link and Kids Link as well, so you can control what content you see there, and you can run all of the user content and the user permissions from using Google Family Link. So it's ready to go straight out of the box. We've also launched a range of accessories this year, so nice noise-cancelling headphones that charge in a little case. These are great and pair really well with the X series. If you're in a noisy environment or if you're out and about, it really helps you focus in on the calls and has great battery life as well. They also come in a slightly different version, the power earbuds, which are a little bit lower price point, but again, 6 hours worth of battery time for those headphones, which are great. And then we've got a light earbuds, sort of entry level headphones as well, which pair with all of our devices across the board. And that's sort of all I had. I'm happy to take questions or discuss anything further.
Fantastic, Johan. Thank you so much for that presentation. And just while we're preparing to announce the winner there, just a quick question. There were some pretty cool features on the in those shows that you just took us through. What's your favourite feature, and what have you found most useful?
My favorite feature is on the XR20, the fact that I don't have to really think about how that phone sort of lands when I put it down. I've got 2 young girls that run around in the house. Phones get knocked off all the time. They fall down. I love the fact that I can operate it with wet hands. So that screen has got wet hand touch as well as gloves. So when I'm out in the garden, and I've got the phone lying there and I'm doing some digging, I've got my gloves on. If the phone rings, I can just swipe. I don't have to sort of shake off the dirt or anything. It's fully protected, I know that. If it starts to rain, it doesn't matter. And also at bath time, at night time when the girls are in there, you can take the phone and, you can drop it into the bath and they can play with it in there and watch, Peppa Pig or whatever it is that they do when they want to have some time off. It's just a great all-round life-proof phone, and I love all the features on it. I also love the Google Assist button on the side, which, sometimes it's just a quick way to hit that button and talk straight to the phone. All of our feature phones, all of our smartphones have that. You can, of course, say, hey, OK, Google as well, but by pressing that button, you get instant access to the Google Assistant, which I find very, very handy as well.
Fabulous. And now for the exciting, not the exciting part, another exciting part, we'll hand over for the winner of the Nokia prize draw, Alex.
Yes, that's right. Well, I'll just wait for Alan to bring up the slide. But
Do
the
we do a
winner
drum
of
roll?
the Bond Bundle Nokia prize draw is Sandra K. So congratulations to Sandra K for winning. This is a $1,028 bundle, the $899 live-proof XR20 and the noise-cancelling earbuds. So an excellent prize. We really thank you very much for that, Johan. We'll have the other 14 winners of today at the end of my keynote, which is another 3 Nokia phones, Nokia tablet, and 10 copies of Acronis True Cyber Protect Home Office. So thank you again for supporting us for yet another year, Johan. We really appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it's now time to turn to Max Markson. He's only going to join us for a couple of minutes because we've got the Acronis presentation directly afterwards. But he is the celebrity agent to the stars and CEO of PR company Marks and Sparks. Max joins us from Melbourne, where he is working on a project, and he will tell us all about the Mental Moments Initiative and TV show and the great content that is available to watch now. Max, you have to unmute yourself. You're still muted, Max. You've got to unmute yourself. There we go.
How's that?
Wonderful. How are you, Max?
I'm great, thank you, Alex. It's how was Kamahl this morning?
He was fabulous. Kamahl gave us 3 spoken word performances. We know you're his agent.
Did he do Invictus?
He did Invictus. He also did the one about Australia and what is Australia to me. And he did another one, which I'm forgetting right now. But it's all recorded and wonderful presentations from Kamahl.
For you, there was nothing after you, no one else. Before I found you, there was only myself. I'm a big fan of Kamahl. I've only known him for 40 years. That's right. I had hair there.
So please tell us about the Mental Moments TV show. What is this all about?
So last year, our FBI, which has got 22 aged care centres across New South Wales and the ACT, approached me and said, what can we do? It's COVID. For one, we want to honour the carers who are working on the front line looking after the older people in our community, but also their families can't get to visit them or see them. And I said, why don't we do a 1-hour TV show every day for a week? Which we did, and we crossed live to some of the centres. So the centres were watching it, and then the people, their families at home could watch it too. In addition, we got famous people to sing every day. Kamahl sang, Normie Rose sang. We had dignitaries give us messages every day, which included currently still is the federal aged care minister and the New South Wales minister for mental health and Ian Thorpe, and we had famous celebrities send messages. So that worked really well, and because it went well, Hester, the super fund, gave an award to RFBI for doing this. And so then this year, all the aged care communities around the whole country with the Australian Aged Care Collaboration and all the people involved. So that's Baptist Care, Uniting Care, Catholic Care, all got involved. So we reached out to over 500,000 or 250,000 workers who are on the front line, and about 1.5 million people who are actually in aged care. So it was very special. We did it every day for the whole month. And if everybody wants to go and watch it, it's there forever at mentalmoments.com.au.
Wonderful. Just briefly tell us about, you've got a wonderful book called On the Road with Bill Clinton, sharing a lot of your amazing experiences with some of the world's greatest celebrities. Just briefly tell us about that.
Look, I've been very lucky over the last 20 years, my whole life lucky. For the last 20 years, I've managed to do events with Nelson Mandela. President Clinton has talked to me 4 times. President Bush Sr., the former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, Vice President Al Gore, Kim Kardashian, Prime Minister Tony Blair, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mike Tyson, the baddest man on the planet, and and I've lost. Oh, there you go. Sorry, Mike Tyson, Pele, and so many others. So a mate of mine's a publisher reached out to me about 3 or 4 years ago. Said, "Why don't you do a book?" And rather than do a whole book, I thought, let's just do 10 stories. So I did a story on each of those people, and then we realised they were all males except for Kim. So I thought of some other females I've worked with, including Pamela Anderson, Raquel Welch, Rachel Hunter, and then there's a cute story about the time I met Oprah Winfrey and offered her $5 million. She knocked me back, but as you do. But no, so that's what the book is about.
Well, it's a really enjoyable read. If you want to learn about some of the world's greatest celebrities and Max's adventures with them, please check out On the Road with Bill Clinton. Max, thank you so much. Just give us the name of that TV show again, mentalmoments.com.
If you want to watch mentalmoments.com.au, that's mentalmoments.com.au.
Mentalmoments.com.au.
And you can get mental health tips there, see Kamahl performing and see me having fun.
Thank you so much, Max. I'll talk to you again soon. But thank you for being part of the conference today. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Now, we're running very short on time, but our next guest is from Acronis. His name is Miles Clemans. He is going to tell us why protecting yourself against malware and ransomware, backing up your computer to the cloud, and protecting your Teams and Zoom calls is very important from being hacked. Miles, please join us and share your screen.
Hello,
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can.
Thanks so much for having me on. I'm really lucky. I'm an online retailer that gets to sell this wonderful Acronis antivirus and backup product. Antivirus sounds so boring, but it is so necessary. You have cyber attacks, ransomware. We all have heard during COVID how it's increased. Not a day goes by when I don't get a text on my mobile inviting me to check my delivery of some scam order. They're trying to hack my phone. They're trying to hack my device. And Acronis Home Office Cyber Protect will protect against these unwanted hacks, but it does more than just ransomware and cyber protection. It actually makes backups. It is unique. We are a 2-in-1 solution that will do both backups and cyber protection. There are so many antivirus products on the market, McAfee, Norton. They're great, but they don't do backups, and Acronis does. Not only do we do backups, we have them in the cloud, and that if there needs to be a restore, it's a unified restore. Doesn't matter what device, whether it's Mac, PC, mobile, it is a unified restore process. So it's an insurance policy above all, with both backup and cyber protection, in a very, very vulnerable COVID environment where a lot of people are on their PCs trying to hack into other devices at our peril. So I'm inspired by representing Acronis. It's only new for me. I came into Acronis very recently. I'm a Liverpool supporter, and I used to see Acronis advertised at all the EPL games, not knowing who is Acronis, because Acronis has been known only for its backups, but now it is very, very large on the antivirus space. And that 2-in-1 solution is quite unique. You won't find it elsewhere. I encourage you to try it. I put it on my PC a couple of months ago. I just pressed 1 or 2 buttons, and now I get these messages: you are backed up on my PC, on my mobile, without any kind of techie configuration. So it really is an intuitive product and gives you that insurance, as I was saying, of both backups and cyber protection. What else can I tell you about Acronis? We've been going for about 15 years. Our head office is in Singapore and Switzerland, and we have data centers all over the world that is backing up and protecting against loss of data. I'd love to share with you just the kind of issues that might affect you as users or your friends and relations. I'm going to share my screen if I can. When I can. These are the type of vulnerabilities: data loss, hardware failure, time and time again, you'll hear about people's solid state drives giving up or mobile phones just giving up and losing photos, memories, data, documents. Cyber attacks, we all know, on the increase 365%, and theft of mobiles. 70 million smartphones are lost each year, so you lose your data. It is imperative to back up everything in one place, and that's what Acronis does. We have data centers that back up your PCs and your mobiles in the cloud and protecting against what we call misadventures. People, I got some water in my smartphone the other day. Thankfully, I'm backed up. People drop phones in toilets, God forbid. There's theft, there's cyber attacks. And here comes a unique two-in-one solution that does both backups and cyber protection. So I'm glad to take any questions if you have. Alex, over to you.
Well, I'm not sure if Sam has any questions, but we're really squeezed on time because we had some delays earlier on. I know that I use Acronis Cyber Protect myself on my Mac and on my PC. I know that we've got 10 copies of this software with a 5-user license and 1 terabyte of storage to give away later on today. So we really appreciate Acronis' sponsorship and generous donation of those products. And I just do have to say, Norton has introduced backup into its software, but Norton is an internet security software that sort of added backup, and Acronis is a backup and restore company that has added world-class internet security, anti-ransomware, and protection of Zoom and team calls from hacking on PCs. So are there any questions, Samantha?
There's no questions, but I think it's, it's a really good point. The days have gone past about whether we question whether we need this software, but it's a case of that we do. Check the reviews online around Acronis. There's, a lot of information out there. Actually, bear with me one moment. Does Acronis slow down your device at all?
No, I can tell you firsthand it does not, because I had that question in my mind. There was not an iota of difference to performance while it was installing that very first time, and definitely not noticed any performance issues.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. I don't notice any performance degradation on my PC or Mac. So it's excellent software. And look, it doesn't matter which internet security software you use, you've got to use one of them. But Acronis is a top brand out there, and they've done very well. So look, Miles, thank you so much for taking the time at short notice. And you're welcome to stay around and watch the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's now 12:33, 3 minutes after the scheduled time for Judy Young. Judy is a member of AUSOM, the Apple User Society of Melbourne, for over 25 years, and she's the leader of the GarageBand Special Interest Group. And she will now tell us about making music. Now, this is primarily with GarageBand on the Mac, but also Judy has some information on making garage music on iPhones, iPads, Windows, and Android. So, Judy, please take it away.
Thank you, Alex. It gives me great pleasure to be here today, and I will now share my screen. Take a big breath, everyone.
We're breathing.
I'm breathing too.
It's breathe in and out.
Here we go.
Let's make music, everyone. So this will be really fun. So first of all, as Alex said, I'm going to talk about making music with GarageBand on the Mac. However, many of the concepts and features and functions are common to all music software. So you should be able to pick up a few ideas, even though I'll be demonstrating most of the things on GarageBand. So the presentation outline, it's meant to go. So something's happened. Here we are, presentation outline. So I'm going to talk about music software in general, the features and functions that you find on all music software. Then I'm going to talk about the GarageBand interface. And then I'm going to show you how to make a really short soundtrack, just an idea of how you can go about doing that. And I'm sure you can do that on other music software as well. And I'm going to give examples of GarageBand projects that we've created at AUSOM. And then I'm going to ask you, let's face the music. I'm going to ask you to have a go. And after that, we have resources and then a Q&A. So that's what will be happening. All right. So all music software includes an interface which has menus, icons, and defined sections. Most music software also contains some form of content, and there are the really basic functions that are appropriate and available in all music software, and that is import, export, and edit functions, because you've got to know how to get your sounds in there and to edit them, what you're going to do with them, and then how to export them. And most music software has various project options depending on what you want to achieve with your project and how you're going to set it up. So where are we? Next one. Oh, just a minute. I think I'm lost again. So what can you do with GarageBand? The first thing you can do, well, you can do heaps and heaps of things, but you can make a film score, you can make instrumental music, you can write a song, a pop song, and earn a lot of money. You can do a podcast, and there's just so many more things that you can do, and you find that out as you go along, because it's really, really fun doing all this. All right. So I'm just looking to see where I'm up to once again. So with using GarageBand at AUSOM, I run the GarageBand SIG, and it's a workshop style SIG where people share their ideas and expertise, and we engage in an exciting project-based journey through GarageBand on both the Mac and the iPad. So although I'm talking about on the Mac today, there are a lot of common features with the iPad, but there are differences as well. In the GarageBand SIG, we also use photography, movie, animation, and various music apps to make our projects. And every year we have an event at which we display these. So next slide. Oh, next slide, back we go one. So other things you can do with GarageBand, you can edit music from your iTunes library. Say, for instance, you have a piece of music which is a bit long or a bit short, or you only want a tiny bit from it. You can do that, edit that and cut to what you want. You can edit a movie soundtrack, or you can create a movie soundtrack. You can record and edit a voiceover, and you can construct music using loops, that's content, or you can arrange music using MIDI files, or you can compose music. And there's just so many things you can do. And a popular reason for using GarageBand is to edit or create a soundtrack for your movie or slideshow. And I will explain first of all, I'll explain basic editing in GarageBand, then show a short example of how to use GarageBand to create and synchronize a soundtrack. So the first thing you do is open GarageBand, and then whatever software you're opening, there's going to be an option to choose a new project. So I've clicked that option there, and I'm going to choose an empty project. So that's what happens next. Then you get a choice of different empty projects that you might choose, like the first one being a software instrument where you can plug in a USB MIDI keyboard, or you can simply use the loops, the content that's in GarageBand. With the audio, there are two options here. One, you might like to record your voice or an instrument, so that will be an analog type recording. And the other is you may want to plug in a guitar or a bass. And the fourth option here is a drummer. So if you want to write a pop song, you can create the drum project, and it comes set up with a drummer track. So the next thing we do, you'll see at the bottom there's a little thing that says create. So that's what we do. We click create, and then the GarageBand project area opens, and you'll see we have a blank middle part here, which is for recording and doing things, and we've got this little piano type thing here. Now you can enter music using that, or if you click on it, it turns into a regular looking piano and you can enter music notes using that. So whatever software you open, it's going to have something there that indicates where you can actually enter music. So the next thing we're going to do is actually clear the screen, because what I like to do when I open any new software is clear out all the unessential windows at the moment, anything extra, so I can just see the bare essentials. So that's what we'll have a look at here. We're going to clear the interface by closing the floating windows and the extra visible sections. Then the next thing we do when approaching new software is look at the menus for known features. For instance, you're going to have a file menu that offers various things that most file menus offer, plus maybe a few extra for the particular software you're using. And the same with the edit menu. It will offer cut, copy, paste and all the usual things, plus a few software specific ones. So these are the things you look for, familiar things, so you won't feel lost and overwhelmed while you're looking at something new. And of course, you look at the help menus and user guides, because you can pick up a lot of information there. Usually they have a summary version called At a Glance, or they might have little pop-up things that happen on the window of the software you're looking at. Then you look at the icons across the top of your window for basic functions to see. Well, they're usually pretty descriptive visually, but you can always try them out to see what they're offering. Now, once you've cleared your window, this is in GarageBand, this is what you'll get, except the loop browser, I've actually opened that by clicking this little loop, because that's where the GarageBand content is. So it's a lot easier to see now. So over here we have the track header, that's what describes the track of music. Here we have the work area, and here we have the loop browser, and we're going to drag a loop in there into the work area. So this is the loop browser close up. You can see we've got different choice options here and a whole lot of options into here. So another one is another close up. If, for instance, I've chosen piano, then I'll get a whole lot of different pianos here, and I can click on them, have a little listen to see if I like them. Then if I like them, I can drag them in onto the track area, and then I can edit them. I can move them around, forward and back. I can cut, copy, paste. I can make them longer or shorter. And the specific thing to a music program here is I can place the playhead anywhere I want in that loop, and I can go to the edit menu and go split track, and that means I can cut that loop in half or however I want, and then I've got 2 bits. I can discard or change the order or duplicate them or do whatever I want with them. So that's the basic, very, very basic editing, and that's what I'm doing today, showing you very basic stuff. So, I mean, there's a million more things you can do. So let's make a soundtrack. So this is the exciting bit. Now, we do this a lot at AUSOM because every year we have a presentation of the GarageBand SIG. It's called the GarageBand Extravaganza, for want of a better word, because it's not really extravagant, but we like to think so. So during the year, everyone makes their projects using visual and audio software. They may not be using GarageBand. We do use other things as well. And then we put it all together and show it at the September main presentation. So at this point, with great bravery, I'm going to switch over my Keynote over into the GarageBand interface and show you a little bit about making a soundtrack.
No worries, Judy.
So have I arrived successfully?
You have indeed.
Oh, great. So here we are, and you can see I've already dragged a little movie in here because you can vaguely see it there. Now, obviously, when you want to make a soundtrack, you want to check that your movie is going to be synchronized with your audio. So that's why we do this. So in this case, I made this little movie first, and I used one which already had some sound effect with it, just to show you that when you drag a movie into GarageBand, it creates a movie track for it to sit on, and it also creates a soundtrack. So obviously you can't see the movie really well here, but if you click this little window, behold, you can see your movie. You can move it around wherever you want. You can make it big or you can make it small, just to fit in with what you want to look at while you're working away. So I'll close that for a second. Then I chose other instruments from the loops. I mean, you could do it from anywhere, but I just did this to make it really super simple. And then if you want to hear one loop separately, you can just press the solo, and then I can go here, and that's very faint. That is the soundtrack that came with the video, and that's why I left it there, just to show you it can be there. But if we want to solo the first instrument I dragged in, which was this bongo, I thought that sort of went with the flames crackling, so I used that one. Then I tried out this one with a string section. So I tried out that, and then I thought, I kind of like the sound of these strings as well. That gives the kind of movement I was looking for with the flames crackling in this one. And then I also added, towards the end of it, I added this other one. Because to me that was going down. So you have to sort of think of what you're trying to express. I mean, there's be a whole nother presentation on that, but this is just to demonstrate how you can do this stuff in GarageBand. So then I've got all of the things going together. So I'm going to switch back into the Keynote and play the finished version of this one. So again, with great bravery, you share. And I'll switch back into my Keynote. Oh, we don't want to export it yet. Oh, yes, this is the next thing. Once you're satisfied with what you've done, you go to export it. Now, there's two ways to go about this. One, you might want to export the music and the video together as a finished project, or you may want to just export the soundtrack so you can take it into some other movie making software. So there are these two options available that you can do. All right, now I'm going to play the movie. So that was the finished project of that one. Now, here I have another project. In this particular one, it was a lot more complicated. I actually made the music first and then did the visuals, because I've got my little alien characters that I created. And in this one, I've done several episodes of them. In this one, they're playing music. So I've used quite a lot of things, and I did it in several different GarageBand projects and then assembled the whole thing in Final Cut. So I've used sound effects, I've used instrumental loops, and I've used an external keyboard. So you'll notice the sound effects are like when there's laughing and there's clapping and there's the sound of an orchestra warming up. And I used instrumental loops for the string section, and I used an external keyboard for the cadenza. That was the instrumental flourish that happens in this one. So I'll play this, goes for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Why is it not going? Right, play. So that was my pride and joy for a while. It took ages upon ages to do that, but it just demonstrates a lot of different instrumental sounds and music sounds and sound effects, etc. So there are many more examples of our GarageBand or music projects on AUSOM, awesome.net.au, and the video section requires login. Or if you're brave, you can go to my YouTube channel and have a look at my 10 videos that I've got up there so far. They're child-friendly animations showing what the little alien children can do, and there's also one inspirational one. So now we get to your bit. Let's face the music. Everyone should have a go at this. A lot of people say, oh, I can't do this. I don't know anything about music. Doesn't matter. Just jump in, have a go. You can't break anything, and it's got no bad side effects. It's all good fun. So you just click and create. Music has a lot of benefits. Apart from the entertainment value of music, it's very good because it has the power to alter mood. Music can strengthen the mind in terms of memory and learning, and it can heal the body because of the vibrations of the music. So there are a lot of really positive benefits to doing music. And making a project it's just so satisfying and such good fun to do. So have a go. We've all heard about click and collect, but now it's click and create. It's so much fun, it's energizing, and it's satisfying. So I'm asking you to have a go. Just a minute, where am I? Now, I'm inviting you to the GarageBand SIG at AUSOM. We have our, at the main meeting on the first Saturday of every month. We invite you to come along for a fun-filled hour of learning and laughter. You don't have to be a musician. You don't even have to be using GarageBand. You can use any software. You just need to enjoy experimenting with sounds. And I'd really love to see your projects if you'd love to come along. So AUSOM is a great place to be, and I'm very happy that I joined AUSOM over 20 years ago. And today we have convenient online meetings, we have a comprehensive website, and above all, we have a positive, encouraging learning environment. And there are just so many exciting topics for our SIGs. We range from all practical work-based things to creative and fun-based things. just so many things that we have that you can engage in. And of course, the social interaction is just fabulous. And I've met a lot of great friends at AUSOM, and I value their friendship. So to summarise what we've done today, we've had a quick look at music software, general features and functions, and examples using GarageBand. Then I've invited you to have a go, let's face the music, to visit GarageBand, and I'm going to just talk about some other music software briefly and then resources. So GarageBand is obviously a very popular music software. It comes free with any Mac, iPad or iPhone. Now, the iPad and iPhone version of GarageBand is a little bit different from the one on the Mac. There's a lot more hands-on and immediate playing in the moment, and there are smart instruments where you can just click them and they'll play any accompaniment or whatever you want. So it's really fun exploring that. There's also Band in a Box is an interesting program for Mac and for Windows, and there's different versions and prices of that. And then there's other music software which is non-Mac, which I didn't know anything about, but I had a look at all of these, and that's where I realised that their interfaces, they might be arranged slightly differently, but they all have the same kind of things that I've discussed earlier about the ability to get music into it, edit the music and get the music out. And they've all got an interface with various sections to help you achieve that. Now, as regards, I just want to go back to that one. When you're looking at music software, you need to think, is it compatible with my computer, my budget, my level of expertise and my purpose? You need also to consider the level of complexity, the features and functions, and the support manuals and tutorials, and things like that to know if it's going to suit you. General resources, obviously you're going to check whatever software you're using, check the help menus, have a look at the relevant website tutorials and articles because there's plenty there. And then there's YouTube tutorials. Now, there are just so many of these, so you just need to consider what kind of software you want to look up, what music software you're using. And then there are various related subjects like making a soundtrack, doing a voiceover, songwriting, what equipment to use. So there's a whole amazing source of information on YouTube. Then, of course, our friendly user groups. It's great to engage with a friendly group of like-minded people. So now we will move to question and A. All you ever want to ask, now is the moment. So go for it.
Thank you so much. That has been a fantastic, comprehensive introduction to GarageBand and should inspire each and every one of us to give it a go at the very least. There's no reason not to have a play. I think, Judy, I think you've proven that. We've got a couple of questions. The first one up is, are there any copyright challenges with the music?
The content which is included in GarageBand, the loops, has no copyright problems. If you're using external music, like already existing music, you need to check if it's in the public domain, and that means it won't suffer from copyright issues, and that means it's more than 70 years old. So you need to check that. However, if you want to use just a tiny little piece of it, like 1 or 2 notes or something like that, that's not an issue. Like in the Alien Concerto one, right at the very end where the music went bang at the end, I pinched that from Tchaikovsky. I hope he doesn't mind, but that wouldn't matter because it was such a short piece.
Excellent. And another question there is, what's been some of your funniest bloopers with GarageBand?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask it in my life. I got plenty of them. Well, there was something that started as a blooper, but it turned into something good. It was one of my very first efforts. I was doing a kitchen video of my partner making a loaf of bread. And I thought, oh, I'll go through GarageBand and look for all the loops that would be useful for that. And I'll just drag them into the interface and I'll sort them out later. Anyway, I found all these like spoons clanking and all different kinds of kitcheny sounds. And I dragged them in and I put a Middle Eastern drum beat with it just because I like it. And I dragged them all in and I thought, well, before I start pushing them around, I'll just play it. And this is uncanny and unbelievable, but the way I had them, it just made perfect sense. And it was outside of logic. I mean, and that's what happens when you start creating something. It goes outside of logic. It takes on a whole new area of your brain. It's called the right hemisphere of the brain. So that was a blooper, but it turned into a super.
That's creativity, isn't it? Making space for it. And I think you answered this question. It was great to see all those different products, but GarageBand is automatically downloaded on all of our iPhones and iPads, etc. there if you're a Mac user or an Apple user. So Judy, it also sounds like you have a bit of a background in, is it in music or is it in creating?
I have a background, yes, in music. And I've also have a degree in psychology and in communications. And I've taught music at secondary level and at the conservatorium. And I've run my own business for most of my working life. And I've been coaching professional entertainers in singing and presentation.
So it sounds like it's a bit of a passion project as well.
Yeah, I'm into the performing arts, basically. I've spent my whole life in it.
Well, I think that's fantastic. We should all find a Saturday to pop along. It was the first Saturday of every month.
First Saturday of the month, yes.
To pop along to the SIG. And for those who didn't pick up on this before, SIG is a special interest group. With AUSOM, those details are available on their website. But Judy, thank you so much. That was a really great step through of that product that I think we could all have a go at.
Thank you. And thank you very much, ASCCA, for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Today is from the CSIRO's Future of Aged Care at Home presentation. This is from Dr. Qing Zhang. He's from the Australian eHealth Research Centre, and he's joining us in a lunch break of a conference he's also attending. So we really thank you, Dr. Qing, and I'll pass it on to you.
Okay, so I think I'm here to give a talk about CSIRO's AI-enabled technology delivery, future of aged care at home. So mainly, I want to introduce our random control trials on testing this technology to support aged people to stay in their home. So how we use the technology platform to help to do that. So we have recently finished the largest smart safer home trial to date. So the name is the Dementia Aged Care Service Project. So we give it a short name of STACS. So the research question of this trial is very simple. It's just we've been heard of smart home technologies, smart devices, smart bulb, everything smart for decades. And also we've been developing this kind of smart safer home to support people living their own home. Now the question is that we want to know that if the implementation of smart home technology enabled self-management and care delivery mode that we set through the smart home, would it actually improve the impact of care provided by the aged care service providers to older people living independently? So this is the trial is mainly to test, to do a sort of make a kind of evaluations to see whether the smart home system really helps. So before I go more details into this kind of trial, I may briefly introduce what is the smart home meaning in CSIRO's in our minds, or what platform we do. So we talk about a lot of smart things in the home. I'm pretty sure you've been seeing that smart bulbs, smart curtain, smart lock. And here what we mean, the smart home is that we try to deploy sensors in the homes and to collect the data from a variety of sensors and use this data. We actually want to infer the people living in these homes, their personal hygiene status, their dressing, whether they can prepare their own dressing or their nutrition takes, like whether they can prepare their food, and also their ability to transfer from seat to stand, and also their general mobility to moving around the home. So this is what we mean a smart home. So we are not focusing on one functions or one gimmicks that we can start. You can start open and close your curtains remotely. You can through the videos to see who is pressed the doorbell. We're not mainly focusing on that. What we want to focus is that we're more focusing on your ability and functional independence to live in independent home through the sensors. So you can see from here, we provide, we deploy several sensors. It's actually not several. I would say it's around 70 sensors in the home. That's including power sensors, motion sensors, heat and humidity sensors, which detect the temperature and the humidity inside the home. So these are things mainly talked in the smart home. And I think one thing I would emphasize on, this smart home is not a big brother. So we deliberately not choose any of the video cameras because we think this is a big privacy invasion. Nobody wants to do that. This is the first thing. And the second thing of smart home I should emphasize is that we try to avoid wearable sensors. Actually, in this version, we don't use any wearable sensors. I'm not against any wearable sensor. Actually, myself wearing the Apple Watch. The only thing is that we believe that if you're wearing a watch for exercise for a short period, that's no problem. We are talking about a home. We are supposed to use the home to support your daily life. So asking people to wearing something is just not going to work. Nobody will do that. And I'm not going to ask the people 24 hours wearing that things. So what we do is all these sensors, we call it environmental sensors because they just deploy around your homes and silently collect your behavior patterns and informations. So this is what I mean, behavior patterns. So from all kinds of behaviors, like how many steps you walk in the home, whether you can sit and stand freely, whether you can prepare your food frequently, and also each preparation is reasonably good enough. From all these dribblings of information, we put them together, and then we build up one score to indicate your health and well-being status in the home for that day. So this score is we call it objective ADL. So this data is actually use our CSIRO's artificial intelligence analytics, and then to get sensor data and then put them into one score. So we, of course, having this score, everyone have a different performance in their own home. We understand that. So the main idea is that we give you, the system calculate the score, and the system wants you to live within a normal range of the score. If you're too far away from this score, means your behavior patterns has been quite abnormal for that day. It could be good, it could be completely no problem at all. Say, for example, system usually detect you moving at home, but suddenly for one day, your indoor moving steps drops to 2 steps or 3 steps. That could be mean that you are sick, you are lying on the bed, or could be mean that you just go out to visit your family members. You're not at home, of course. You don't have enough steps. So but I think this is good enough to alert your carers to have a check with, if anything, or family members to have check to see if anything's okay with you. So this is the main things that we get from the smart home, from the sensors. We get an objective ADL score, and use this scores, we will deploy our caring and monitoring strategies later. So as I said, this information, we want to communicate this information back to the people. So what we do here is that so every trial participants in the trial that I just mentioned, they were given a tablet, and they can run a tablet app, which you see from the left side. So look at the app, they actually can know their daily performances. Meanwhile, we also present another 2 portals. So one is the family portal, the other is service provider portal. So for the family portal, the main purpose is that we want to generate a common talking basis between the aged people and their family members, which means that the family portal will be showing the same contents as the senior people see from the tablet. So common questions, I'm pretty sure all of you have met in the daily life, is the kids calling, or you're calling to your mom saying, "Hey mom, I saw that you did not have a good sleep last night. Are you okay?" This kind of thing, because both of 2 sides can see the same performance. But the other side will also provide another portal is collectively for a 10, 20 or a group of seniors that need to be looked after by the service providers. So that's we call it service provider portal. And you will say later I will introduce that from the portal, the service provider can see so more details of every participant of the trial. So now I just briefly introduce 3 different apps or portals. So this is the one that you saw that we provided to the senior people in the trial to see. Though this we call it the Smart Saver Home app. So we have people here. We call it. So of course this is not real data. I'm not allowed to do that. Bounded by ethics. So what I show here is a demo person, and we called her Sally Citizen. So Sally Citizen would be able to see on her tablet app that she has already been quite social today, because you see the green bar of the social. And also she already did all her required health checks. So it's further in the health checks, including blood pressure, glucose, blood sugar level, and also the weight checks, all these things. She has been doing the health checks well, but she not sleeping enough. We can see that because the sleep has a very short red rays. And also she does not move too much around OR. So, and OR, her daily activities needs to attention. So this is what Sally Citizen get from the things. So I hope Sally Citizen does not mind me sharing this with the audience in this virtual meeting, but the app allows us to see wirelessly to monitor Sally's weight. And it can alert us with any abnormal or concerning trends like prolonged weight loss or prolonged weight gain. So you know that everything in a certain range is good things, but if out of range, it definitely needs to alert some things. And the next slide is the service provider portal that I talked about. So let's imagine Sally Citizen is our first entry here, so the first row. And we can, it is clear and see that the AESCA service providers can look at the Sally Citizens or performances, including the meal preparation, which is nutrition. Yes, in the smart home, I should say that we monitor meal preparation. The things that we are more interested in here is the nutrition take. But of course, we have limits of techniques, right? We unless we have some sensors that people can digest and swallow, and we know what you really eat the things. But now what we do is indirectly we see that you prepare the meal well, so we can infer that you have the reasonably good nutrition. So here we can see that Sally Citizen does not have a meal preparation well, and also her mobility is a bit of concern is lacking today. So this gives us service providers a kind of portals to check them and to see whether they are going to provide support promptly because of the informations. So after the service providers say that in this trial, it's very interesting. In this trial that we thought that when we designed this as a scientist, we thought, okay, when you see a downtrend of the things, you have to provide your service or at least ask the senior people what's going on. But actually not. In the real life of the service providers really implement that, they develop this kind of very smart V-shape and U-shape strategy. So like they will quickly determine if they are dealing with a resident bleep or a deep of the curves. Look at this chart. This is showed ADL. This is the scores that I mentioned. We use one score to evaluate the health and well-being of the senior person. So if you see the left side, it's just a bleep and a one-off of unusual events, which means usually nothing. Like I said, it could be a bad event, but usually lasts several days. But it could be a completely good event, just a bit of irrelevant things. So they will not provide service. However, if this kind of U-shape happens, like you have several days continuously drop down, they will usually call back. And from our trial, we are very happy to see that usually whenever they call back and make some interventions, pay a visit, or just to check in the status, we also happily see that the curves go back. That's the U-shape, right? You see eventually the objective ADL scores goes back to the normal levels. So this is the things of the service provider portals, what they do. So I think this is the currently what I introduced is the smart home systems. Just very quick and brief to introduce what we deployed for the senior people's smart home and what's this used for. I'm going to introduce the trial. So now we have the systems, and we know the system can capture your abnormal patterns, and we know that senior aged care service providers can use this system to remotely know that you may not performing well, and they will provide their service support promptly. Now's the time we want to see whether this is really work. So to test this really work or not, we use the random control trial. So we work together with the 3 aged care service providers. As you can see from the left, they are the Anglicare South Queensland and Integrated Living, and also All About Living. So we recruit participants from them, and we recruit around 200 participants, and you can see from that, and also that with these 200 participants, we're also dealing with their service. So eventually we give because we deploy 100 homes with the smart home systems, and the other 100 homes we just put them in the normal care. And to evaluate the performance of that, we actually use service to collect. So we have the service to participants, we have the service to their carers, we also have the service for allocated service provider staffs. And then apart from that, we also have the sensors of the smart home for sure. And also we contact with Queensland Health and trying to get the analysis of the MBS, PVS items plus hospitalization data within the Queensland of these people. So this is the things what we collect. So what I want to say is that things was still never easy. So we have enormous problems. I said we recruited 200 people. So eventually the recruitment was very challenging. So the final number contacted to achieve the 200 were more than 1,000. Yeah, because not many people willing to join these things because we asked them for 1 year time. This is a 1 year trial, it's a bit long. And also, unlike lab studies, this was dealing directly with everyday life with the people who were really impacted by many challenges already in their own life, and yet we asked them to do this kind of smart home. Also, working with the older populations means that they need time to build up a kind of trusting relationship between our project officers and them, and to help the senior people to understand the technologies and to really understand the project. Because this is very important. I should say that sometimes if you don't explain this technology clearly, and you will get misunderstood, and they probably won't trust you. Say, for example, the sensors we use is a motion sensor. It's usually like a sort of like you go to the shop, right? And when you go into the shop, you hear a beep. That kind of motion sensor. So it does not have a camera, but because the motion sensor has a bit of lens in front of it, so some senior people think that is a camera. So that things we need to build up, understandings to make them to know that we're doing the thing. It's not violating their privacies. And also there are technical difficulties. Sensors are running on batteries. We have internet connection problems. And also for some senior people, they unplug things at night. You can't do that. Unfortunately, unplug our sensors hub at night because then we receive nothing of that. And also, some people maybe in a little bit early status of dementia, so when we do the installation, they were very happy with us. But 2 weeks later, we find that every sensor went offline. So we double to check what happens, and actually they forgot what they did to talk with us. They took all the sensors from more because that's unfamiliar to them, and they checked them into the bins. So all these kind of things that we need to deal with, and also testing sensors in the office is very different to testing them in the real life. So I'll give you an example of the chair sensor. So we have to test the sit and stand of senior people, like whether they can freely stand up and sit. The direct idea is to have a chair sensor on the chair, and we detect that how long it takes them to stand and how often they stand. And it's a very clear idea, and we test in the lab. It's complete no problem. And when we deploy, it's just not working at all. So people will look at this chair sensor, some people will just fold them and sit on that. And one day we received 1,000 chair sensor variants. People think that it just can't be, right? So we ask them, and we know the chair sensor has been folded. And the other person that has also around 1,000, but there's no folding of the chair sensor. Instead, her cat jumping out of the chairs all day long. So that actually causing a lot of, abnormal ratings of that. So like all these things, what I want to say is that we eventually solve this problem, but like all these things, it's just a real problem that we never ever thought or could have thought that in the lab environment. So this is the problems. And next one, I want to say that if this problem was not enough, I put a picture here, is that I said that we have been hit by the COVID-19. So if you all remember, so the trial, the first person recruiting the trial is starting from September of 2019. And if you all remember that last April, so we did the trials in Queensland. And so last April, Queensland went to a lockdown because of the first several batches of COVID cases noticed in Queensland. And this is a particularly frustrating time for us as a research team, because we're dealing with a senior society, and even with the lockdown in Queensland, probably the longest one would be 2 weeks, I believe. But for the senior society, it's just not that. We were not allowed to approach them. And the fortunate thing is that majority of the people, or probably all of the people, already have the sensor installed. The smart home branch already have the sensor installed in their home. So that's okay. We still can do some remote monitoring, but the system becomes increasingly unstable because we could not approach them. Say, for example, we can't even go to their homes to do kind of maintenance of the sensors of all the things. But this is a big problem caused to us in the second half of the trial, and also affecting some of the trial result. I will going to talk later. Okay, so despite all of this, we found a way forward. So in the next slides, you will see that we developed a kind of standard operating procedure to find a way to do home maintenance and also to complete a home install. So this is also become urgent as we had very elderly participants with increasing levels of anxieties and who also have declining cognitive health. So we need to do the install of sensors. Interestingly, these things went well. But it's also sometimes a bit funny because our project officer called the senior and say, "Hey, I'm going to uninstall the sensors in the home." Usually, of course, we can't do that. We usually ask the seniors to get their family members to help to them to take it from more. It's easy because every sensor is using double-sided tape on the wall. So within 15 minutes, we can deploy all the sensors in the home. It's very easy. But after the seniors took them, they will call back and say, "Okay, I left my sensors at the front door. You just pick up by yourself." So you know what I mean. This is kind of to avoid kind of physical contact. We try all the ways, but eventually we'll find ways to go through them and finish this kind of questionnaires and installations, and all things went reasonably well. So I should also thank not only the team members, but also all the seniors in our trials. They did an enormous help, and they're also very active in supporting this scientific research. So that's the setting of the trial, and that's the story. We deploy the things. So I'm going to show you some of the trial result. So as I mentioned, the primary outcome is to see in plain English is to see whether smart home system works. But in a scientific way is that we want to see the primary outcome is to see that whether the impact of community care for the older people is improved by the smart home group. And also for that, because these are all these measures are kind of for surveys. It's just questionnaires, ask people. But collectively from the survey result, we can do a scientific evaluation of whether the system works or not. So this is the primary outcome to see whether the community care for older people has been improved for the smart home group. Meanwhile, we also have secondary outcome. The secondary outcome is kind of long list. You can see from the right-hand side. It's actually ranging from measuring their quality of life measuring their activity of daily living. And I think probably most of you have experienced this kind of questionnaires in the evaluation, either in the evaluation of you to join the CHSP or HCP program, or understanding this. And also we evaluated their depressions through geriatric depression scales. And as I mentioned, that we want to know their health service utilizations. That's why we collect the PBS data, MBS data. And also we want to evaluate whether the carers of the senior peoples of the T2 group, the smart home group and usual care group, the caregiver burdens, and also finally the cost analysis of the system. So this is the outcome. We said we want to recruit 200 people. We have 195, and the mean age is 84, and all these people is 100 years old. And we recruit people from metropolitan area and regional area. So this is proportions are pre-calculated according to the statistical values from the Queensland, the distribution of the senior peoples in the metropolitan and regional areas. So we have 140 and 55. So this is the demographic things. So this is the analysis of the things, and starting with that, we have 195. You see that this is start, and we do another trial. So we do 3 trials: the first trial, the middle trial, and the end trial. The first trial 195. The middle trial is 143, and the end trial is 134. Yes, you see a number dropping is because some people quit the trial in the middle. And the main reason they quit is because they changed the health service providers, and because we're linked with health service providers, and unfortunately we cannot continue to put the persons in this trial. That's why the main reason that they quit. And then next slide is the result that I talk about. So for the result, can you please just at this stage, just looking at the result of the mid trial, if you see there are 2 lines at the bottom, one is called the mid trial, the other called is end trial. So not look at the end trial at this stage. If we look at the mid trial, and we can say the result is that, okay, the result in one simple word is that within the first 6 months in the mid trial, before the start trial and the mid trial, we observed that smart home group performs well in almost every evaluations. In almost every evaluation, here you can see that in the mid trial, at the right hand side, we see the smart home have improved care service providers impacts, and on the left side is no change, at least good, but on the right side is improved. And if you go to the next slides, you can see the EQ50, which is evaluated their quality of life. And again, you see that smart home is no change, but the usual care groups has declined the quality of life. And also on the right-hand side, you see the smart home has improved EQ-VS. This is the personal, you ask the person the question that how do you feel your health from 0 to 100? And clearly we see that the smart home has improved ones and usual care has no change. And again, if you see the next slides, we have the list of the ADL and IADL. So for the ADL, you see that again, smart home no change, usual care group declined. And so this is very good. But on the right-hand side, IADL, both groups are declined. This is also understandable because IADL evaluate your instrumental ADL, means your ability to live in the community. Like it asks questions like, can you do shopping, can you do banking? Of course, install smart home system in your home, not support that you suddenly can't deal the things outside the home. So that's why we're not surprised with that. And the last one, the next one, is the ZBI12 and GDS. This is evaluated the care burden. Left one is care burden. Right one is the geriatric depression. And you see for the smart home, they have reduced the care burden and they have no change of the geriatric depression. While for the usual care, their care burden is no change. They're not reduced, they're no change, but they have increased depressions. So these are the things. I'm not. So here, I just ask you to see the mid trials. But if you go back, if you still remember, or let's just take the last one as the example, the end trial. End trial, 2 groups has no change in the end trial. So this makes us very confused. At first, we see that within the 6 months, smart home group performs better, but at 12 months, we see there's no change. And then we look at our data and we notice the reason high possibilities because of the COVID. We're still doing the final result analysis, but we believe that the COVID hit the things. Because of the COVID, that a lot of homes actually losing the sensor powers, and we also cannot go back to do any maintenance. That makes the problem a bit severe. That makes the smart home group actually drop back to the normal usual care groups. So that is the conclusion of the thing. So what we are going to do now, so to finish, we're still of course, waiting on some information to be able to publish outcomes, which we hope to be done by early 2022. But I think you would all agree that given the urgency for improvement that has come from the recent Royal Commission's findings into aged care, this research has enormous potential to inform change. And combined with CSIRO's commitment to digital transformation to enable virtual care, there are very strong signs that this work will lead to better care outcome for our aged population. Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's all.
Thank you so much. It's definitely giving us, it's another presentation that gives us a lot to think about, where this goes in the future and what we need to prepare for and the questions we need to ask. We are running short of time, and we do know you've got a conference that you've got to get back to. So you're
yes.
double conferencing today. So thank you so much for your contribution today, and thanks for walking us through that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Qing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's now 2 p.m. and it's actually 2:05. Now we're going to shorten my keynote presentation a little bit at the end. So we'll make sure we give the full time to Jessica, Jennifer after Jessica, and we then have Peter Tyndall. So Jessica Wilson is the CEO of Good Things Foundation, which runs the incredibly successful Be Connected project and which partners with ASCCA and a host of other amazing organizations in Australia. And Jessica is here to tell us more. It's impressive stuff, so welcome.
Hello, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you today at the ASCCA conference. I was just saying to my team the other day, I think this is my 4th ASCCA conference. My first one I came to in my first week as the director of Good Things Foundation. And so I'm just thrilled to be here after 4 years to talk a bit about with you the kinds of things that we have achieved together over the last 4 years. So I'm just going to share my screen. So hopefully I'm going to get this right today. I have to make sure that I'm presenting as well. Okay. Can everybody see that? Yes, Jenny, thank you for nodding. It's great to see you nodding there. Brilliant. Okay, so look, before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which I'm coming to you today from. I'm in the office here in Darlinghurst, so I'm coming to you from the Gadigal country, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. As you can see, the title of my presentation is Partnering to Support Older Australians to Thrive Online. And it certainly has been a partnership approach delivering the Be Connected program with ASCCA, with the Department of Social Services, with eSafety, and with about 3,500 other community partners across the country who are all delivering programs to older Australians. So it's brilliant to be here to just share a bit with you about what we're about. For those of you who don't know me or Good Things Foundation, I'm sure most of you do by now, but just a quick, brief intro to us. Our vision as an organisation is a world where everyone benefits from digital. And we work really hard to make sure that all people in Australia have the skills and confidence they need to use technology so they can be happier, healthier and better off. And we do that by working in partnership. We create and co-design resources and programs, and we advocate for change because we know that there's still a lot to do. Now, I heard one of the previous speakers, Rachel, talking a little bit about digital inclusion, so I'm not going to go over the key areas of digital inclusion. I feel like I'm preaching to the converted today anyway, but I did just want to highlight a couple of the different stats that have come out over the last 12 months. This is our Digital Nation image, and this is from our Digital Nation report that we released at our conference earlier this year in August. There's been so much research and reports released in the last 12 months around the use of digital technology and how people do it and what they're doing and who's missing out. So I just wanted to point up to you, up to the top there. Oops, hang on, now I'm moving things. Up to the top, it says less than 40% of Australians are confident that they can keep up with technology. And that's a huge statistic. If you think about how much we use technology today, less than 40% of Australians is a real worry. Although we know that because of COVID, we have seen that there has been an increase in people who are using technology. So one report, and it's from the Australian Consumer Media Authority, suggests that the people that are totally offline has gone from 10% before COVID down to 1%. Now, that just being completely offline doesn't mean that they are not that they are fully confident, as we can see. But I think it is saying that really just about everything we do today, whether you're going to the shops, whether you're purchasing food, you really need to have the use of technology to be able to even get in these days. So that's really showing the increase in use of technology. The last little stat I'm just going to show you is the 61% up in the corner. 61% of people lack confidence in identifying misinformation online. And this has been such an important piece for us and for many of us that are delivering digital literacy programs about how you find the right kind of information. And we've certainly been doing that through our digital health program, Health My Way, looking at how do you know which information is the right information to find. So really important statistics to know that there's still a lot of work for us to do. So some people will notice themselves on this slide. Jenny, I didn't have one of you when I was looking, so I'm going to have to find one. But I just wanted to show that really we have worked with ASCCA really closely over the last 4 years, not just to promote Be Connected, which we've got a picture of Natika and my colleague Cass and I at the expo in Darwin together. We've got a picture there in the middle of one of my colleagues at the ASCCA conference a couple of years ago promoting Be Connected. So we've done some promotion of Be Connected together. Nan and I have presented together. This is a picture in the middle of Nan and I presenting at a conference in Brisbane together. And we've advocated for change together. So Nan and I at Parliament House there, really saying, you know what, there's still much more for people to do here. And there's a lot of us that are really passionate about this, and we think government should be investing more. So really fantastic to have, to be working in partnership with ASCCA. But I know ASCCA has been doing this work for a very long time, a lot longer than we have in Good Things Foundation here in Australia. But what we wanted to do as part of the Be Connected program was to build that network of community organisations so that it's not ASCCA, just ASCCA clubs doing this, but there's libraries, we know, community centres, aged care service providers, disability service providers, so that there were places all over the country for people to be able to learn digital skills for older Australians. And as you can see, there's our beautiful map. And one of the things that is not on that map, and I know Natika has been there herself, is the Cocos Islands. So we do have a network partner on the Cocos Islands, and I'm very jealous of Natika, who has been there. And so just about everybody else in our team, I think. But brilliant to have such a broad spread of organisations all over the country helping older Australians to get online. And we've grown that network from when I started, we had about 100, I think, all the way up to 3,500 community partners across the country now. So I want you to get ready because I'm going to ask you a question, and I'd love to see some of your answers in the chat panel if you are ready, because this is a little bit more interactive, so it's not just me talking. So you know that when we first started Be Connected, there were a small number of courses on the Be Connected learning site, and you can see the website there if you haven't used it already. We've built up to 27 different topics, and there are multiple courses and activities within those topics. So my question to you, while I tell you about the rest of the things in Be Connected, is to ask you, if you have used Be Connected website before, what is your favourite or most useful course that you have seen on there? Because I know our colleagues at eSafety would love to know what the most useful things are there. Okay, so we have now webinars. So eSafety delivers webinars. I'm sure some of you have joined those webinars. There are new podcasts that have just been launched that are really interesting as well. And I suppose the topics have gone from the key thing that we had, the most popular topic that we had on that website for many years, probably 2.5, 3 years, was what is a computer? So we were talking about people being really interested in what was the basic needs of people to get online. But we really shifted last year to how to use video calling. So interestingly, as soon as lockdown started to hit, it was all about how to do video calling. And then more recently, we've shifted to how do I use MyGov? And I'm sure many of you have been helping people in your community to know how to use MyGov so they can access digital vaccination certificates, because that's been certainly a thing that's come through to us over the last period of time as well. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the interesting chats here. Online banking practice areas were some of the key ones. Yes, they're fantastic. That's certainly the case. How to use MyGov. Thanks, Barry. Great to see you here. Managing passwords is another really good one. Online banking, smartphones. Fantastic. Look, if you have suggestions, I'm sure eSafety would love to hear as well. What are the things that you think are really important? I suppose it's really brilliant for us that we've been able to give out funding to the range of community partners all over the country. We've distributed over $20 million worth of funding out to community partners to deliver the program now. And we've actually also been able to confirm the funding of the program until 2024, which is brilliant. Great. I just wanted to show you too, there's another quick question for you. So we did a marketing campaign over the last 24 months and we did a whole range of different things to try and do some promotion of the Be Connected program. It was supposed to be built into the program right from the start, but we managed to get some out there last year. So we did some expos, as you saw. We went to Darwin with Antika and a whole range of other expos. We did some newspaper ads. Did anybody see the newspaper ads in the paper? Anybody see any of those newspaper ads? I'd love to know if you did. We also did seniors card letters and emails direct to people to try and promote the program. And we did digital marketing to referrers, so to getting people to help others and refer them to Be Connected. So there's just some of the examples of the things that we've done over the last 12 months there. Oh, great to see you there June, fabulous to see you here, and that you have that you saw the ads there in Tassie. That's brilliant. June, I think you were one of the first people I met at the ASCCA conference when I was there 4 years ago. So it's great to see you here. Also, in the last 12 months, we've had the release of the impact report, the social impact report of the evaluation of Be Connected. And what we're so thrilled about is that Be Connected now has actually reached over 1 million people. And that's a wide range of means. It's through all of their fantastic community partners like you, but it's also through people using the website on their own. What we know from the Be Connected social impact evaluation, which was done by Swinburne University, and you can access it on our website or on Swinburne's website, is that through the Be Connected program, we have been able to increase digital skills for people. We've been able to increase people's confidence to use digital technology. We've increased people's online safety. And we've been able to increase people's social connection. Now, that social connection piece is just one of the most important things for us because it's actually about the outcomes of the digital skills. Its social connection has been increased because people have been coming to groups like yours and learning together, but also because they're now able to connect with friends and family and people they haven't been able to before. One of my favourite stories that you can see in one of our videos is of a woman who didn't know how to open the photos on her phone of her grandchildren that had been sent to her. And now she can open those photos and see these pictures of her grandchildren who don't live anywhere near her. And she can send back photos to them so that they have that connection with each other as a family. So beautiful, beautiful stories. And I know you all have many stories like that all over ASCCA as well. The other thing which has been really important and why we managed to get some extra funding for the program was that through this program, we created a social return on investment of $4.01 for every $1. So that's a brilliant outcome. And that comes down to a significant amount of the work that the digital mentors in all of our community partners do every day to support people. And then last year, we had something, unpredictable happened. And all of that brilliant work that people were doing in their local communities, supporting each other face-to-face, having fabulous groups, coming together to learn digital skills, had to change because of the COVID restrictions. And this is just an image of one of the skill shares that we had, a meetup with all of the community partners from across the country, and some of the key things that came out about what we were doing, what organisations were doing to try and adjust to the new normal of having to deliver programs without being face-to-face. So I'm really interested, I'm just getting ready for another question for you all as well now. And I'm really interested in if you changed what you were doing. Did you continue to support people during COVID to learn digital skills? And if you did, what did you do? So I'm really curious, if you wouldn't mind putting some stuff in there to help us, that would be really good. I'm just really interested to see. From our conversations with people last year, this is some of the things that happened. So there's kind of 3 key ways that people were continuing to support people during the COVID lockdowns. One was through telephone. And I tell you what, teaching people to use Zoom on Zoom is a very tricky thing to do. And I know you all know that. And I know you're all experts at this, but it also takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to get people who have really low skills to be able to do that. So we know that people did a lot of talking to people on the phone to start with. And so I'd be interested if that's something that other people did as part of their work to keep continuing to support people during that time. So they talked to people on the phone about how to use Zoom, how to download it, how to do all of those things, how to connect to it so that they were able to do it. Then people used online delivery, and they used any kind of means that they could. So it might have been that they used Zoom, or it might have been that prior to the lockdown, they'd been looking at how to use Messenger. And so they started connecting on Messenger as a starting point because that's what people knew how to do. So using the platforms that people already knew and doing all of that through the different platforms. It's fantastic to see some of your comments here. That I love your comment, Sally, that some of my students loved it so much they continue having lessons online. We've certainly seen that. And I think although lots of our organisations have returned to face-to-face, some of them are actually thinking about trying to do things differently into the future as well. So maybe doing a combination of face-to-face so you have that brilliant social connection that comes through, but also doing some things online, because it means, and I know this because I've seen the work of Jenny and Natika doing this all over WA, you can connect with people from anywhere being able to use online. So it's fantastic to see the different ways that people are continuing to support. And that's why I love this work, because I see all of the passion that comes through from our community partners to deliver this. Sally, I love the house party messenger and to connect my acro aerobics. I mean, how do you do acro aerobics on Zoom? I really need to know more about that, but maybe that's a conversation for another day. Just lastly, because I think I'm coming close to my time, so just lastly, I just wanted to highlight Get Online Week. So we've just had our 4th Get Online Week a few weeks ago, and I wanted to say a big thanks to all of you who have participated in Get Online Week. This year we had over 500 community events all over the place. We had 20 official supporters, ASCCA included, and it was brilliant to see the different supporters and the ways that they promoted Get Online Week in their different communities. It's been brilliant again to work in partnership. We had a lot of downloadable resources, 10 special tip sheets. They're all still on the website if you're really wanting that. But I just wanted to highlight and say a big thanks to all of you, not only for participating in Get Online Week, but for the work that you do every day to help older Australians get online, because it's the work that we're going to do together that's actually going to fix the digital divide. So thank you so much. And that's me for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Jess. That's been fantastic. I've had a little nudge from Teak while you've been on. saying to remind everyone of our digital mentor training dates. They're available for booking the 23rd and 8th of December.
Fantastic. Yes, brilliant digital mentor capacity builders we have in ASCCA doing some amazing work to support people out there. So fantastic. Book on because it's brilliant.
That's been fantastic, Jess. Alex, I think we're running a little short of time still. Got quite a lot of quick questions, but there's something you mentioned that in your session about vaccinations. And the vaccination certificates. Will you be intending to pop on some sessions on how to do that? Because I think that's going to become very quickly very relevant for everyone.
Look, there definitely are resources. So both eSafety and ourselves have developed resources around how to get your digital vaccination certificate. Oh, my lights have gone off. It's been sitting still for too long. So yes, there's a quick read that's on the eSafety website that talks about how to do that for learners. But there is also, we also have a guide on the Be Connected Network site that talks about how to support people to do that. So there's two different options, and I might even put them on the chat. I'll stay around and I'll just put the links to those things on the chat so you can see them.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time this afternoon.
No worries. Thanks, everyone. Great to be here.
Thanks. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you so much, Jessica. It's really great to be working with the Good Things Foundation and Be Connected, and hopefully we'll be working for many, many more years to come. Now, our next presenter is Jennifer Willcox, ASCCA president, and she rejoins us to explain how to leave a digital legacy and how you can take control of your own hereafter. It's something that we all have to face.
The most generous legacy that we can leave our families is to put our affairs in order. And I've condensed what I normally say down to the digital legacy aspects. And you can help your loved ones by what will happen to your digital presence after you pass away. We accumulate a lot of assets throughout our lives. Most people ensure that their precious items, like houses, cars, finances, and possessions, are left to children and loved ones via a will. But even though it may be our most enduring legacy, few of us actually spend time planning for our digital presence after we die. Making your wishes known early does make it much easier for whoever is managing your digital legacy. It can also help protect you against identity theft and damage to reputation. You can plan for the management of your digital legacy in the same way as your physical estate. This helps to ensure that your family has what they need to navigate this tricky area of your life in a streamlined way, in order to fulfill your own wishes when they are ready to do so. Consulting a lawyer may be helpful, just as you would when you make your will. There are also a number of online services that can take care of account closures on behalf of your estate if this is your wish. I'll just run through some of the things that really can be of help to the people who are looking after your estate, and things that you can do before you actually pass away. One is obviously an enduring power of attorney. An enduring power of attorney is a legal agreement that enables a person to appoint a trusted person or people to make financial and/or property decisions on their behalf. The authority of the attorney is limited to decisions about the donor's property and financial affairs. An enduring power of attorney ends on the death of the donor. An enduring power of guardianship. An enduring power of guardianship is a legal document which enables a person to appoint someone for several people who they trust and know them well as an enduring guardian to make personal, lifestyle and medical treatment decisions when they are unable to make or communicate those decisions themselves. This means that your role as an enduring guardian ends immediately upon the death of the appointer. At this point, the provision of the person's will takes over. A lot of people say, I've got a will, and they think that that's all that's needed, but it most certainly isn't. A will, which is the last will and testament, is a legal document setting out who gets part or all of a person's property when they die. Your property is called your estate. It's best to use a lawyer if you've got a complex estate, or there are will kits available from the post office, or you can type up your own, and they're all as legal as each other. If in doubt, ask for legal advice though. A badly written will can and will lead to delays and disputes. Within a will, you have the beneficiaries, husband and wife or children. Consider organ donation. The witnesses of a will need to sign with the person making the will and be all present at the same time and use the same pen. A will kit, that's, as I said, it's okay if you've just got a simple will. If you type up your own, you need an original and a copy, and they all need to be signed and witnessed. Wishes also could be put in the will, a cremation or a burial, where, what to do with the ashes, an executor's fee, whether it's going to be paid or given, and always keep the will somewhere in a safe place. Sometimes after people make a will, they have not necessarily a change in heart, but some extra things that might not be as major as you would put in a will. And they can actually make another sheet of paper that is as legally binding as the will itself, and that's called a codicil. And it's a short addition to a will, 1 or 2 pages long, and it's used to make the minor changes, as I said, or alterations or additions. To be legally valid, the codicil document must be signed and executed in front of witnesses, and you can have more than one codicil. When you're choosing an executor, it is always a good idea to actually ask a person that you've got in mind whether they would like to be an executor or they would mind, because it is quite an onerous task, and a lot of people would be frightened or put off by the fact that they had this job put upon them without actually being consulted. It's a big job, so carefully choose someone who you know would be capable of doing the job, good at English, maths, common sense, and has the time. Ask first before you nominate them. It's also a good idea to have a backup executor, just in case the first one can't or won't do it. Now we come to digital. A digital executor should also be appointed. They are responsible for managing your digital assets after you die, paying any debts and maintenance fees on behalf of your digital estate, and making sure that your digital assets are distributed to the people you want the way you want it. A digital executor will deal with every aspect of your digital footprint: internet banking, Facebook, Instagram, email, online subscriptions, etc. Always have a password book and make sure you let people know where you've left it. A digital executor will keep a record of all online logins and passwords, and obviously appoint someone who is computer literate and whom you can trust. And remember, some of the logins will be for internet banking, so you need to trust them. So digital assets. Digital assets are items in digital form that you have purchased and consumed over the years, like books, movies, games, music, and podcasts. Your digital assets also include any domain names, website and blogs you administer, as well as the access codes and passwords for financial accounts and utilities, and accounts on platforms such as PayPal, Amazon, and eBay. Many assets in digital form don't actually belong to you, even though you may have paid real money for them. You may have just purchased a license for the term of your life. Licensing and ownership varies from platform to platform, with different rights and exemptions for different types of content. Try to establish exactly what your rights are and what you can and cannot do with your assets once you pass on. Some licenses can be bequeathed, but you will only know this if you read the end user license agreement. You will have ticked a box at some point to say that you agree with it. You also need to consider how many other devices in your home might be affected by your passing, i.e. your Microsoft, Amazon, Apple or Google accounts. Also services your children's devices, then the impact could be considerable. Then there's the digital presence. This is the identity you have developed online over time through things like social media activity, messages, emails, photographs and videos. What would you like done with these when you are no longer here? Aspects of your digital presence like photographs, memories and events may be precious to those left behind, and it is important to make sure that this element of your life is addressed. Many social media platforms have options to memorialize your profile, including your posts and photos, so it can still be accessed by loved ones as a reminder, but not used to post on your behalf. Some allow you to nominate a legacy contact who has limited access to manage the account. If you don't do this in advance, your account can still be memorialized, but nothing can be changed. So there's planning tips. List your digital assets as best you can. Document asset codes, passwords, and usernames. Keep these secure and separate from your list of assets, and let trusted family members or a legal professional know where they are. Check the help section of your social media accounts for information about how you can plan for the time when you are no longer around. Set out what you wish to happen to your digital legacy in writing. So when you're managing a loved one's digital legacy, and they have not left any details about how to handle their online legacy, your options might be limited. The ability to access or shut down accounts varies, particularly if you do not have access to emails or passwords attached to each account. Generally, a death certificate is required. A lot of organisations put useful links and tips on their websites, and some of the resources that I've been using in my sessions, not just the digital legacy side of it, we'll be putting those up on the ASCCA website in the next few days, and there'll be resources available for everyone to access free of charge. In Western Australia, we're actually quite lucky. We've got an organisation called Citizens Advice Bureau. It was an organisation that was started back in the UK many years ago, and I think from my research, there's just one Citizens Advice Bureau in New South Wales, and all the other ones are in Western Australia. And this is a resource that we're able to go to seek advice, FAQs, how-tos, and it's usually free. In the resources that will be available, there'll be a lot of documents from Citizens Advice Bureau on how to do your own will, how to appoint a digital executor, and all the other bits and pieces that you need to put your whole life in order, which, as I said before, the legacy is a really good one to leave behind for your family, rather than having them have a guessing game as to what your wishes might have been. In the planning stages, I guess this also falls into and flows on to the next guest speaker, who is Peter Tyndall, and his session will impart on how you can do for yourself right from mid years through to, it's not just a death and dying sort of aspect, and but it does flow into the whole management of your life. It sort of gives meaning, I think, to your retirement years, that you can do something for yourself, for your family, and something that's constructive. And it deals with all the bits and pieces that need to be dealt with, but it's your last sort of area of control, I guess. And being the control freak that I am, yeah, I've pretty well almost done it all. Natika says it's getting my digital ducks in a line. So thanks, Tate, for that. And I think probably that pretty well covers it all on the digital legacy side of it. So anybody got any questions?
Thank you, Jenny. I think it's such an important and sometimes difficult topic to broach or for people to think about, but it's so important that we do think about. It doesn't help if you have passwords locked away in your head or in a password manager with the password lock on it. When we keep our lives online now, that's as you say, a massive legacy, and it's so much a part of that. I did have you answered quite a lot of questions as we went through it yourself. As you said, you've done this presentation a couple of times. I know that you've run courses that were a bit more detailed around this. How do we keep a track of when you do run these courses next?
Well, I've never actually run them online. They're usually a face-to-face course, and I'm actually doing one in Perth next Monday at Rostrata, and that goes for several hours, and it's somewhat difficult just to grab out a small section because it's a huge topic that has implications in lots of areas, and it actually leads into projects that members of computer clubs can actually embrace, because it flows on to dealing with your photos and doing presentations and learning the skills. Well, actually the skills that are learnt in computer clubs, it's putting them into practical application for the benefit of yourself. In Walpole many years ago, the computer club that I managed for 10 years, I had the same group of people come through for 10 years, and we took them on a journey of learning all aspects of computer operation. And there were several ladies at the end who actually made their own eulogy to be played at their funeral, and they've since passed away, and it was their last hurrah sort of thing. And it really did, it was very meaningful for the people who attended the funeral to actually see the end product that they had done with love and care for the ones they left behind. So it's quite an emotional sort of whole project, really. Yes.
I know you get people reach out to you all the time on this topic, because there isn't really a lot of resources out there or specialists out there. So I think, I know you're a very busy lady, but if people and clubs do want to tap into your knowledge,
by all means, sing out. I have done a few sort of breakout type ones from it on Zoom. Did one into Alice Springs Library a couple of years ago to a group of people. Usually it's an interactive thing rather than a bit stilted like today is. It's a one-sided thing. So the interaction, the people really can speak from their own experiences, and that then leads to other people contributing as well. But it's really good, and it's a topic that everyone needs to address. Absolutely. And the fact that everyone's tied up in technology, how to do this, and all the practical things in life sometimes get left behind, and this allows them to bring it back into perspective and still use technology to find the end result.
Absolutely, very informative and a good thing to think about. We've just gotten a couple of things about password managers that I've seen people messaging back and forth while you and I have been speaking. I'll pop that in the chat because, Alex, I know you need to move on to our next speaker.
Yes, well, I just wanted to say that I've been talking about it with Jenny, and would like to get onto the ASCCA site some of this information about how to leave good digital legacy. It's not up there yet. Obviously, there's a huge amount of information. We'd like to pull some resources together. It varies state by state, so you can't just put something generic there. If you want to really help people, you've got to break it down. But there are a bunch of great password managers, and also Apple, upcoming in its iOS 15, is going to have the ability to set somebody to be able to be your sort of digital executive for all of your iCloud stuff. But look, let us move on to Peter Tyndall. He's the CEO and founder of Primetime, and he's here to explain how retirement planning can deliver a rich quality of life in your golden years. So thank you very much, Peter, and we'll pass over to you.
Oh, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Hope we're all good. All right, thanks for joining us. It's a bit of an interesting subject, isn't it? Rich quality of life in your golden years. Listening to Jennifer, very, very interesting. I hope everybody remembers all that. I'd be challenging you all to remember everything that Jennifer said in half an hour's time. So where do you go to remember all that? I think the Primetime platform is probably a good start. So I will just share my screen. Okay, just as a bit of a background, I developed a planning platform to do with what I found as the complex needs of retiring Australians through helping my parents over 20 years into their retirement years and then through their senior years. It was really a personal service, and everybody's saying, well, you should put this online. You should, it's too expensive. Everybody, doesn't want to pay for a service. And so I took all the, you talk about artificial intelligence, it's pretty much artificial experience, really, and put it into a platform which covers all the various needs, including what Jennifer put together in the last 20 minutes so well. But then how do you remember all that? How do you actually manage all that? Well, the platform certainly helps. So who are we talking about? So when we talk about retired Australians, we've got about 3.7 or up to 4 million people at retired age. They're about 15% of the public, but they control 30% of the wealth. So the retirees expected to double to 25% of the population over the longer term. So it's a growing demographic. And who helps these people? Well, there's a whole bunch of financial planners, accountants in public practice, practicing lawyers, but there's also health professionals, allied health professionals, and they all have to deal with helping people through their various planning needs. So what are the problems? So when you go through, and this is my experience with my parents, is as you go through life, say from the ages of, say, 60 to 85, that's 25 years of life, there are a whole bunch of different planning needs. So you've got your finances to take care of, you've got your estate planning needs, tax planning, healthcare, then you've got your accommodation, which is a major asset for most people. And it's also a lifestyle asset. So it's a major lifestyle asset, emotional asset, and it's also a financial asset. Then there's retirement itself, and that's a big change in life, going from paid employment to having a lot more time on your hands and facing the personal challenges of, who am I and what my relevance is. How do I spend? What do I do going forward? And you deal with a lot of this from people who are CEOs of big organisations through to people who might have worked on the tools, have got a different level of activity. And a lot of people struggle with the mental leap from working life to retirement life. Then as you go through, there's care and support. Care and support, as you get into your latter years, becomes more and more prevalent. There are issues around planning for that. It's quite often comes upon when you have a trigger event. So everybody thinks they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof right until they're not. And there's a trigger event. It's highly regulated, constant change in regulations, significant financial implications. So there's a whole bunch of issues around care and support, home care, residential care, etc. And then there's the personal legacy, wishes, things, all those things about how you'd like to be remembered, things that you want to pass on to people at a personal level. So they're all, that's a whole big basket of things to have to deal with in a planning process. So the financial aspect has a strong thread through most of these. And a lot of people, when you talk about, planning and peace of mind, it's about dealing with what keeps you awake at night. And so it's very important that those things that keep you awake at night, you channel your energies into dealing with those things so that you can move on and you can enjoy a richer life without having the nagging worries. So the shortfalls are at a financial level. It's a high cost of financial planning at the moment. There's a low trust amongst financial planners. The planning is narrow in focus, so it's not broad in its review. There's a lack of cross-planning, tends to be reactive, not proactive. So people do things when something happens, not looking ahead 5, 10, 15 years. Important matters are quite often overlooked when we talk about the estate planning issues. Things become outdated, laws change, circumstances change. Couples don't want to share information, they don't want to know. So a lot of people don't have trust, they don't want to share information, don't want to undertake help. So how do you deal with that? Well, first of all, ASIC did a report on what consumers really think about financial advice. Now, 41% of people they found intend to get financial advice, 20% considered getting it but didn't. 12% received financial advice in the past 12 months, and I think that's probably an optimistic number. I think it's probably more like 5%. But 19% of people were open to digital advice. The reasons they weren't is they're saying it's too expensive. And it's well publicised that traditional financial planning is really highly priced. In fact, a recent article suggested that the price of financial advice is outweighed by the cost of the financial advisors, and they're leaving the industry in droves. Some people like to provide them manage finances by themselves. 19% don't trust financial advisors, and 18% don't see the value. So I think there's the way the Primetime online planning system does it differently. It doesn't look at financial planning in the traditional sense. So what happens is, the way we see planning is that there are some constants and there are some specifics. So over your time going into retirement, there are various aspects that are important. Now, health, finances, accommodation, tax, estate planning, they're what we call constants. You're always working on those throughout your life. When we think about transition, so in the transition phase to retirement, you're thinking about strategy. You're thinking about setting up a structure and a plan for the future. Quite specifically, it's about setting everything up. The early days of retirement is dealing with the life change, both the physical, the mental and emotional life change of retirement. And there's what they call probably the honeymoon period, where people, that lasts for a while, and then what happens after that? Then there's steady state. So people get to retirement, they find they're finding retirement is the new normal, and really the focus is to stay happy, manage the funds, and enjoy life. The latter years, we're talking about legacy, we're talking about roles and responsibilities, care and support. If we're talking about care and support, we're trying to talk about care and support to a person in the transition stage, perhaps at 60 years of age. They don't want to know about it. The last thing they want to be thinking about is aged care. But in the latter years, it's going to become more important. These are the things in the latter years that might be worrying you, the things that are in the back of your mind. So the Primetime planning system looks at things holistically. It looks at your needs at one particular point in time, and it's intergenerational. It gets the family involved. So what is Primetime? It's using technology now. Primetime is a software platform, but it's enabling. It's not cutting edge or leading edge or bleeding edge. It's using well-established technology as an enabler for people to be able to plan their lives and take control over it. It's a one-stop shop. Retirees and families, they want to manage their planning and make sure nothing slips through the cracks. So it deals with the wealth. It deals with the health, the physical and mental health. It deals with the lifestyle, and it deals with the aging aspects. So the way it does it is it takes your information and self-diagnoses really where you're at in life through a series of questionnaires. It provides, from the questionnaires, it provides an action plans. It feeds back the reports and gives you some action plans and provides tools and resources to help you deal with the action plan. And we promote good advice, getting good advice at the right time. But we don't promote, just getting a financial planner for the purpose of getting a financial planner who then goes and manages your finances over years and years. We think there's good value in getting good advice early on, but there's a lot of products in the market can help you make your own decisions around what you're going to do. There's a lot of technology around which help you implement the strategies. For example, if you're looking at choosing investments, there's a lot of platforms which compare investments, compare insurances, enable you to make purchasing decisions on different things. So what happens is we overcome those barriers. Primetime's a self-managed independent software platform. It focuses on the needs. You can select the skills you need. It stays up to date. So you review your circumstances regularly. There are reminders, and it enables knowledge sharing between partners who help you, for family and advisors, for example. And it takes away the issues of the trust and the conflict, a restricted silo approach. It's not product focused, so we're not trying to sell you a product. It's not high cost advice. It doesn't operate within the regulatory environment. And here's how it works. So the family or the planner completes and reviews the evaluation questionnaire and planning fact finds. And what that does, it does a deep dive. Does a deep dive into who you are, your circumstances. It looks at how you make decisions, for example. It looks at your family, the complexities around your family and your relationships, how you trust people or how you like to keep things internally. It looks at what keeps you awake at night, which are the areas that are important to you, and it categorises all the things that are really important, so it enables you to focus on those. The reports and the action plans are created automatically, and when there's a tool to help that, it tells you there's a tool. So there's tools generated to help you implement the actions. There's also there's a referral assistance if you go, well, I can't really do that. It's a bit beyond me or my network. Sometimes you have networks with skills who can help. I need some assistance. Can you refer me to somebody? And then it uses an electronic filing cabinet to store and manage information. So when you talk about, we talk about passwords and we talk about lists and documents and all that sort of stuff. Well, the Primetime platform recognises that and manages the filing cabinet. So you can put everything in your filing cabinet and use it. And it's all pre-configured, so you know where your tax stuff goes, you know where your health stuff goes, you know where your estate planning stuff goes, you know where your budgets go. So when you support providers, you can share the information with your support providers, and they can help you, if need be, deal with your specific needs. So what happens is the system manages all the information, helps you identify what's important, provides checklists. There's links and resources and video tutorials. So the estate planning information that Jennifer talked about is covered off, basically all covered off within the tools and within the platform. So the difference is, I suppose, between cost and choice, the difference between education and advice. So what this does is provide self-awareness and provides education. So education is lower cost, allows for more control. Normally people can make good decisions when they're educated about their choices. And if you're educated, you can use your advisors more selectively. So that's really the presentation in a nutshell. It's really an overview of a software platform that can be used to assist with planning and help, I suppose, have a richer quality of life.
Thanks very much.
Which is vitally important. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to pass on to
most people think it's important. Yeah.
Thanks very much. So, quick question for anyone: is this just for people who are starting to do their planning, or even if they're part of the way through it or have done some of that?
You jump in at any point of your life, because your needs are going to be changing throughout your planning. We advocate the earlier you start, the better. But a lot of people come to me in the latter years.
Yeah.
They'll come to me in the latter years when they're dealing with care and support. Right. And so you're not going to do all the aspects of transitioning to retirement because you've already done that 15 years ago. But what is going to be relevant is the estate planning, making sure that's up to date. Your wills, your power of attorney, your power of guardianships are up to date. People know where all your information is. You know how to make choices around healthcare providers, and there are a wide range of healthcare providers. It's very difficult to identify costs and services between different advisors. So there is a lot of planning at every aspect. If you start early, it just means that you transition from one phase to another.
Fantastic. And this platform and just kind of helps guide you through every step of that process. Do they contact you or go online? How do we get in touch?
Oh, it's a subscription. It's a low cost subscription platform. People can control it themselves. They can, if they need referral help in the action plan, when they go to that particular part of the action plan, they can press a button which will just send an email out to someone at Primetime, who can then help them and contact them to get them in touch with a provider to help them with that particular planning aspect. Whether it's health, whether it's psychology, whether it's finances, whether it's tax structure, estate planning, depends. A lot of people have their own networks so they can deal with things.
Yeah.
But if they have the awareness of what they need, for example, Jennifer raised a lot of points in her presentation, but you may struggle to remember all that stuff when you go away from Jennifer's presentation. So if you're a part of the platform, it's all there. Yeah. All those questions, all those issues are still there, and you can revisit them as often as you like, and you can document what you've done about it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. For those who are interested, have a look at Primetime's website, and we'll share that along with our other links we've talked about today. Thanks very much, Peter. We really appreciated your time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, we thought we had a few more slides than you did, so it was perfect timing, actually. So thank you very much. Now, it's now the time for the presentation that many of you have been waiting for, the winners of the 2021 ASCCA Photo, Newsletter and Writing Competitions. And this is being hosted by Susan Jensen, ASCCA Director and AUSOM Committee Member. Susan, over to you.
Hello. I would like to share my screen with you, and also the sound that I have on that. So the first one is the newsletter competition, and thank you, Alex, for that introduction. You'll note that I will read the text in all of the presentations in the slides so that I assist those who are visually challenged. If this bothers you, you can turn down your volume. This year, ASCCA held 3 competitions which were open to members of ASCCA clubs nationwide. Newsletter competition 2021, number of entries 6. Third place, Dick Bennett for Brisbane Seniors Online. Well done, Dick. Dick, I gather, is not the editor, he's the publicity officer, but he had the nous to send that in to us, and that's how it won 3rd prize. Well done, Dick. Second place, Judy Elias, editor of Manly Computer Pals. Congratulations, Judy, and your cat. First place, Pam Doughty, editor of AUSOM News. Pam, well done. Sincere thanks to our 2 judge evaluators for doing all that hard work behind the scenes. The newsletter competition will not be held in 2022. There were too few entries and it didn't open it up to every member of every club. So what I have decided to do is to replace it with a multimedia journal. Clubs can start their training now. I'll read the text in the slides to assist visually challenged members. Turn your volume down if it bothers you. Creative Writing Competition 2021. There were 45 entries. Category 1 was masculinity, femininity. Number of entries, 8. Highly commended, Am I a Fashion Agnostic? By Lindsay Threadgate. Lindsay Threadgate is a member of Computer Pals for Seniors, Newcastle. Third place, A Love Affair by Barbara Bartlett. Barbara is a member of Computer Pals for Seniors, Newcastle. Second place, Just Say No by Graham Walsh Green. Graham is a member of Turramurra. First place, Oh, Brian, by Judy Young. Judy is a member of AUSOM. The Creative Writing Competition 2021, the topic, Companion Animals. The number of entries, 8. Highly commended, How to Shampoo Your Cat by Judy Young. Judy is a member of AUSOM. Third place, Boz by Barbara Bartlett. Barbara is a member of Newcastle. Second place, Oscar by Connie Vallis. Connie is a member of Computer Pals for Seniors, The Hills. First place, Bonnie the Clydesdale by Kamahl Smith. Kamahl is a member of Computer Pals for Seniors, Newcastle. The next topic is Seasons and Weather. We received 9 entries. Highly commended, Seasonal Reflections by Keith Bishop. Keith is a member of AUSOM. Third place, Sharing with a Giant by Lisbeth Wilkes. Lisbeth is a member of AUSOM. Second place, Finding God by Isabel Collins. Isabel is a member of AUSOM. First place, The Day Clarence Died by Barbara Bartlett. Barbara is a member of Newcastle. The next topic was dusk to dawn. The number of entries was 5. Third place, REM and the Art of Sleep Analysis by Linda Carter. Linda is a member of AUSOM. Second place, by Dusk to Dawn by Harold Franks. Harold is a member of Newcastle Club. First place, My Dream Interview by Kamahl Smith. Kamahl is a member of Computer Pals for Seniors, Newcastle. Topic, Just Plain Ugly. Number of entries, 2. And the winner is, second place, by Linda Carter. Linda Carter is a member of AUSOM. First place, My Friend Ugly by Connie Vallis. Connie is a member of the Hills, Computer Pals for Seniors. Life-changing event, number of entries, 12. Third place, Evelyn's War by Isabel Collins. Isabel is a member of AUSOM. Highly commended, The Clock is Ticking by Graham Walsh Green. Graham is a member of Computer Pals for Seniors, Turramurra. Second place, Liberation by Mario Chambers. Mario is a member of AUSOM. First place, 100 Weeks by Kamahl Smith. And now for our champions. Champion writer with 120 points, Kamahl Smith. Kamahl, a member of Newcastle Club. These are the members. These are the members of the winning club, which was AUSOM Inc. And over there you have their photographs of each of those entrants who won a prize. Sincere thanks to our 3 judge evaluators. You are all winners. Your stories will be published on our website for all to read in a couple of days. And the last, but not least, competition this year is the much anticipated Photography Awards. I'll read what's on the slides again to assist those with vision impairment. Turn down your sound if you don't want to hear my voice. The approach this year was on creativity and interpretation of the categories. Photographic technical ability was important, but not more important than the creative interpretation of the subject. Considering both aspects allowed entrants to show their abilities. The 7, which later became 8 categories, included enough scope and a broad enough explanation to allow entrants with a wide range of skills and imagination to confidently enter any category. Each entrant could present 1 photograph in each category, taken between 2nd of September 2020 and 15th of September 2021. No post-camera manipulation was permitted, except minor cropping, straightening, and exposure adjustments. First category, femininity, masculinity. Highly commended, Sally Morton, manly. Boys and their cars. Highly commended, David Wasty from Berry Club, the caveman. Third place, Cynthia Langley from AUSOM, Bare Essentials. I have to explain to you that these two tools that you see are tools that are used to pull workbenches together when you have a kitchen rebuild. And it's pulling together the male side and the female side. That's just in case you didn't understand what it was all about. Second place, Sandra Keane, Newcastle, the feminine side. First place, Hers and His, by Tim Gurry from AUSOM. Clever. Category 2, companion animals. Highly commended, Bill Oldham of AUSOM, man's best friend. Highly commended, Sally Morton, manly. Pretty pair. Third place, Franco Chianchi, AUSOM, Maggie and Ruda. Second place, Pam Doughty, AUSOM, happy birthday, sweet 16. First place, Jan Dodds, AUSOM, everyone needs a friend during lockdown. Category 3, seasons and weather. Highly commended, Patricia Beale, Epping, colours of autumn. Highly commended, Judy Elias, Manly, burning sky. Third prize, Barbara Bartlett, Newcastle, nature at work. Second prize, Ray Chatterton, AUSOM, Wilson Park Storm. First prize, Peter Kumik, Berry, Spring Blossom. Category 4, Dusk to Dawn. Highly commended, Lindsay Threadgate, Newcastle, Total Eclipse of the Moon. Third place, Margaret Olson, Newcastle, Dawn Patrol. Second place, Barbara Bartlett, Newcastle, Before Sunrise. First place, Ray Chatterton, AUSOM, Birthday Fun. Due to the ambiguity in the wording of this next category, the judge decided to split it into two parts. Category 5, Wild Card. Third place, Helen Gardner, Epping, Poisonous Beauty. Second place, Cynthia Langley, AUSOM, Wild Thing. First place, Ray Chatterton, AUSOM, Lunchtime. Now, the second part of category 5, Just Plain Ugly. Third place, Keith Bishop, AUSOM. What was the architect on? Second place, Heather Close, AUSOM, Burnt Banksia Man. First place, Annette Walker, Newcastle, Seeking Camouflage. Category 6, Simplicity. Highly commended, Bill Oldham, awesome, Simplicity. Third place, Judy Elias, Manly, The Duck. Second place, Barry Keane, Newcastle, Pine Needles. First place, Patricia Beale, Epping, Bathtub. Category 7, Form in Nature. Highly commended, Ray Chatterton, awesome, Soap Bubbles. Highly commended, Jerry Eastwood, Newcastle. Where is the organist? Third place, Patricia Beale, Epping, Shaped by Time. Second place, Heather Close, awesome, Shallow Water Sand Patterns. First place, Barbara Bartlett, Newcastle, Radiant in Blue. Let's look at which of the clubs joined in the photo competition this year and how many entries were accepted. This is the club list and the club points gained. AUSOM, 86, Bury, 18, Epping, 12, Manly, 13, Newcastle, 83, Parramatta, 8, Willetton, 5. Total number of entries, 225. Number of clubs, 7. No competition can go ahead without the work and expertise of the judge evaluators. This is a big thank you to them all. Photography Competition 2021 runner-up for the champion photographer place was Barbara Bartlett. Photography Competition 2021 champion photographer Ray Chatterton, and as you remember, Ray is from AUSOM. The champion club with the most numbers overall in the photography competition was AUSOM Inc. Newsletter, creative writing and photography competitions, all the points added up all together. The runner-up club was Newcastle with 98 points. And the champion club for all the points put together was AUSOM with 109 points. For me, it has been an honour to coordinate the 2021 photography competition. It was a joy to see all your photographs whilst preserving your anonymity. Our judges had no idea who the photos were taken by or from which club they came. Let's do it again next year with some new categories. Susan Jensen, ASCCA board member and competition coordinator. This concludes the competitions for 2021. Congratulations to all our entrants. We hope you enjoyed it and we hope to see you again in 2022.
Thank you very much, Susan. I know that's been a lot of coordinating, getting all the entries in and coordinating all of the judging. It's fantastic to see all of that hard work, and thank you so much to everyone who put an entry in. You can't win it if you're not in it. I think that's true to say, Susan.
Absolutely. The most important part for me was being able to see everybody's photos, which of course not all the judges did, and read everybody's writing and what they had produced. Some of those life-changing events were really life-changing, and it was often hard to choose a winner from those, but that was up to the judges, not me. I was completely out of that part of it. I just had to put it all together. So as I don't think I've made any total blues through the year, so I'm thinking that ASCCA may ask me to do this job again next year. So we'll look forward to that.
You know, we're always keen for someone to coordinate the competitions.
Sure.
We would love to have you.
We have a question from the audience.
Right.
Which was, who were the judges?
Not allowed to say, because I may well use those same judges next year, and we don't want people writing to them. No, I'd like to keep that to myself. Thank you. I would share that with the board, but that's all.
But just on that regard, I can say that we did have an AIPP award-winning photographer as one of the judges. So we had a bona fide, professional photographer whose work is to take photos and get paid for them. And so we did have some excellent judges. And thank you very much, Susan.
And the other photography judge has won many ASCCA competitions in the past, but is no longer a member of a club. So he's, what's the word? Not biased.
Yes.
He's unbiased. Yeah.
Independent.
Independent. Good word. Thank you.
It gets harder as the day goes on to think of the words. Just a little note and a housekeeping in terms of the chat. Just make sure when you're wanting to share a message with everyone that you click down the bottom when you're sharing the chat, that you click to and select everyone from the top of the list there. Otherwise, it just comes into us as the hosts and panelists, which is only a couple of us, but thank you very much. Susan, thanks very much for your time this afternoon. We are
my pleasure.
Lined up and ready to go for our next speaker. Thanks, Alex.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Susan. And look, it's with great pleasure that I want to introduce to you Andres Merlano. He's the project manager of the Accessible Telecoms project from ACAN, the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network. And Accessible Telecoms, as we'll shortly discover, is an amazing free service that helps seniors and people with disability learn about the right smartphones, tablets, and apps for their needs. It's an excellent service. So, Andres, please kick it off, and I will jump in with some questions when it seems appropriate.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Alex, and thank you very much everyone at ASCCA for allowing us to be here today. So I'm just going to have a brief presentation about the Accessible Telecom service. Some of you might remember that we already did this presentation about 2 years ago, live and in person, and I'm looking forward to do it in person one more time, at least, hopefully next year. Now, I'm going to share my screen so I can explain a little bit more about the service. So just bear with me for a second, please.
All good. We can see it's there.
Perfect. So Accessible Telecoms, we provide information on phones, tablets, accessories, and apps that are suitable for seniors and people with disabilities. And we also provide information on organizations and community groups that can teach people how to use their devices. Our service is delivered by website and through our contact center. Now, a couple of things that have changed since the past couple of years is, well, we became an independent service. Before, our website was being hosted by AEST News as well. So they did a very, very good job, but at some point it was time for become our own service. So this is the result of that. So we have our own website. We have a number of accessibility features to access the website. The content of each page is also presented in AUSOM videos. We do have 4 sections on the website now. One traditional one, which had to do with devices. So we are allowed to look for devices that have the accessibility features that we require, and also look for accessories, apps, and all that type of equipment. We do have the training section that also allows you to look for training organizations in your state. You can define what type of training you want. If it's for a mobile or if it's an Android phone, for example, and it's the type of access needs that might be required, whether it's cognitive, speech, physical, hearing impairment and deaf, or any vision condition. And the type of training, if you want an individual training, a group training, an online or face-to-face. We do have a section about the National Relay Service, which explains all the ways the National Relay Service can assist you in connecting a call. This is mostly for people that are hearing or speech impaired. And we have a new, more information section where we just have some articles about the service, some user stories, information about how to get funding to access some of the services and telecommunication equipment, some providers, information on social media, operating systems, and voice instructions. Well, a number of interesting articles there. Now, some of the things that have happened or that have changed since 2018 is that, well, as you know, we did have a pandemic. So our interaction with our callers have been quite different. Now we have moved from the typical inquiry of looking for a mobile phone that is easy to use and has big buttons to a phone that allows you to download and install the check-in apps. So we have a number of seniors that are interested in embracing and getting to learn technologies that are more with the current times. So learning to know how to use smartphones, for example. So this is one of the biggest changes that we have had. Lots of people trying to contact us and looking for training. And of course, in many of these cases, we refer them to the computer clubs to say, maybe this is a good opportunity for you to join a computer club and learn about technology in general. So continuing with this, let's just talk a little bit about the access features that we can find on the website. So I'm just gonna go to the device search section, and I'm just gonna show a quick demonstration about how to use it. So let's imagine that we're looking for phones. If you have the name of the brand of the phone, you can just enter it quickly. I'm just gonna go with Apple because it's very, very simple. And you would have all the Apple devices that are available in the Australian market. Then once you click in one of them, you can look up at all the accessibility features of this equipment, including the year of release and the most recent price that we have for that equipment. You can also find a list of organizations where you can get this product from, and some other information such as the website, the user guides, and some accessibility information as well. And you can also download all this information on a Word document. The second way to use the website is by doing an advanced search. This is something that sometimes takes a little bit of time depending on the accessibility features that you are requesting. So in this case, let's just make it simple so it's not too time consuming. So let's look up for a mobile that has physical dialing keys. So I look up this. We click search. And I guess at your own time, you can just go to the website and look up all the access features because there are many that are interesting and many features that might become suitable for seniors as well. All right, so we have 25 phones that actually have buttons, which is what we decided to look for this time. Note that you can refine the search by the screen size, by price, by the network capacity, and by the operating system as well. And if they do have a physical keypad, all of them in this case. So that is how the search works. And if you know someone that needs to use the service and you're not 100% sure that they will be able to navigate the website the way as I'm showing you, just tell them to give us a call or send us a message. Now we do have a chat option as well. So we have our agents that are ready to chat. Now, bear in mind that we're not a really big organization, so we might have 1 or 2 agents working at a time. And if we're not available for some reason, you can always just start the chat and leave a message, and we will be able to reply to you, send a message to your email, or our reply will pop up in your screen the next time you come back into the website. So that's one of the novelties of the website. This is very fresh, actually. We have the chat only for a few weeks. So yeah, we're still very fresh in it. We're still learning how to use it, but we're ready to use it with anyone who contacts us. So, okay, so now let's move to search some accessories as well. Oh, just before I go there, one of the new sections in the website is now we have satellite phones, because we know there's a growing number of people in Australia that are interested in traveling in areas that have remote, limited connectivity. So we decided that satellite phones would be a good addition to the website as well. Okay, so let's move to accessories. I've already done a search just to save us time, so I can show you a window now with all the the accessories that are available in our website. So we do have accessories for all sorts of disabilities or conditions. So, for example, the assistive mouse adapter for tablets would allow you to use a mouse with a tablet, so that might be useful for some people. The button switches would allow you to use an entire phone or tablet by just pressing a couple of buttons. Your screen will be automatically scanning between different parts of the contents of your phone, and once you press a button, it would actually select that option. The scanning would start all over again, and it will allow you to continue selecting or going back on the apps that you're choosing. There's a number of equipment that have to do for hearing impairments. So basically accessories that allow you to increase the volume on a landline phone, increase the volume on a mobile phone, a number of cochlear implant and hearing aid adapters that allow you to connect your mobile phone to your hearing implant, number of Bluetooth keyboard for phones and tablets, which allows you to type directly on the keyboard. If you find that the touch screen is a little too small, one of these keyboards might help. So you might be able to type on your keyboard and having the message popping up on your phone screen or on your tablet screen. Some programmable buttons. These are just physical buttons that you can have anywhere in your house, and you can program them on your phone. So every time you press it, something happens in your house, whether it is turning a light or starting a phone call. For example, in some cases, you can just press the button and it will automatically start a call or send a pre-programmed text message to someone. We do have headset amplifiers and headset adapters, so you can connect the headset to your mobile phone, and some of them will be compatible with hearing aid as well. We do have eye gaze accessories. These are very interesting because what the eye gaze does is it projects a mini light, tiny amount of light into your face, and it detects that point of light in your eyes. So as you move your eyes on the screen, you will be able to use the pointer. So your eyes will point out where are you moving on the screen. So you can interact with your phone and your tablet by using these types of equipment. So they're quite high advanced. And they are for very specific disabilities, people that do not have mobility on the hands. So we continue. There's hearing aids that are already made for iPhone. There's hearing aids that are already made for Android phones. So you receive the phone call, the sound will come out automatically from your hearing aid instead of your phone. So the sound will be very clear. There will be no interference from the environment. We have, well, as I mentioned, landline phone amplifiers, and we also have personal emergency alarms. This is one of the most popular accessories that people inquire from. So the personal emergency alarms are GPS devices as well. So they do track your location. And if something happens, you can just press a button and they would automatically call a contact center where someone will pick up the call and will ask you if you're okay. If some of them are not connected to a contact center, but they might actually start a call to usually five of your contacts. So they might call a family member. If that person doesn't answer, then it will go to the next one in the list in that way until someone picks up the call. They do have fault detection as well, many of them. And in case of an emergency, they are also able to send your location to your family member or to the contact center, depending on how you, what type of device or what type of service you're using. So we have all the information here that explain how it works, list of providers for that type of equipment, and then some information about it. You will notice when you look up in the market, there will be many different organizations selling very similar products. So we do have the information on the product itself and the information of the companies that sell it, right? So that saves us from having to post up the same equipment over and over for each single company that sells them. Now, continue with the accessories. We do have the alert systems. This is just basically systems that allow you, when you receive a call, they would ring out loud, they would have flashing lights, or they would have vibrating pads, so you can feel when you're receiving a phone call. They're really useful for people that usually have hearing impairments. Now we go to phone and tablet mounts for wheelchairs. This is just equipment that allow you to mount your technology devices into your wheelchair. Sometimes we get asked for products that are not available in this list. They're very highly customizable products. We do have the knowledge about the organization that might assist people in creating custom equipment for this type of needs. So even if they don't find it on the website, they can always give us a call and we can assist in looking for that equipment. There's some switches. These are all for physical conditions when they cannot use, they have very, very extremely limited mobility. You can blow into the switches, you can inhale or exhale, and that motion would actually generate some reaction on your screen or on your tablets. And we also have, well, smartwatches, which are popular among people that have hearing impairments as well, because the vibration, generally they do have vibration when you receive a call or an SMS. So it allows you to get your notification on time. Refreshable bright displays. These are very popular people that are blind. They might connect this to the phone or tablet and might actually read the information that is being displayed on the phone or on the tablet. And they might also compose text messages and SMS and send and interact with any person. Now, the speech generating and augmentative and alternative communication devices. This is for people that have little to no speech or have other conditions like that would affect their speech capabilities. For example, autism. Now, in this case, we have, some of them look like tablets, and they would have a number of codes, images that represent everyday situations. So when you select that image, it would convert that image into a sentence, or a sentence can be sent as a text message or can be played out loud. So in that way, these people can communicate some of the more basic needs to the family members or the carers. Some of them, this is for people that basically do not have a speech or have a very serious speech impairment. They can just simply type the information that they want to project, and this would actually pronounce it out loud, or it would display it in that little screen that you have. So people can still interact with other people. And some of these allow you to send it as an SMS as well. So convert the text message into a voice and send it in a call. So that's basically everything for accessories. If there's anything that you feel that should be in the list, of course, give us a call. We definitely will be very keen in putting it out there. Now, let's just move to the apps. So we do have 16 app groups that are also suitable for people with different disabilities. So apps with handwriting features, they allow you to write on your screen and they automatically turn that into typed text. So it can be sent as an SMS. augmentative and alternative communication applications. These are very similar to the equipment that I described. They will show you some images on your phone, and by tapping that image, they will pronounce a sentence. They will vocalize a sentence so people can communicate with others. Caption generating apps. These are apps or services like the National Relay Service that allow you to have captions while you are on a phone call. Note that nowadays, some Android phones, especially Google and Samsung phones, already have this function. So you turn it on when you're on a phone call, and you're able to see captions on your screen of everything that is being said to you on the phone call. Eye gaze apps for some tablets, specific models, hearing aid apps that sort of modify the sound so it adapt to your hearing profile and make it the sound of your call to be actually better for you. Large keyboard apps. This is for all of us that have fat fingers. So they allow you to have a big keyboard on your tablet or your phone. Message dictation apps, as its number says, they allow you to, speak out loud what you want to say, and then we just put it up on a message. Personal assistant apps. I think we're quite familiar with Siri. We're familiar with Hey Google, which just woke up right now, just because I said it. Gotta be careful when using that. Screen. Oh, look, it's speaking right now in my bedroom. Now, screen magnifying apps, which allow you to zoom into your screen. Shortcut apps. This is a number of apps that allow you to put some basic functions on your phone screen. For example, if you know that you're always calling an Uber or using an app for a cab or for a specific function, you can just have that as a shortcut on your screen. So when you press that app or that icon, your phone will automatically start that function for you. Speed dial apps, as we know, smartphones do not have speed dial, but you can just install one of these apps and they will have some icons on your screen that if you touch it, they will just initiate a call straight away. Vibration apps that allow you to change the vibration patterns on your smartwatches, for example. Video call apps, WhatsApp, Skype, all these apps that we use to communicate with other people that actually are quite useful for people that use sign language because they allow you to do the video call. Virtual break keyboard. These are it's like very basic way of entering text into a keyboard by placing your fingers in different parts of the screen and using it as a braille keyboard. Voice control apps are quite similar to the assistants, but the voice control apps allow you to use absolutely everything on your phone. They allow you to navigate groups of apps, send messages, open apps, turn volume up, turn volume down, go back. Like it has a bigger function than your regular assistant. And this is for people that have very little or no physical mobility. So they need to interact with the phone only with their voice without touching it at all. And voice notification apps as well, which some people have inquired about them. Some make sure that your notifications are read out loud to you. If you receive a text message, if you received a phone call, you could hear the name of the caller, and any notification that comes up in your screen will be read out loud for you. So those are both the group of apps that we have on the website. And again, if you know about an app that you would like to see on the website, let us know and we'll be working on having that. Now, Alex, do you have any questions?
Hi, it's Sam here.
Hello.
Hello, Andres. We did have a question from the audience, and it was, who funds the service and is it open to everyone of all ages?
Yes, it's absolutely open to everyone, all ages. The service was initially funded by the NDIS, so that happened for about 2 years. But the funding was until June of 2020.
Yeah.
So that's when we became an independent website. Then we received some funding from some of the manufacturers. So the Australian, AMTA, the Australian, hold on, it's AMTA, there's so many acronyms that I can.
Yep, that's all right. You're still sharing though, by the way.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Well, So AMTA, the Australian Mobile Telecommunication Association of Australia. That's
yeah.
it. So yes, so through them, we're receiving some funds. So, you know, Samsung, we would have, and also with the telecommunication industries. Anyone can use the service by just going and browsing through the website, or they can just give us a call to our 1-800 number or send a text message and using the chat or any of the contact forms on the website.
Excellent, thank you. And so are the products, you were just mentioning that it was previously funded by NDIA. Are any of the products subsidised there, or is that through?
Yeah, that would have to be directly through the provider, as we do not sell any product. We just provide information of what's available in Australia. But some of these suppliers actually have a partnership with NDIS.
Sorry, went on mute. My little dog was barking in the background.
We'll just say hi.
It's that time of day. And the other question that we had was, what's some of your most popular products and apps that you see?
Well, we go with the products generally, products that are for people with hearing impairments. Hearing aid compatible headsets, phone amplifiers, phone alarms, you know, phone alert systems, everything that had to do with hearing impairments.
Fantastic, thank you. Do we have any other questions that that anyone wanted to pop into the chat or into the Q&A? Someone's just shared your website around, so I think that, you know, there's a couple of people who are quite interested in some of the products that you talked through in that session.
Maybe if you want, because we still have 5 minutes, I can just chat to you about one of the experiences that we had quite recently. So just give an idea about how the website works, how the service works. So some people, yeah, people give us a call and, you know, I'm looking for a phone. I have this particular condition. I'm looking for this equipment. What's available? And that's usually what we do. But we have this one, which I want to use it as an example of what we do, because this is exactly what we do. We did have a call from a carer. So this carer was looking after a 62-year-old lady that had a condition which she couldn't really use. She had affected dexterity and vision. She already had an Android phone, but they wanted a phone that she could use by talking to it. You know, she can say, start a call, end the call, and she already had an Android phone. So she was already using the phone, you know, through the assistant. But the problem is that she had problems holding the phone, unlocking the phone to start the assistant. And then when she was on the phone call, accidentally, she will be pressing the mute button or ending at the call because of the problems with dexterity that she had. So she wanted a phone that she could just talk to, some phone that could be just sitting on a table and she could talk to it, and she could ask for ABC radio to be played and for Spotify to be played. She wanted a new equipment. So what we did in this case is, let's work with what she already has. So you already have an Android phone. There's really no need for a new one. So all you need to do is, we send the instructions so the assistant would work with the lock screen. So she can do that. Now, we suggested to purchase a small speaker, something like a $20 speaker that she could plug to the phone. So it's always on a speakerphone. So in that way, she can start the call, because that's one of the problems. To start a normal call, it would never go automatically on speakerphone. You have to select speakerphone to start the call. But if you have an additional speaker and you plug it to your phone, it's always on a speakerphone. So we went through that solution and suggested to download a radio app that works with her assistant, and suggested to, well, she wanted to use Spotify. So explain that Spotify does work with the assistant. So she had a solution without even having to buy any expensive equipment, without having to upgrade the phone or doing anything else. So that's sort of what we do. And we had to do all this research to find out what would be the right solution for these clients. Well, she was very happy. She was very keen in trying everything and let us know how it goes. It was a call that we had this week. So yeah, so that's what we do. Even if we don't know it, we'll definitely go out of our way to look up for the information and offer some advice on it.
And that's a great example. You know, everyone's got individual needs, individual combinations of accessibility needs. So yeah, it does need to be tailored. We had another question come in. If there was more than one product of the same service or type, does your service recommend which one to use?
We would recommend everything that's available in the market, but we cannot tell people exactly what to buy because the experience is that what works for some people might not work for others. So in this case, the caller would have to decide which product would be the best for them. We always suggest to go trial, go to the shop, go to Telstra, try the phone, ask questions. Telstra, Optus, Vodafone, I'm not suggesting Telstra. Gotta be clear in this. But that's how we do it. Sometimes we suggest people to go to the former independent living centers as they allow you to list the technology. And if it doesn't work for you, you return it or you can get a new one. So yeah, we try to explore all the avenues with people.
Andreas, thank you so much for your time today. And I think, we've talked a lot about accessibility throughout the day. Everyone's got different needs. As Alex said before, it creates a superpower. And it's been really good to kind of end with your examples of, really how to find those products and services. So that's been fantastic, and we really appreciate your time. Alex,
I just want to say that those features are not just for seniors. It's for people with disabilities. It's for young people. I mean, there's a trend of younger people who are watching all of the latest TV shows with subtitles on because the music is so loud. The voices can be softer, and these accessibility features are becoming more widely used by everybody, and it's a wonderful thing to see that happening.
That is correct.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you very much, Andreas.
Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Andreas. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alex, over to you. Do I introduce the next speaker in this instance?
It's okay. Well, I can keep going. Now, I was gonna pretend to have problems with my sharing. It even happens to me, but now I'm just gonna click the share button. I already got my PowerPoint presentation ready to go. I'll click share, and then it's gonna play up on me and make, no, there you go. It's working just fine. Okay. So I'm just gonna shrink you there for a second. So welcome to the closing keynote presentation for ASCCA. This is the 8th year that I'm doing it, and I always like to joke and say that I am a future senior. And I know some of you are already there, but there's plenty more who are getting ready to join you over the next few years and decades. And we are learning how to use technology much more effortlessly. Now, I want to show you some really great stuff today. So let me get started because it's already 4 o'clock and we haven't got much time. So the first thing I wanted to show you that we have a new ASCCA monthly Zoom main meeting. Now, this is normally going to be on the second Friday of each month at midday Australian Eastern Standard Time, or as we are in now, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So that would be 11 o'clock in Brisbane, 9 a.m. in Western Australia, and South Australia and Northern Territory. You can compensate accordingly. But this will be a 1 hour meeting. Sometimes we stretch it to an hour and a half because we're having a good chat at the end. But we are talking about the very latest. It's sort of like a 1 hour mini conference once a month. And we set up a big conference for the year for November. And in November, of course, we will shift that meeting to the third Friday. So please join us next Friday at 12 o'clock for 1 hour, 12 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time. And you'll be able to get all the details in the newsletters. We're now trying to send newsletters every couple of weeks. Not too much information, just the stuff you need to know. And you can sign up for our newsletter if you don't already get a copy of it at ASCCA.org.au. Please share it with your friends. I mean, we only aim to share useful information and stuff that really makes a difference to your life. We don't want to be yet another newsletter that people ignore, so we won't abuse your trust in that regard. So please join our monthly Zoom main meetings from now on. And of course, we will promote one of our different member clubs every month. We want to get people to be joining as many of the local clubs as possible. We want you and people out there to start computer clubs in your area if there isn't already one. Or if there is one, you've got presumably a different angle or a different bent. So, by all means, if there isn't a computer club, please consider starting one, technology club. There are plenty of libraries and all sorts of community centers that may be interested in doing it with you. And it's not that hard. And you can do a lot of it by Zoom, and you can also get a lot of help from other clubs who can provide guest speakers who can be of assistance to you. So please consider that. Now, I just got a press release today that LaserCo is a company that's launched a new smart home range at Big W. They're having a big sale. And smart home stuff is really cool. I mean, you can, talk to different appliances in your home. I can just say, hey Siri, turn off the light. And the light just turned off. Hey Siri, turn on the light. And in a couple of seconds, I will turn on. I don't know if you saw that. I hope you did. And then there we go. So I don't know if you heard that, but Siri was telling me that the EV Energy 2200 is on. That's a little plug that plugs into a PowerPoint, and I can plug any device into that. So I've plugged in a regular non-smart light system. You could plug in a fan. You could plug in something that would normally turn on and activate it by your voice. So I love to come upstairs here, and as I'm coming upstairs, I just ask Siri to turn the lights on, and bang, they're on, because it's a special office light that I have. So Laser is having a sale at Big W. They're talking about significant price reductions. It's a sale. Smart lights from $8 and smart home security from $39. Now they talk about, and you can go to laserco.com.au to see more information, but it's a Big W as well. They're trying to make smart home more affordable, although smart home stuff is quite affordable as it is. But they've got these laser smart bulbs, $8, $12, $16 and $23.20. $23.20 is for this LED strip light with a USB connector. And all of these can be controlled either by the Laser Home app, or they can be connected to your Google Assistant or Amazon Alexa. So you can ask those assistants to turn various things on and off, to change colors and all the rest. They also have a smart Wi-Fi plug with dual USB and power monitor. That's $19 at the moment. And they've got a full HD camera for $39.20 and a full HD video doorbell for $99. And these are things that allow you to see who's at the front door, or keep an eye on your home, or keep an eye on the baby, or keep an eye on the grandkids, keep an eye on the backyard. There's lots of choices out there. I'll go through some of those in a moment. Even smart home stuff is even on sale at Big W. So it just shows you how ubiquitous it has become, how much of an everyday part of life, and how affordable it has become to make your home a smart home. Now, we also have Officeworks. They've got a smart home range. You should do a search for the 5 smart home products you need to know about. It's an article by Alex Kidman. I have the link here, but if you just do a search for the 5 smart home products you need to know about, that's a great article showing all sorts of things for sale at Officeworks. But Bunnings has got things for sale. JB Hi-Fi, Harvey Norman, The Good Guys. Even Aldi regularly sells smart lights and smart devices. I see them every few months. Things that you can connect to Wi-Fi and can control via Google Assistant and Amazon Alexa. There are plenty of things that you can control via Siri as well. Normally, you have to look for those, but they're widely available also, and then they're in all the stores. Officeworks and Bunnings also have these connected Christmas lights that you can control by voice. So there was an article from Stephen Fennick. He wrote last year, this time, called How Do I Create a Christmas Light Show? I also heard him on radio talking about how at Bunnings you can buy these lights, and you can create, the outside of your house, the inside, all your Christmas trees. And instead of having to reach down somewhere and switch a light on, or suffer the fate from the Griswolds in National Lampoon's Family Vacation, where the whole I think the house catches fire and all the lights to go crazy. You can just ask your assistant to turn all the lights on and create this most amazing show. And the lights are programmable. You can have them change lights at different times. You can really put on a wonderful show that'll make all your neighbors jealous. So definitely have a look at that on the internet, and these things are quite inexpensive. Now, we also have I didn't move that particular G there, but Google isn't just a search engine anymore. They make smartphones, they make operating systems, they make smart speakers, they make the intelligent Google Assistant, they make security cameras, camera doorbells, earbuds, Chromecast, and Chromecast with Google TV, and so much more. This is the brand new Google Pixel 6 Pro. It's the first 5G phone in Australia that can do a thing called millimeter wave. Millimeter wave, and this has got this new camera bar on the back that you can see there. Millimeter wave is a faster form of 5G, where you can get 3.6 gigabits up to 5 gigabits in the labs. Now, 5 gigabits is 5,000 megabits. Most people are getting, are not even getting 100 megabits at home on their NBN connection. So to be getting 5,000 is pretty amazing. Now, it's obviously, at the moment, there's very few people using this particular network, and the speeds will be slow. But we're still talking about the likelihood of gigabit speeds for people. Most people on 5G the regular 5G, they're getting between 100 megabits and 500 megabits, depending, 200-300 megabits. So we're definitely now in the era of ever faster connections. And, for most people, even 20 megabits is more than enough for a high definition video, at least for one person. And I'll come to that in a moment. But my next slide is to show you some of the devices from Google. So Google has their own range of cameras, inside and outside, wireless and wired. This is the indoor wired camera. They have their own doorbells. And a big competitor in this space is Arlo. I'm a big fan of Arlo products. Arlo have their indoor cameras and their indoor doorbells, and they were the first to really popularize excuse me, the concept of the wireless camera system with battery power. Now, of course, they're full color, they can talk backwards and forwards, batteries last for months, and then they're up in 2K and 4K, high resolution. So these cameras have all come an extremely long way. And I know that when I leave home, I've got cameras pointing outside. I can see mum doing things outside. I know everything's okay. I've got these cameras inside as well, and for various things. And it's peace of mind. But Google also makes their little earbuds. They make the Google Nest Assistants, the newest one of which has new features for detecting how well you're sleeping at nighttime. There's the Google Chromecast device down there you can see as well. And of course, the new Pixel phones, which are Google's most advanced yet, using Google's own processor called the Tensor chip. This is a chip that's more or less on par with the Snapdragon 888, the top of the line chip that most other phones, Android phones, use in their flagship models. And it's given Google the ability to, even when you are, if you're talking to somebody and they have a Pixel phone as well, and you're typing away on your Pixel phone, you can be typing in English. And if they've got a Pixel phone as well, they can have that instantly translated into Japanese or some other language. And then they can be typing in Japanese and it's instantly translated into English. There's actually a wonderful video with Marie Kondo, the lady who's the expert on sparking joy and decluttering your place. And they were doing a demonstration of this Google 6 Pixel phone. There's a Pixel 6 and the Pixel 6 Pro. And the lady that was from Google was speaking in English, and Marie Kondo was speaking in what sounded like quite complicated Japanese. And Marie Kondo was quite amazed at just how accurate the system was. If you look it up, type in Marie Kondo, translation. I could show it now, but if we have time in the end, I will. But the voice translation is becoming more and more like Star Trek every day, and it's breaking down the language barriers incredibly. And pretty soon, the little Babel fish from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, all these things just will be unbelievably accurate, and the language barrier will completely disappear. We also have the Samsung Galaxy devices. I was showing you before the incredible Flip, Galaxy Z Flip. This is really a beautiful device. And you can see that when I go right in there, it's really, it's incredible. You sort of wonder why other phones are not like this yet. Clearly the screens are expensive, but this is now the third generation screen from Samsung, and the price is about $500 lower than last year. So I think it's $1,500 or $1,600. I can't remember. There's all sorts of deals. That's trade-in deals. Samsung also has a phone that is a tablet. It looks like this, and you open it up into a tablet. You can actually see it on the screen there, called Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G. Both of these are 5G phones. And one of the things that Samsung did was they were able to take the phone, and I'm just taking the case off this phone here, which is a special Samsung case with a little ring on the back. But you can see on the back, you've got these different panels here. And so Samsung has put out something called the Bespoke Edition, where you can have all of these panels customized into 49 different color combinations. And it does cost a little bit more for that. And then you can change the panels afterwards. And these devices have truly become fashion items when we are, as well as amazing technological assistants, when we are customizing them, and all sorts of fashionable options are offered. There's even a pair of jeans you can buy that has got a pocket specifically designed to fit that phone. It's so cute. And so, the fashion and technology trend has never been more, closer. And we even see partnerships with various fashion brands. Apple famously partners with Hermes on various things, and with Nike. We have Samsung partnering with Maison Kitsume, a Japanese-French brand, or French-Japanese brand. that has the little fox as its logo. And we will see more devices with folding screens. This is already the third generation. It's something that will become increasingly common over the next decade or so. So let me go on to the next slide. So we also have the Galaxy Watch 4. Now, this is the Galaxy Watch 4. And just like you can get different bands on the Apple Watch, you can also customize your Samsung watch and other watches, but really it's Samsung and Apple are the two main big ones, where you've got great ability to customize all the different bands. You can see quite a lot of examples there. I know that, with the Apple Watch, you have a square interface, and with Samsung's watch, you have a round interface. And there's even a bezel here that spins around, whereas Apple has the digital crown that can spin around. But you can see the differences in the, there's lots of different watch faces you can get for both devices. So I'm just trying to get them to show a screen there. So, but you can customize these watch faces. These things are telephones. They're music players. They're, heart monitors. They're exercise trackers and exercise motivators. They're digital assistants that can talk back to you and give you information in real time. And if I tap and hold, what time is it in Paris?
It's 6:14 a.m. in Paris.
And so, you can ask all sorts of questions, exactly the same ones too. You can ask questions too. So Samsung just recently announced their Galaxy Watch 4 Bespoke Studio. And so if I move on to the next slide, just like with Apple, Samsung has a complete ecosystem of products. And in fact, Samsung has a wide range. They've got all these connected home appliances, TVs, they've got tablets and laptops. They have a bigger range of things than just about any other company on the planet. And they all work together. These are the the buds that are noise cancelling, and they compete with Apple's AirPods, which I have here. It's a different sort of philosophy. This one, but it's both are very mature environments, and whichever way you go, you'll be very happy. And whether it's getting a Samsung or I don't have it here, I have it downstairs, but there's a Motorola Edge Fusion Pro, $899. Doesn't have any fancy folding screens, but does have a 5x optical zoom and other flagship features for under $1,000. So you can really get some excellent technologies. And of course, we still the Nokia XR20, which is practically indestructible. Drop it, the kids can drop it in water, and a lot of these other phones they're waterproof, but you want to make sure you get a screen protector or a case. I don't go anywhere without a screen protector or a case on my devices. Even my Apple Watch, I've got a screen protector on there. But the Samsung one has a bit of a bezel on top. I don't know if there's a screen protector I can get for that. I'm sure there is. I just haven't purchased it yet. But Samsung does make some of the most innovative Android devices. And of course, Google is trying to catch up with its Pixel 6 Pro, but there's no folding screens from Google as yet. And, you can imagine if they've made them this sort of flexible and good for 2021, what are they going to have for next year? But these are the hottest new phones out at the moment, the ones I've shown you. Now, we also have the macro lens in the iPhone 13 Pro and the Pro Max. If I just look for this example here of a, I don't know how well you can see that, but it's pretty damn small. And, the photograph that I have on the left here makes it look a lot clearer. But when you are holding the phone in front of the item here, I don't know how well you can see that, but it's much clearer. It's much easier to see that. It automatically goes into a macro mode. A lot of other phones do have a macro mode, but you have to select it, know that it's there, remember to use it. With the 13 Pro, the moment you put your phone onto something, it instantly makes it clear. All the previous phones would simply show you a blur, and you would have to pull the phone back, take a photo, zoom in. But this is much better. And in fact, you can put this phone on a table or on a bed or on some fabric or on the floor, and you get to see these incredible close-up shots of all the fabric or the tiles or what the carpet, whatever it might be, which again, you can do with any phone or camera that has macro mode, but because you have to flick into those modes and know about them, and most people think of insects or flowers, but there's great fun to be had with the macro mode. And for me, the ability to do this zooming in automatically with the macro mode is almost a reason to get the iPhone just by itself. I have a friend who has a watch repair and key cutting shop, And sometimes I go in there just for fun and I help him, and I have a look at those little tiny little batteries where, maybe a few years ago my eyes were a bit sharper, but now I used to find myself taking a photo, having to hold it in, zoom in, take a photo. I mean, it was, a minute or so process. But now I just grab the phone, put the phone down onto the battery, and I can instantly see on the screen what sort of battery it is. So again, technology gives us superpowers. Now, also, as Charlie Brown was saying, now's the time to buy for Christmas. You might even buy it right now for Christmas. And if you buy something from overseas, it still might not arrive on time because the world has been incredibly disrupted. 80% or more of the world's planes are still not flying. Excuse me. This has meant shipping boats, they're delayed because the people running the ships want to pack them with as much cargo as possible to maximize the journey. And of course, you have overladen ships, and they get to ports, and the ports have big delays, and there are problems with, COVID has caused problems with people who are driving the trucks and driving the products into different stores, and even the people from Toll and Star Trek and those other transport workers in Australia have been on strike at various times because they're looking for better pay. So there's been a big delay in a lot of products. I mean, if you can go into a store and buy something and take it away with you, that's the best, but that's not always the way. Sometimes you can find great deals online, or many times you can find great deals online. But don't forget, places like Harvey Norman are always open to negotiation. I went to one in Tarrant Point last week, and I was having a look at some stuff they had there, and I took up one item. I went to speak to the guy, and he said, I couldn't find this item on the database. It's only a $15 item. But he couldn't find it. Not listed. He tried several times. He said, you can just have it. I mean, Harvey Norman are good like that. I don't think I would have ever had that sort of reaction from a JB Hi-Fi. I mean, I was buying some other things. He didn't just give me the one item for free. But it was quite generous. And, of course, now is a good time to buy. There's a lot of stock that's been sitting there for a while. Companies are keen to get rid of some of their stock. So it's been a good time to buy. And with the threat of inflation from the world's governments having printed trillions upon trillions of dollars to try and pump money through the economy, prices could be going up. Not a good thing for seniors relying on interest and their savings. But so, if there's something you need to buy and it's not outrageous and you need it, now's a good time to get it before potential price rises for next year. So there's also the Apple Watch Series 7. Now, this has got the biggest screen yet. The one on the left here, that was the original Apple Watch from 2015, or that was for the Apple 1, 2, and 3. That was the sort of screen they had. And you can see quite a thick bezel. Now, the Apple Watch Series 4, 5, and 6 made the screen much larger, you can see here. But it's only a little bit larger itself than in the size of the watch. But the Apple Series 7 makes the watch slightly bigger again, but it gives you 20 or 30% more screen space. So you can read more of the text messages, or you can have fonts that are bigger, wonderful things for seniors, and still see more of the message than you would, obviously, on this original one from 2015. And so these new watches are getting, then when some people thought they might grow with longer screens or wider screens, that becomes impractical. If you've got a wide screen, it's going to hit your palm. If it's too long, pick the back of your hand. If it's too long, it's just going to catch on things. So Apple has managed to figure out how to make it just the tiniest bit bigger, use the same wide collection of compatible bands, and yet deliver a screen that's 20 or 30% larger. They also have 33% faster charging. So when you're charging, having a shower, it's charged much more quickly. Also, these watches are used for sleep tracking. And one of the features that they now have is to calculate the number of breaths you take, which is handy for things like sleep apnea, to know if you're breathing properly at night. Excuse me. And you can now charge your watch, your Apple Watch Series 7, with the new USB-C faster charger, and you can charge it for 8 minutes and get 8 hours of sleep tracking. So there's some really amazing things happening with the watches. You get the ECG, the blood oxygenation monitor, and something like so this blood oxygenation and ECG is quite a handy feature. You've got similar features on the Samsung. Samsung's watch can also track your blood pressure, but the only catch is you've got to have a blood pressure monitor and you've got to input the details from a blood pressure monitor reading. But then after that, it's got a sensor that can see the changes from that initial reading and then predict what your blood pressure is. None of these devices are meant to replace proper medical equipment, but people have been amazed at how accurate they are. And again, if you're having any medical problems, please see your doctor. But you know, these a friend broke his Apple Watch by accident. It was well out of warranty. He dropped it. He had one of the protective covers on top, but he took it off and forgot to put it back on. And you know, that with the older screen, it cracked. The new screens are 50% stronger with their crystal watch faces. And again, make sure you get a screen protector because it makes all the difference. But he got himself one of the new watches. And, you know, whilst he didn't have it for a little while, he was like, he just had a traditional watch that didn't do anything except tell the time, which of course is the reason to wear a watch. But he missed all the other cool functions and features, the ability to listen to radio and walk down the street with the earbuds inside to be able to talk to it, ask it for information, you know, add calendar appointments, add reminders, add notes, add all sorts of different things. I mean, it really is having a computer on your wrist, Dick Tracy style, but on steroids. I mean, I've got the two watches here. When I was a kid, I used to wear two watches. People have been looking at me recently going, how come you got two watches? But I used to have like a watch with a radio on one side, a watch with a calculator on the other side. I would always go to the markets with Dad. He would always buy me the latest Casio watch because they would always come up with new versions. Yes. Yes. Oh,
perfect interruption of Gadget Man, but
yes.
Yes. It is.
I thought I had time. Okay, well, let me just keep going. So please update your devices. Wait for the big version from 15 to 15.1. Vodafone just launched unlimited for just today, during the conference. You can get a 4G SIM card, pay $50 a month if you're an existing customer, or $60 a month. It's 20 megabits, but it's enough for you know, basic home usage. Go to vodafone.com.au. This is going to set off a bit of a price war and just make, you know, for 4G and 5G even more ubiquitous than it already is. I want to thank the wonderful sponsors, HMD Global, the home of Nokia phones. Love it, trust it, and keep it. They've got their tablets, they've got their phones. Acronis, all-in-one cyber protection. It's now called Acronis Cyber Protect Home Office. It's really great software I use on all my devices. And the eSafety Commissioner, esafety.gov.au, lots of great information over there. And also accessibletelecoms.org.au. We just had the presentation from Andres. So I want to thank, don't forget our monthly Zoom meetings, and thank you for attending. I want to see you next Friday, if you're able to, at the Zoom main meeting, and we'll see you in 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, and thanks for the brilliant step through of all of the newest gadgets in the last couple of months. I believe we're handing over now to Jenny. Jenny, welcome back. No, straight to Nan. Sorry, I'm reading my notes wrong. Nan, lovely to see you. I think this is the first time I've seen you virtually since last year almost, but lovely to see you. And we're handing over to Nan to close our conference.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you, Alex. I'm used to following you over these various years, but this time I couldn't drag you off the stage.
No, Sam did that. Thank you, Sam.
What a fabulous conference. I didn't fall asleep once. President Jenny Willcox set the scene, and Alex, with Sam by his side, brought us wonderful speakers. They followed the long-established aim to bring only the best-informed and knowledgeable people talking about the topics that interested us. Thanks for bringing us some of my favourite speakers. The topics were well chosen. The speakers gave us much to think about as they covered issues of interest, while others dealt with matters of very important. They were all interesting and provided a great learning opportunity for us all. And how amazing to have Kamahl to open the conference. And there couldn't have been a person in our audience who didn't recognise the name and applaud him. What a thrill. It was a delight to see that once again we had ASCCA competitions back. Thank you, Susan Jensen, for convening the competitions, and congratulations to all the winners. And indeed, congratulations to all those club members who entered. Will you pass on my thanks to our judges, please, Susan? And it was wonderful to recognise a lot of names there. Over the last 18 months, the NBN network has been a lifeline for older Australians by allowing us to stay connected with loved ones, access telehealth services, and to shop safely online for groceries and other essential goods. Now, for me, that include books and craft materials and garden supplies. I'm sure we all had many similar experiences during these challenging times. Life's been different, and at times it's been very, very difficult. We've been lucky to be able to communicate with family and friends and share family happenings and events online. I welcome 2 new great-grandsons via the NBN network. Pause for a moment. How many seniors have you taught how to use the internet at your club? The role played by clubs across ASCCA's national network has been incredibly important to the lives of older Australians. Well done to you all. It was most impressive to hear about from two clubs, how they'd survived and thrived during the pandemic. It was vital to the very survival of clubs that every effort was made to keep communicating online with trainers and with students. It's been quite an amazing conference. I was even reluctant to leave my computer during lunchtime. I'm a bit hungry now. It just kept happening, and prizes. Thank you for all the sponsors who gave freely of their products. We'll hear about that later. Well, I've had the last word. Time for a short break before ASCCA's AGM, which will be chaired by Tony Watts, and I hope I'll see you there. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Stay safe.
And thank you very much, Dan. Just before we go, we do want to announce the prizes. There's 14 more prizes. So, Alon, if you can just please bring up that slide. And we'll just see that in a moment. Another moment you've all been waiting for, and we were meant to do this before my presentation. We forgot, but it's okay. The prizes have been. So, the Nokia T20 tablet is won by Lucy M. The Nokia X20 smartphone by Wendy CC. Another one by Marie Louise M. And another one by Margaret G. And then there are 10 winners of Acronis Cyber Protect Home Office, 5-user license, 1 terabyte of cloud storage. That's Barry K, Bridget RS, Griselda C, Robbie F, Robin B, Peter E, June H, Bill P, Roger F, and KS. We'll be in touch by email to let you know you've won. We'll send you your Acronis download location and key. And for those who won Nokia HMD prizes, we will contact you for your address so they can be posted up on Nokia to you. Thank you very much. Well, hello and good morning. My name is Zaharov-Reutt. I am